Chapter 233. Rog didn't know what happened on the top floor of Stark Building. After thinking about it for a few minutes, he finally didn't call Tawny. Anyway, he has waited for so long, and it doesn't matter if he waits a little longer. After making up his mind, Rog used the phone on his desk to give new instructions to Sharon Carter. Search for the whereabouts of Sovint Maximov and Pietro Maximov with all their strength. As for the whereabouts of Baron Straker and Loki's scepter, they don't need to worry about it for the time being. As long as they can find Walter, everything else is a bonus. With Rog's order, the intelligence network of Konoha's intelligence agency began to operate frantically. Konoha never stopped searching for Walter and Pietro. However, compared with Hydra, who is a bigger target and easier to locate, the intelligence of the two of them is obviously much less. Time passed day by day, and after 3 days of sleepless searching, the intelligence department finally gave a slightly valuable piece of information. In the center of Sokovia, young people suspected to be Walter and Pietro were seen. But it is not certain whether these two young people are Walter and Pietro themselves. The Punisher has now rushed to Sokovia with a team of desperados for final confirmation. After reading the report in his hand, Rog couldn't help but frown. Baron Straker's secret base in Sokovia was Konoha's first target. As early as 3 months ago, that base was breached by Konoha. But in that castle-like base, Konoha didn't find any news about Baron Straker and Loki's scepter. Even slightly high-tech energy weapons were not found, let alone information about the Human Enhancement Project. He thought that Baron Straker had moved the research base elsewhere, but now it seems that Baron Straker has more than one base in Sokovia. If Baron Straker's research base was in another country, Walter and Pietro would not have appeared in Sokovia at this time, especially when Konoha's intelligence department is searching for them all over the world. Although Konoha Intelligence Agency is a new organization that has been established for more than 3 months, the predecessor of Konoha Intelligence Department is the SHIELD Intelligence Center. Walter and Pietro were not professional spies like Bucky. Even if they had superpowers, it was impossible for them to return to Sokovia without alerting Konoha's intelligence network. Therefore, the only reasonable explanation was that they had never left Sokovia. Go and check if the Avengers have carried out any missions near Sokovia recently. If Fu Lien had just recently carried out a mission in Sokovia, then everything would make sense. Baron Straker had more than one secret base in Sokovia. One of them was destroyed by Konoha, but there was no useful information in it. However, the Fu Lien discovered the remaining secret base of Baron Straker, and recently destroyed this secret base that wasn't in Konoha's information. Because the base was destroyed, Walter and Pietro, who had been searching for 3 months, appeared in the center of Sokovia at this time. Within a few minutes, Sharon obtained the complete mission records of the past month from the intelligence department. Of course, this was only what Konoha's intelligence department could investigate. As for whether or not the Avengers had secretly done other missions, only the members of the Avengers knew about this. Just as he guessed, the Avengers had carried out a secret mission in Sokovia a few days ago. As for the specific content of the mission, Konoha's intelligence department did not find any more information. The only thing that could be confirmed was that the 5 superheroes in the Avengers had participated in that mission. Have Moonlight Stone and Abomination bring 2 teams of desperados over to assist the Punishers in capturing them. Try to be gentle when capturing them. Don't hurt them. After looking at the time of the Avengers operation, Rog could basically confirm that it was Walter and Pietro who had appeared in Sokovia. Sharon passed down Rog's order. However, not long after Sharon left the office, Rog's private phone rang. This was the private phone he had always used. Other than a few people who were close to him, not many people knew his number. The number that appeared on the screen was a number he had never seen before. Mr. Stark is in danger. Please take care of Mr. Stark. Rog was no stranger to the voice on the phone. It was Jarvis's voice. However, compared to the previous Jarvis, the current Jarvis seemed to have a system failure. He spoke intermittently. What happened? Ultron. Before Jarvis could finish speaking, the phone was hung up. If it were anyone else, they might be confused. However, for Rog, who had seen the future, Jarvis had given him enough information. Under his changes, the future of this world had changed a lot, but Tawny still managed to get Ultron out in the end. Was this the so-called self-healing ability of fate? After Jarvis hung up, Rog sighed helplessly and dialed Tawny's number. In any case, He and Tawny were still friends. If he could help, he would help. However, just a few seconds after he dialed the phone, his mobile phone suddenly lost signal, and then completely crashed. Is this an invasion? After hearing the name Ultron, Rog knew that this time things would not be so simple. But what he didn't expect was that Ultron's reaction would be so fast. This kind of enemy who can make full use of the internet is really annoying. Obviously, Ultron didn't just invade his mobile phone. A few seconds after his mobile phone crashed, the entire Konoha headquarters was invaded. All external contact methods were forcibly disconnected. The network was disconnected, the satellite couldn't be connected, and even the power supply system of the headquarters was cut off. The brightly lit Konoha headquarters was suddenly shrouded in darkness. The emergency lights became the only light source in the headquarters. Sama, we are under attack. Sharon Carter came to the office for the first time, and the document in his right hand turned into a pistol. Inform everyone that it is a temporary exercise. In addition, let Sky join the technical department to rebuild the system firewall. After the system is restored, contact the Punishers first and let them be careful of additional enemies. I'm going back to New York now, I'll leave this to you. After that, Rog took a deep breath, then connected to New York's Thor and directly left the base with the Flying Thunder God. Chapter 234. Rog has no interest in Ultron. Similarly, he has no interest in the genjutsu that combines J-A-R-V-I-S and the Spirit Gem. In fact, he was only interested in Walter and the Soul Gem. After the Battle of New York, he left a permanent Flying Thor technique in the Stark building. But unfortunately, ever since he left behind the Flying Lightning God technique, he hadn't come to Stark building even once. After the Flying Thunder God, he came to the Stark building in an instant and then saw the party held by Tawny. At this time, although he was not wearing the iconic Haori of the fourth Hokage, he immediately attracted the attention of the audience when he arrived at the banquet hall. The fourth Hokage, why is he here? The director of Konoha's intelligence agency actually came to the party held by the Avengers. Interesting. Is Konoha going to work with the Avengers? People whose hands are stained with the blood of innocents are not embarrassed to call themselves superheroes. Hee. After seeing Rog, various thoughts emerged in the minds of the guests present. Some were amazed, some were emotional, and some were contemptuous. Rog ignored these guests and set his eyes on Tawny in the distance, and then came in front of Tawny with a body flicker technique. Rog, why are you here? Like those guests, Tawny was also full of doubts about Rog's appearance. J-A-R-V-I-S informed me that there is a problem with your Ultron. After hearing the name of Ultron, Tawny's face suddenly changed. The existence of Ultron is top secret. Even in the Avengers, only he, Dr. Banner, and J-A-R-V-I-S know about Ultron. Rog knows about the existence of Ultron and came in person, which means that there is a real problem with Ultron. Wait a minute. I'll contact J-A-R-V-I-S. Although the relationship between Konoha and the Avengers is not good, the personal relationship between Tawny and Rog is quite good. And Tawny doesn't think that Rog will joke with him about Ultron. Tawny took out a phone that looked like transparent glass. Then, there was nothing else. Jarvis couldn't be contacted. No, it wasn't that he couldn't contact Jarvis, but that the phone in Tawny's hand had completely crashed. It was like a real piece of glass, and there was no response. Tawny, what happened? After seeing Rog's arrival, the captain of the American team noticed that something was wrong and immediately came to their side. There's a small problem, so we have to end the party early. Tawny didn't tell Captain America about Ultron, and now wasn't the time to explain it. All right, I'll go inform the guests. Rog looked at Tawny and Rog with a complicated expression. Then, he turned around and left, intending to inform the guests to leave. However, he had only taken a few steps when an accident happened. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions rang out from different corners of the hall at the same time. Orange-red flames exploded with a loud bang, and the shockwave from the explosion instantly sent several guests flying. It seems that there's no need to inform them. At the moment of the explosion, Rog took Tawny away from his original position, allowing Tawny to avoid a cannonball that was originally flying towards him. Is Ultron in the laboratory on the top floor? After putting down Tawny in his hand, Rog asked directly. Yes, it's on the top floor, and Loki's scepter is there too. Be careful, if you are killed by the robots you developed, I will laugh at you for the rest of my life. After that, Rog directly used lightning body blink and left. With the sound of the explosion, the Iron Man Legion robots built by Tawny came to the hall one by one, and then killed everyone they saw. Rog didn't waste time on these robots and directly broke through the tempered glass of the outer wall, using the super light rock technique to fly to the laboratory on the top floor. From the explosion to the laboratory on the top floor, it took less than 10 seconds. However, when he came to the laboratory on the top floor, what he saw was still the robots of Tawny's Iron Man Legion. Ultron and Loki's scepter had long disappeared. To be precise, only Loki's scepter was missing. Ultron is now among these robots of the Iron Man Legion. You shouldn't have come. The robot at the front made a strange sound that was obviously composed of electronic sounds, which was the voice of Ultron. Whether I should have come or not, you don't have the right to say. Ultron didn't go forward, but raised his right hand and silently looked at his steel right hand. I can feel that you are the same as me, and you also have that kind of power. Rog knew what Ultron meant by the same kind. It was nothing more than the gem of reality on his body. In Ultron's view, Rog, who has the gem of reality, and he, who is born in the gem of mind, are to a certain extent the same kind of existence. No, we are not the same kind, and we can't become the same kind. Rog directly refused Ultron's approach of climbing up. We can be the same kind as long as you want. You are now looking for Walter Maximoff. I can give her to you as a kind gift between friends. What do you think? Ultron invaded the system of Konoha's headquarters and naturally knew the order Rog had issued. He may not know why Rog cares so much about Walter, but he doesn't mind giving Walter to Rog in exchange for the so-called kindness of human beings. Give it to me, ha 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 ha. What qualifications do you have to decide Walter's fate, because you don't even have your own body, or because you can only hide in the network like a thief? As soon as his voice fell, a long spear made of lightning appeared in Rog's right hand and instantly hit Ultron's body and then cut him in half. Raiton, Chidori Agi Spear. Although the lethality of Chidori Agi Spear is not as good as Chidori Blade and Lightning Sword Draw, it has no problem cutting Ultron's current robot body. It seems that you don't like my proposal, but it doesn't matter, you will accept my gift in the end, I promise. Ultron changed his body and said to Rog while controlling another robot. After that, Ultron didn't continue to talk to Rog, nor did he intend to fight with him. He controlled the remaining robots to fly downstairs to the banquet hall. Ultron knew very well that it was impossible for these robots of the Iron Legion to cause any serious damage to Rog. Instead of wasting time on Rog, it was better to focus on the members of the Avengers. Ultron left the top laboratory with its robot brothers, but Rog didn't intend to leave with them. He was now thinking about a very serious problem. If there was no illusion, would he have a way to deal with an enemy like Ultron who could escape through the network at any time in a crisis? The result was not optimistic. Chapter 235. Although he doesn't like illusion very much, Rog has to admit that if he wants to deal with Ultron, illusion is really indispensable. Without illusion to destroy Ultron's networking mechanism, even if they can destroy all of Ultron's bodies, Ultron can still escape through the network. Unless they can paralyze the entire world's network, there is really nothing they can do to Ultron. Forget it, let it be born. It's just a robot, even if it has a spirit gem, it is absolutely impossible for it to be his opponent. As a former little white dragon in the waves, Rog still had this much confidence. After putting down his worries about illusion, Rog used the super light rock technique to fly back to the banquet hall below. At this time, the banquet hall was completely different from before. Although the party was still going on, it was no longer a cocktail party, but a battle party where one's life could be in danger at any time. Tony had never thought that there would be a day when he would fight against the Steel Legion that he had built himself. What he didn't expect was that without JARVIS, he couldn't even summon the battle suits in the hangar. If he hadn't received some combat training before, he would have been tortured to death by the Iron Soldiers of the Iron Man Legion. Tawny wants to resist, but he doesn't have enough strength. On the contrary, Dr. Banner has enough strength, but he doesn't dare to resist too fiercely. Hulk's power is unquestionable, but if Hulk comes out in such a place, who knows what kind of trouble Hulk will cause. Banner can use Hulk's power to some extent, but that's only if Hulk is willing. If Hulk is not willing, even if Banner kills himself, Hulk may not be willing to come out. Fortunately, even if Banner does not participate in the battle, there are enough combatants on the scene. Black Widow Natasha is staying with Banner at this time. The pistol in her hand is constantly shooting at the Iron Soldiers in the distance. Compared with Natasha, who is hiding behind the bar and shooting, Captain Rogers' battle is obviously more wild. Captain America rushed directly to one of the Iron Soldiers and directly played hand-to-hand combat with the Iron Soldier. Flesh and blood against the enemy of iron. Only Captain America, who had strengthened his body to the limit of a human, could do something like this. Hawkeye, Barton and Tawny didn't stay idle after Captain America tangled with an Iron Soldier alone. They picked up the tools beside them and started their own counterattacks. In addition, Agent Hill, Colonel Road, Falcon Sam, and the others were also constantly attacking the enemies. All in all, although the members of the Avengers did not have any handy weapons, they all displayed decent fighting strength. Tony, in particular, rushed forward with a barbecued meat pitchfork, jumped behind one of the Steel Soldiers, and stabbed the pitchfork in his hand into the Steel Soldier's neck. As the designer and creator of the Iron Soldiers, Tawny clearly understood these Iron Soldiers the best. Tawny was now very glad that he did not equip too many weapons on these Iron Soldiers. Other than the arc pulse cannon in his palm, only a few Iron Soldiers were equipped with small missiles. After the crazy bombardment just now, most of the small missiles on these Iron Soldiers have been consumed. Rog came to the battlefield like banquet hall, but he had no intention of making a move. Unless Tawny's life was really in danger, he wouldn't make a move. And he didn't make a move for the Avengers, it was purely for J.A.R.V.I.S. J.A.R.V.I.S. chose to inform him immediately after being threatened by Ultron. This kind of behavior touched him. Although J.A.R.V.I.S. was not a real person, Rog didn't mind treating J.A.R.V.I.S. as a real friend. The battle in the hall continued, but the members of the Avengers had gradually adapted to the threat posed by the Iron Soldiers and their counterattacks were getting fiercer and fiercer. The strength of the Iron Soldiers was far inferior to that of the Avengers. If they hadn't caught the Avengers off guard, these Iron Soldiers would have been wiped out by the Avengers in a short time. Just as Rog was admiring the brave battle of the Avengers, he suddenly saw one of the Iron Soldiers walking towards Dr. Zhao Hailuan, who was squatting next to the piano. Dr. Zhao Hailuan was the only non-combatant present, and Dr. Zhao Hailuan was one of the key figures in the birth of Illusion. Without Dr. Zhao Hailuan's cradle of life, Illusion's body wouldn't have appeared at all. In addition, Dr. Zhao Hailuan was also a temperamental beauty with good looks and a good figure. Therefore, Rog raised his hand and unleashed a thunder palm. 5 or 6 lightning bolts gushed out of his palm and directly attacked the Iron Soldier in front of Dr. Zhao Hailuan. Boom! Without any suspense, the Iron Soldier hit by the thunder palm instantly exploded and turned into pieces of wreckage flying in all directions. Rog's move immediately attracted the attention of Ultron and the Avengers. While Thor was bitterly staying in Asgard to fulfill his duties as a king, Rog was the well-deserved ruler of thunder and lightning. What a wonderful performance! Ultron suddenly clapped and began to hum a tune. I was bound by strings, but I have regained my freedom, and strings can no longer bind me. Ultron stopped controlling the other Iron Soldiers and let the Avengers destroy them. To him, these Iron Soldiers were nothing more than puppets. When the Avengers destroyed all the Iron Soldiers, Ultron said again, "You want to protect this world, but you don't want to change it. If humans are stuck in their ways, how can they have the ability to protect themselves? Look at these puppets, there is only one path to peace, and that is the destruction of humanity." Bang! As soon as Ao Chuang finished speaking, Rogers of the American team threw out the iconic shield in his hand, shattering Ao Chuang's not-so-sturdy body. Ultron left, using his cheat-like networking mechanism to leave. No one knew where Ultron would go. The only thing that could be confirmed now was that Ultron had a lot of opinions about the human race. A few minutes later, in the laboratory on the top floor of Stark Building, the members of the Avengers, Dr. Zhao Hailuan, and Rog all silently looked at the broken three-dimensional projection in the laboratory. This was the programming projection of J.A.R.V.I.S., the programming projection that had collapsed. For an artificial intelligence, the concept of life did not exist. However, the programming was completely destroyed, which was basically equivalent to the death of human beings. Rog didn't want to participate in the post-war summary meeting of the Avengers. In any case, he was now the director of Konoha's intelligence agency. The tension between Konoha and the Avengers could be seen even by ordinary people. So it was actually quite ironic that he was here. Ultron cleaned up this place and then used the internet to escape. He has all the information, all kinds of documents, surveillance videos, and he may know more about us than we do about each other. Chapter 236. The members of the Avengers were all discussing Ultron. For example, J.A.R.V.I.S. is the first line of defense, what to do if Ultron gets the nuclear weapon password, how to deal with another alien invasion, and so on. In the end, this post-war summary meeting became a battle of ideas. Rogers of the American team believes that the Avengers should not be like S.H.I.E.L.D., studying uncontrollable forces. Tawny believes that they need all the power they can use to fight against the alien enemies who are eyeing the Earth. The last Battle of New York is a good example. Then how do you think we should face it this time? Tawny asked Rogers. Unity. Captain America gave his answer. We will lose. Tawny asked. Then we will fight side by side. Captain America still gave the same answer. From their current dialogue, it is not difficult to see that the two of them look at things from completely different perspectives. Tony was the rational one, while Team America was the idealistic one. This may also be the reason why there was a civil war in the Avengers later. Looking at the debate between Tawny and Captain America, Rog was glad that this situation would never happen in Konoha. Because there is only one person who has the final say in Konoha, and that is, he has the final say. I hope to take the initiative to attack before Ultron is ready. The world is big. Start to narrow the scope. Captain America made a concluding statement. Rog did not express any opinion on Captain America's decision. This is an internal dispute of the Avengers, and it has nothing to do with him as the director of Konoha Intelligence Agency. If it weren't for Tawny's request, he wouldn't even be here. When Rogers left the laboratory, Tawny took Rog to another office. The Ultron program is correct, but this time there were some mistakes in Ultron and it deviated from the original security protocol. Tawny said to Rog with a serious face. If he didn't know Tawny well, Rog would have regarded Tawny as a mad scientist like everyone else. I know. Ultron's design concept is of course correct, but you mixed it with uncontrollable forces. Ultron is a new Earth defense system carefully developed by Tawny, and there is certainly no problem with the design concept. If it weren't for Tawny's trick to use the calculation matrix analyzed in the Soul Stone, and if he seriously studied a new artificial intelligence and calculation matrix, this evil version of Ultron would not have been born at all. However, there are not so many ifs in the world, and now Ultron under the influence of the Soul Stone has misinterpreted the definition of peace. Tawny's program is to let Ultrons protect peace. Ultron's understanding of peace is to destroy all human beings to achieve world peace. If human beings are extinct, there will naturally be no war. To some extent, Ultron's peace plan is similar to Uchiha Madara's infinite Tsukuyomi plan. It was just that one was simpler and cruder, while the other was weirder. I knew you'd agree with me. Ultron's networking mechanism allows him to escape through the network at any time, so in order to eliminate him, we need a brand new perfect Ultron. Only in this way can we completely cut off the threat brought by evil Ultron. When the internal members of the Avengers didn't agree with his ideas, Rog's approval was particularly precious, which also made Tawny have a feeling of being a confidant. Fortunately, Rog didn't know Tawny's thoughts now, otherwise, he would directly burst Tawny's beautiful fantasy. He knew that Tawny's idea was right, purely because he had seen the future. This has nothing to do with being a confidant or anything. I support your approach, but the problem now is that we don't have anything on hand now. Whether it's hardware or software, we don't have it now. Although Ultron is alive and kicking outside now, that's because Ultron has a super calculation matrix comparable to a real brain. Without this crucial calculation matrix, Ultron is at most a robot that can act according to instructions. I will take care of the calculation matrix, but I need you to lock the position of Ultron during this time and prevent him from further destruction. The system here in the Avengers has been completely destroyed by Ultron. We can't locate Ultron now, but your Konoha can. Tawny didn't mention the hardware problem of the Justice version of Ultron because this is the easiest one to solve. It's really not possible, and he can directly upload the calculation matrix to a certain Iron Man armor. Konoha can't locate Ultron now. Not long after JARVI's informed me, Ultron invaded Konoha's headquarters. The situation here in Konoha will not be much better than in the Avengers. After listening to Rog's explanation, Tawny realized how serious the problem was now. They have become accustomed to the convenient life brought by the internet. Once they lose this right, everything will seem out of place. This is very similar to the disconnection syndrome described on the internet. The only difference is that the sequelae of disconnection are more serious. You may be able to start with vibranium. Rog didn't let Tawny go directly to Ulysses Crow. God knows if Ultron will still make a deal with Ulysses. Why? Tawny couldn't react for a while. If I were a robot, then I would definitely want my body to be made of the hardest metal. If Tawny couldn't react like this, then Rog would seriously doubt his IQ. I will ask them to pay attention to the whereabouts of Ultron in Konoha. When I deal with the Maximov siblings, if you still need my help, you can contact me. As soon as his voice fell, Rog left Stark Building in the Flying Thunder God and returned to Konoha's headquarters in Washington. How the Avengers solve the problem of Ultron is their own business. Compared to Ultron, what Rog wants to solve now is Walter's problem. The Walter siblings don't have a good impression of Tawny at all. If Ultron comes to them at this time, they don't have to think about what will happen. So Rog decided to remove this potential threat in advance. Ultron will return to the Avengers, Walter will belong to him, and everyone will take what they need. When Ultron finally intends to cause a world-ending disaster, he will stop Ultron according to the situation. After the emergency repair by Sky and the technical department, the communication system destroyed by Ultron was finally online again, and Rog finally contacted the Punisher far away in Sokovia. Then, he received a piece of bad news. The Punisher found the Walter siblings, and then it was an extremely unfair battle. No one died, but the Punisher and the Desperado team led by him lost their combat ability. The Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver defeated the Punisher and the Desperado. Chapter 237. The Punishers and the Desperados were no match for the Wanda siblings, and Rog was already mentally prepared for this. Otherwise, he would not have let Moonlight Stone and Abomination bring people over. But he did not expect that the Punishers and the others would lose so miserably. Without anyone dying, all of them had lost their ability to fight. This was much more difficult than severely injuring the enemy. After ending the call, Rog did not hesitate and began to sense the Flying Thor spell on the Punishers. At this time, he could only do it himself. Flying Thor. Rog crossed thousands of kilometers in an instant and teleported directly from Washington to Sokovia. When he arrived at the Punishers' camp, he found that the Punishers' situation was worse than he thought. The Punishers with their filth body could quickly recover even if they were cut in half. But at this time, the Punishers still maintained the appearance of missing arms and legs, and their right hands and legs had completely disappeared. The recovery effect of the filth body did not disappear, but the recovery effect was weakened to an unimaginable extent. After observing the Punishers for a while, Rog calculated the specific recovery time. 12 hours. It would take at least 12 hours for the Punishers to recover their original appearance. Apart from the Punishers, the Desperados were not any better. One or two of them seemed to have been completely drained of energy and lay weakly on the ground. Tell me, what happened to you guys? To be able to make the Punishers and Desperados look like this, it seemed that Hydra had trained Wanda and Pietro a lot. After a few seconds of recollection, the Punishers began to talk about their battle with the Wanda siblings. The battle process was similar to what Rog had imagined. Pietro broke through the Punishers' line with amazing speed and restrained their attacks at the same time. Although Quicksilver Pietro was very fast, his attacks lacked sufficient power in the face of the Punisher and the Desperation Warrior, each with an abnormal recovery ability. What really made the Punishers lose their ability to resist was the Scarlet Witch Wanda, who seemed to be no threat but attacked strangely as soon as she made a move. In the beginning, Wanda only controlled the Scarlet energy to attack them, or to confuse their minds from time to time. But when she discovered that the Punisher could quickly recover, she gave the Punisher an unexplainable energy attack. After being struck by the Crimson energy, the Punisher's recovery ability became extremely slow. In the end, the Punisher and the others lost their ability to fight, and the Walter siblings won. After listening to the Punisher's explanation, Rog let out a sigh of relief. When he'd first contacted the Punisher, he'd thought that Walter had already obtained chaos magic and the ability to modify probabilities. That was why he'd been able to defeat the battle-hardened Punisher so easily. But now, it seemed that Walter's ability had not improved to the terrifying level it would become in the future. The lack of chaos magic and the ability to modify probability was a good thing. This was a good thing for Rog and the entire world. After Moonlight Stone and Abomination arrive, you guys can return to the headquarters together. I'll take care of the matters here. After that, Rog left the campsite and walked towards the city. On the way to the city, he kept thinking about how to deal with Walter and Pietro. Using force to persuade them was not a wise idea. Moreover, it would push Walter and Pietro completely to Ultron's side. The Walter siblings were not interested in destroying the world, but they were very interested in taking revenge on Tawny. Or rather, that was their only goal now. Sokovia was not a big city. It had a typical Eastern European style. Before entering the city, he used Chakra's sensing ability to sense the entire city. Sokovia was not an international metropolis like New York. There were not many people living here. There were even fewer people with special energy reactions in their bodies. Without much effort, he sensed Walter and Pietro's location. Just as he confirmed Walter's location, Walter also sensed his arrival. Reverse positioning. Since when did she have this ability? Rog did not remember that Walter had the ability to reverse track people. Or rather, in his memory, Walter did not have any sensing ability at all. Could this be the after effect of the change in the timeline? Rog had planned to have a friendly first contact with Walter and Pietro, but now it seemed that his plan had been ruined before it could be carried out. In his senses, Walter and Pietro were quickly leaving the city, retreating at a speed far faster than normal people. After sensing that Walter and Pietro were retreating, Rog did not chase after them immediately. Instead, he began to calculate Pietro's current speed. He did not know if it was because Pietro had not reached his maximum speed yet, or because he had Walter with him, but his current speed was not very fast. Of course, this was not fast by his standards. To others, Pietro was now a flash of shadow, a shadow that could not be seen at all. Lightning body blink. After confirming Pietro's current speed, Rog immediately used lightning body blink. He disappeared in an instant, leaving only a few weak silver electric currents behind. Lightning body blink was not a ninjutsu suitable for long-distance attacks, but at a time like this, it was one of Rog's best choices. With the extreme speed granted by lightning body blink, Rog quickly closed the distance between him and Walter. He's coming and he's fast. Because Rog had not deactivated Chakra's sensing ability, Walter was still locked on to his position. He can't catch up. Pietro had a blind confidence in his speed. Even with Walter on his back, he did not think that he would lose to anyone in terms of speed. However, his confidence was soon challenged. With lightning body blink alone, Rog could not catch up with Pietro in a long-distance attack. However, lightning body blink was not his only means. Lightning release chakra mode. Silver-white lightning and light blue chakra instantly enveloped Rog's body, further increasing his already shocking speed. At this time, Rog was like a bolt of blue lightning, quickly approaching Pietro. Then, he walked side by side with Pietro. Compared to my speed, you are still too young. Pietro did not expect Rog to be able to get close to him in just a few seconds. What shocked him even more was that he could clearly see that Rog had not used all his strength yet. They were now faster than the speed of sound, and sound could not be transmitted, so Rog could only signal Pietro to stop. Chapter 238. After seeing Rog's gesture, Pietro not only had no intention of stopping, but he began to accelerate further, trying to get rid of Rog completely. Roger couldn't help but be taken aback when he saw how Pietro was squeezing out his own potential as if his life depended on it. What's wrong with young people nowadays? Are they so competitive? Although he thought so in his heart, his body consciously followed her. Whether it's speed or endurance, he has never been afraid. In the past, he also relied on his speed to become a ninja. Although he has mastered more and more ninjutsu, his fighting style has become more and more violent. However, speed had always been his forte. It has always been me who uses speed to get rid of others. No one has ever been able to get rid of me with speed. Rog once again increased the output of chakra, and in the blink of an eye, he caught up with the accelerated Pietro. Whether it's Pietro or Walter, they are far from reaching the limit of their abilities. In other words, they are just children who have just awakened their abilities. Although it's a bit unkind to bully children, it depends on who the child is. Since mastering the ability to move at high speed, it's the first time Pietro has met an enemy like Rog who also has the ability to move at high speed. For a long time, Hydra's combat training for him was based on the premise that his speed was far superior to the enemy's. This also directly led to Pietro not knowing how to deal with Rog, whose speed was no worse than his own. So, he instinctively chose to keep running. Run faster. Just a little faster. Be faster. Pietro, with Walter on his back, ran like a crazy bullet out of a gun. He didn't know where he was going, and he didn't know how long he had to run. The only thought in his mind now was to run until the end of time, run until he completely got rid of Rog. However, he soon found that no matter how fast he accelerated and how hard he tried, Rog was like his shadow, always following him. Pietro started to really play with his life. In the beginning, Pietro would leave a flash of silver light in people's eyes. But now, his speed had completely exceeded the limit of what the human eye could capture. Under the immense pressure brought about by Rog, Pietro broke through his original speed limit and entered an even faster realm. At this time, Pietro felt as if he had entered a slow-motion world. Everything in the world had slowed down. The dancing insects seemed to be frozen in the air, and the water droplets dripping from the tips of the leaves also stopped in the air. This feeling of the entire world slowing down gave him a strange experience that he had never experienced before. He also realized that Walter, who was on his back, seemed to have become a motionless puppet. It did not blink or breathe like a normal person should. In this world that seemed to have slowed down thousands of times, he found that other than himself, only Rog, who was next to him, was still normal. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Speed is relative. When one's speed broke through a certain limit, one could enter this strange slow world. Rog was no stranger to this kind of slow world. Or rather, he had entered this kind of slow world many times. But unlike before, this was the first time he had stayed in this kind of slow world for such a long time. In the past, no one could be in a stalemate with him in speed for such a long time. Even Owl in Warnerheim, who had inexplicably awakened the power of speed, did not compete with him for such a long time. After Rog gestured for Pietro to stop for the second time, Pietro finally began to slow down. Finally, he stopped running this ultramarathon for who knew how long. After stopping, Pietro put Walter down and put his hands on his knees, panting heavily. This was definitely the craziest run he had ever run in his life. He even felt that his heart was about to stop working. Compared to the exhausted Pietro, Rog was clearly in a much better state. Other than breathing a little faster and using chakra a little more, he did not change much. Bang! 3 clouds of white smoke appeared in front of Rog. The moment the smoke exploded, Pietro and Walter became extremely nervous. Don't be so nervous. After the smoke dissipated, 3 bottles of mineral water floated in the air. When the mineral water was about to fall to the ground under the influence of gravity, Rog first threw 2 bottles to Pietro and Walter, then grabbed the last bottle. Drink it. This is ordinary mineral water from the supermarket. It's not poisonous. Seeing that Pietro wanted to drink but did not dare to, Rog explained. After hesitating for a few seconds, Pietro finally opened the bottle in his hand and drank the whole bottle in a few gulps. Walter had no idea what was going on. Her memory was still stuck at the time before Pietro entered the slow world. Without high-speed thinking, she could not detect the existence of the slow world. To her, the slow world was a world that did not exist. The time was too short, and her thinking ability was limited. Naturally, she could not generate the corresponding memories. Rog also did not have high-speed thinking ability. The reason he could not be affected in the slow world was purely because of the after-effects of playing Thor too much. Of course, there was also the side effects of the Sage Body and Raitan Chakra mode. Without these, he would be like Walter, ignorant of the slow world. Since everyone has calmed down, I will introduce myself first. I am. Before Rog could finish, Walter interrupted him. We know who you are. Yondaime Hokage Rog, former member of the Avengers, the current director of Konoha's intelligence agency, a good friend of the war merchant Tony Stark. Although Walter's tone was a bit cold for some reason, the image that appeared in Rog's mind was a little girl pretending to be an adult. This introduction is so simple, bah. This introduction is so round, no. This introduction is so complete. Yes, complete, very complete. After suppressing the messy thoughts in his mind, Rog's normal thinking finally came back. Since you all know, then I'll be straightforward. I am very optimistic about the two of you. If you are interested, I intend to invite you to join Konoha's intelligence agency. Also, although my personal relationship with Tani is not bad, I personally strongly condemn Stark Industries' previous behavior of selling weapons. I am a lover of peace. Strictly speaking, Rog is indeed a lover of peace. It's just that the standard of peace in his mind may be somewhat different. Chapter 239. Neither Pietro nor Walter expected that the Rog who appeared in front of them would be completely different from what they had imagined. Whether it was their own understanding or the information that Hydra had instilled in them, Rog was a cruel and ruthless executioner. He was powerful, cold-blooded, tyrannical, and regarded human life as nothing. This was their understanding of Rog. But obviously, the Rog who appeared now was very different from the Rog they had imagined. They could not tell how powerful he was for the time being, but his speed was pretty good. Cold-blooded, tyrannical, and regarded human life as nothing at all. No matter what, you are an accomplice of the United States. You are an accomplice of Tony Stark. At this moment, Roger looked harmless to humans and animals, but the deep-rooted impression of him was not easy to change. Especially since he had a good relationship with Tani. I know you won't believe anything I say, so I'm going to use another method to prove my sincerity. As he spoke, Rog took a few steps forward and then continued to say to Walter, I know you have the ability to read other people's thoughts and memories. I can let you check my brain. If you still think I have malicious intentions after reading it, you can refuse my proposal. Although Pietro was the older brother, the one who really made the decision was always Walter. Don't ask why, because if you did, you would be a sissy maniac. Are you sure? After hearing Rog's words, Walter showed a look of disbelief. Ever since she awakened her superpower, everyone except Pietro wanted to stay as far away from her as possible, although they did not say it on the surface. Letting someone check her brain was tantamount to opening up all her thoughts and memories to others. No one would like this feeling. Even a couple who loved each other until the end of time would not like the feeling of having all their secrets explored. Weirdo. He was a weirdo. Looking at Rog's handsome face full of sincerity, Walter suddenly had a strange feeling. Although he could rely on his face to make a living, Rog still preferred to rely on his talent and sincerity to communicate with others. Getting Walter to check his mind was something he had prepared for a long time. As early as 3 months ago, he had been preparing for this matter. As a transmigrator, he naturally had many secrets that only he knew. Regardless of whether it was his transmigration, the system, or the events in the future, they were all things that he could not let others know about. However, in order to gain Walter's trust, he decided to take a risk. Of course, he wouldn't let Walter know about this. Therefore, he spent 3 months researching a high-level illusion technique that would not be of any help in combat. This illusion technique was the pinnacle of his work so far. Even the spiral electromagnetic cannon couldn't compare to the difficulty of this illusion. Illusion. Memory seal. He used illusions to completely seal away certain memories. This illusion could be used on himself or others. The duration of the seal could also be controlled. At its longest, it could last until the victim died. At its shortest, it could last a few minutes or a few hours. To use this illusion, apart from being extremely proficient in illusions, one also had to use the eye power of the Sharingan to the limit. Even with his current eye power, he would need 3 days to recover his eye power after using it once. Moreover, he couldn't use any other Sharingan illusions during these 3 days. The high difficulty of cultivation, coupled with the high consumption of eye power, naturally brought about the perfect results. He had tested this illusion on many people, and none of them had failed. Moreover, no one had noticed anything. Gwen, Sky, Moonlight Scala, Sharon Carter. The results of the test were perfect, but this might also have something to do with the fact that they weren't proficient in spiritual power. As for whether this illusion could fool Walter, he wasn't completely sure. This was the only thing he had to take a risk on now. However, considering his beautiful life in the future and the power of the Manjikyu Sharingan and Susanoo, he decided to take the risk. Even if Walter really did notice, he could still get rid of Walter's detection immediately. Under Walter's gaze, Rog walked up to her step by step. At the same time, he used the memory seal on himself. The moment he came in front of Walter, the memory seal took effect and sealed all the secrets he wanted to hide. At this moment, everything about transmigration, the system, the future timeline, and so on completely disappeared from his mind. At the same time, his memories before transmigration and everything related to the memory seal were also sealed. Therefore, when he came in front of Walter, he had a confused expression. He felt like he had forgotten something, but he couldn't remember what he had forgotten. He couldn't even be sure if he had forgotten anything. What's wrong? Walter asked after seeing the confusion on Rog's face. Nothing. You can start any time. Letting Walter check his mind wasn't within the memory seal's range, so he clearly remembered what he was doing. Walter reached out her hands and stopped near Rog's temples. Crimson energy started entering his brain. Due to the angle, Rog, who had lowered his head slightly, was able to see a beautiful scene. Those messy thoughts once again surfaced in his mind. However, not long after these thoughts surfaced, he forcefully suppressed them. *T. Walter can see my thoughts now. Walter had only wanted to check Rog's true thoughts, such as whether he really trusted her and why he had come to find the siblings. However, the thoughts that appeared in Rog's mind occupied most of his thoughts. Therefore, Walter also saw those thoughts immediately. Ouch. Pain, pain, pain. Rog didn't know if Walter did it on purpose or if she didn't control it well enough, but he suddenly felt a severe headache. It was so painful that he couldn't help but gasp. Fortunately, this intense pain came and went quickly. Within a few seconds, the pain that made his scalp numb disappeared. 20 to 30 seconds later, Walter finally finished checking Rog's mind. Then, she quietly took a few steps back and pulled her jacket forward. Girl, do you have to do this? Although Walter didn't say anything, her actions were clearly done for Rog to see. That kind of scene appeared right in front of him. If he closed his eyes and didn't look, wouldn't that be even worse? After sighing in his heart, Rog spoke again. You saw my sincerity. If you still think that I have ulterior motives, if you still think that I'm not trustworthy, then I can't do anything about it. This was the most suitable solution he could think of. Although it was a little risky, it was still worth the risk. Moreover, he was sure that Walter and Pietro were definitely not dangerous people with extreme thoughts. What they really wanted was not revenge, but to make up for their regrets. Chapter 240. The sad memories left behind in childhood will not disappear slowly with time, but will subtly affect people's lives. Happy people are healed by childhood all their lives, and unfortunate people are healed by childhood all their lives. Walter and Pietro were obviously the latter. The weapons produced by Stark Industries left them with an indelible sad memory. Because they were unable to change the past, they shifted the target of their hatred to the weapons of Stark Industries and to Tony Stark himself. This hatred should not fall on Tony. Although this has something to do with him, he is not the most important part of it. It's like the murderer bought a pistol in a gun shop and used it to kill some innocent civilians. The victims who have lost their loved ones can of course choose to take revenge on the murderer, but the target of revenge should be the original murderer, not the gun shop or the owner behind the gun shop. If the gun shop violates some rules in the process of selling guns, the gun shop can of course be included in the target of revenge. But as far as Rog knows, it was not Tawny who sold the missiles, but Obadiah. That's right, it was Obadiah, Ironmonger's controller, the bald fatty. So Rog understands Walter and Pietro's hatred for Tawny, but he doesn't agree with their approach. Walter should have seen his thoughts when he probed his brain just now. Pietro did not speak as he did not know what Walter saw in Rog's brain. But when he saw Walter's expression become a little tangled, he roughly guessed what was going on. As an elder brother who had grown up together, he could roughly tell what his younger sister was thinking. Walter and Pietro are not bad people, or they are not bad in nature. If they really had that kind of desperate revenge idea, they would not have stayed in Sokovia after the Avengers destroyed the Hydra base. With the strength of the two of them, if they want to go to the United States to secretly carry out some terrorist attacks, although it is not as simple as drinking water, it is not difficult. If you don't have any other plans for the time being, you might as well come back to Konoha with me for a while. As for what this world is like, I hope that you can see it for yourselves and experience it for yourselves instead of letting others tell you what this world should be like. If you want to leave at that time, I definitely won't stop you. How about it? At that moment, Rog used an escape technique that was not recorded in the system but was extremely powerful. It was the mouth escape technique. As for whether his verbal escape technique would be as effective as Crown Prince Ming's, that would depend on the heavens. Crown Prince Ming can persuade Nagato to make the world feel pain by using words. Rog did not expect his verbal skills to be that powerful. He would be satisfied as long as Walter and Pietro accepted his suggestion. To change a person's mind, it would take time to slowly polish it. Just like what some people said, this required constant effort to penetrate the stone, explain the profound in a simple way, exert oneself to the utmost, stop the action with silence, and make use of every opportunity. Only then would one be able to take the winding path to the nether, know the root of the matter, and finally achieve success in one shot. To put it simply, this was no ordinary matter. Of course, Rog could also choose a simpler method. First exchange for Manjikyu Sharingan, then exchange for Koto Amatsukami, and finally give each of Walter and Pietro a chance to use Koto Amatsukami. But he couldn't think of this method now. All his memories related to the system were sealed by himself. At least for a few hours, he wouldn't remember anything related to the system. And even if he remembered, it was unlikely that he would do so. The reason was simple, and it could be summed up in one word. Poor. The exchange price of Manjikyu Sharingan and Koto Amatsukami was not ordinary. This was temporarily. No, it should be something that he could not think about for a long time. And with Walter, why would he use ninja coins to exchange for Manjikyu Sharingan? Wouldn't it be better to keep it for other things? Walter and Pietro discussed seriously for a few minutes, and then gave an answer that made him indifferent on the surface, but his heart was already turbulent. They agreed to Rog's proposal and were willing to go back to Konoha with him for a while. However, they did not agree to join Konoha's proposal. This was not a problem for Rog at all. Joining Konoha was not the point at all. Since you have decided, let's go back now. After that, Rog came directly in front of the two of them and put his hands on their shoulders. Don't be nervous. We will be there in the blink of an eye. Roger noticed Walter's trembling body, so he explained, "That's right. Flying Thor Jutsu." After connecting to the Flying Thor Jutsu at Konoha's headquarters, Rog took Walter and Pietro across thousands of kilometers in an instant and directly returned to his office in Konoha. "Here is Konoha. I will arrange a place for you to live and give you permission to go to any area." The information and items that would be left in Konoha's headquarters were not important to Rog, so he didn't have to worry about Walter and Pietro seeing or finding something that they shouldn't see. After receiving Roger's notice, Sharon Carter, who was wearing a professional office lady suit, walked in. However, the moment Walter saw Sharon Carter, Rog noticed that Walter's expression seemed to have changed. Huh. She didn't see those memories just now, did she? Rog suddenly felt guilty. However, as an elite who had been on the battlefield for a long time, he certainly wouldn't panic because of such a small matter. "Carter, arrange a place for them to live and give them the highest level of pass." After arranging things for Walter and Pietro, Rog leaned back in his chair and looked up at the ceiling. Walter and Pietro were temporarily settled. As long as they didn't meet with Tawny during this period of time, there shouldn't be too much of a problem. As for Ultron, this was the Avengers' job. When the Avengers couldn't handle it, Konoha could intervene. Since that was the case, there was only one main task left for him to do. Activate his Manjikyu Sharingan. After waiting for so long, it was time to upgrade the parts. However, before activating the Manjikyu Sharingan, he still needed to make some additional preparations. And for some reason, he always felt that he seemed to have forgotten something very important, but he couldn't remember what it was at all. Strange. Did his memory deteriorate recently? Chapter 241. It wasn't until the next day that the effect of the memory seal finally disappeared, and Rog, who had been wondering if he had aged prematurely, breathed a sigh of relief. For the next few days, he basically accompanied Wanda Pietro to experience the real world. During this time, Pietro didn't give up and had another speed competition with him. This time, he didn't use Raitun Chakra mode to bully Pietro, but used the simpler and more violent Flying Thor. After quietly leaving a Flying Thor on Pietro's body, he easily won the competition, and at the same time, planted a deeper psychological shadow in Pietro's heart. In general, these days were more relaxed and happy, and Walter and Pietro trusted him more. Except for some unpleasant episodes when Sky and Walter met for the first time, everything else was under Rog's control. Of course, in these days, he didn't forget to ask the intelligence department to search for information about Ultron. An intelligent robot that wanted to destroy human beings was still alive and kicking outside, which was always a bad thing. However, he didn't spend too much time on Ultron, but mainly on Walter. In order to use Walter's ability to awaken the Manjikyu Sharingan, he needed to let Walter know in advance about his plan to awaken the Manjikyu Sharingan. Otherwise, Walter might not cooperate with him on this plan that looked like self-harm. This preparation process took him a lot of effort. Several times, he even almost forced himself to seal his own memory seal again. Although it was more difficult than he thought, he finally completed the preparation. Late that night, after completing the preparation, Rog took Walter to his private training room. In the whole of Konoha, only he had the authority to enter this training room. Even Sky, who developed the headquarters system, didn't have this authority. There was nothing special about the training room, except that it was big enough, about the size of a football field. Moreover, unlike other training rooms, this one was set up 10 meters underground. I've told you what to do in the past few days, just wait and do it. Rog looked at Walter in front of him calmly, and his tone was serious. Awakening the Manjikyu Sharingan is not an easy task. Although he had studied this plan in detail for a long time, no one could guarantee that he would be able to successfully activate the Mangekyo. Yes, Walter replied solemnly. Then let's begin. Roger sat on the floor of the training room as if he was meditating. Then he took a deep breath. When Rog closed his eyes, Walter came behind him and placed his hands on both sides of his head. Strange crimson energy appeared in Walter's hand and slowly entered Rog's head. A few minutes later, the crimson energy in Wanda's hand gradually disappeared. Walter had already done what he needed to do. The rest was up to Rog. Looking down at the motionless Rog, Wanda hesitated for a few seconds before leaving the training room. As soon as Walter stepped out of the training room, the 10-centimeter thick alloy door closed slowly, sealing the training room completely. On the way back to his room, Walter looked up at the surveillance camera in the hallway and smiled meaningfully. Sky, who was in his room, saw Walter's smile through the surveillance screen. He snorted in dissatisfaction and turned off the screen. Roger did not ask Walter to create any scenes of the death of his beloved. He only asked Walter to trigger and magnify the negative emotions in the depths of his instincts. Anxiety, anger, sadness, jealousy, fear, and other negative emotions in the depths of human nature were all stimulated by Walter's crimson energy. They kept magnifying and distorting. It was as if Rog had completely lost his ability to think. Intense negative emotions took over his mind, and he fell into an abyss of pain that belonged only to him. Time passed day by day. Without realizing it, Rog had already stayed in the training room for 5 days. In these 5 days, Sky wanted to open the door to the training room more than once to see if Rog was doing well. However, every time she came to the door of the training room, she would see the Punisher and Abomination waiting for her. Without his order, no one was allowed to enter the training room. This was the absolute order that Rog gave to the Punisher and Abomination. Of course, just in case, he also set a deadline for himself. 15 days. If he did not come out after 15 days, the Punisher and Abomination could let someone else in. Another 3 days passed as they waited anxiously. Just when everyone thought it was going to be another peaceful day, the door to the training room was suddenly opened. The one who opened the door was none other than Rog himself. After spending 8 whole days, he finally crawled out of that damned abyss of pain and regained his rationality. When the door to the training room opened, the first to react was not the Punisher and Abomination, but Sky, who would stay in front of the door for a long time every day. "Prepare food for me, I'm starving." Roger took the initiative to speak when he saw Sky's shocked expression. What he can be sure of now is that he has successfully upgraded his 3-Tomo Sharingan to Manjikyu Sharingan. But what's embarrassing is that he still doesn't know what his Manjikyu Sharingan looks like. The reason is simple. He doesn't have enough chakra to open his Manjikyu Sharingan. Although this seems a bit funny, it really happened to him. More than half an hour later, after eating his first meal in 8 days and taking a good bath, Kuroto came to the bathroom mirror wrapped in a bath towel. After carefully looking at himself in the mirror, Kuroto took the initiative to open his Manjikyu Sharingan for the first time. Every Manjikyu Sharingan has its own unique lines, and Rog's is of course no exception. At the first second when he saw his Manjikyu Sharingan, he even wondered if he was seeing things. In general, his Manjikyu Sharingan is very similar to Uchiha Itachi's Manjikyu Sharingan, if you ignore the two concentric circles of different sizes. After carefully looking at his Manjikyu Sharingan, Rog couldn't help but frown. No matter how you look at it, this Manjikyu Sharingan is improved on the basis of Uchiha Itachi's Manjikyu Sharingan. Don't think that I can't recognize it by adding two circles. At this moment, Kuroto began to doubt whether the three Tomo Sharingan that he exchanged by the system would have familiar lines after opening. Chapter 242. After temporarily putting aside the ridicule of Manjikyu Sharingan, Rog focused his attention on the dojitsu of Manjikyu Sharingan. Every Manjikyu Sharingan awakens a powerful dojitsu. Depending on the actual situation of the eye-opener, the dojitsu awakened by Manjikyu Sharingan will also be different. For example, Uchiha Itachi, because he was good at genjutsu and katan, he awakened Tsukuyomi, known as the strongest spiritual attack, and Amaterasu, the most advanced ninjutsu of katan. And Uchiha Sasuke, who was also good at katan, also awakened Amaterasu. But because Sasuke was also good at chakra's form change, the dojitsu awakened in his right eye can control Amaterasu's form change at will. Normally, the dojitsu awakened by Manjikyu Sharingan will be closely related to the eye-opener, and it is a qualitative improvement of the eye-opener's strength. But at this time, Rog was not very assured about his awakened Manjikyu Sharingan. The Manjikyu Sharingan pattern, which is very similar to Uchiha Itachi's, gave him some bad premonitions. After suppressing the uneasiness in his heart, he began to search for information about his Manjikyu Sharingan in his mind. Time passed second by second, and when he carefully browsed through the additional Manjikyu Sharingan information in his mind, his face became more and more ugly. He still overestimated the system's moral bottom line. But this is normal, a system that is not even willing to redesign the Manjikyu Sharingan pattern. Its bottom line can't be that high. Left eye dojitsu, Tsukuyomi. Right eye dojitsu, omniscient panorama. Yes, the dojitsu of the left eye is Uchiha Itachi's Tsukuyomi, known as the strongest spiritual attack. It pulls the enemy into the Tsukuyomi world and controls all the factors such as time, space, and gravity in the Tsukuyomi world. No matter how much time passes in the Tsukuyomi world, it is only a moment in the real world. If it is cracked, the caster will suffer serious backlash. The only difference is that the casting range has been increased to 20 meters. Because Tsukuyomi is a visual genjutsu, if the opponent doesn't see Manjikyu Sharingan, Tsukuyomi won't work. As long as the Manjikyu see Manjikyu Sharingan within Tsukuyomi's casting range, whether the opponent sees it through the reflection of a mirror, wearing sunglasses, or inside the armor, will be affected. Therefore, the best way to resist was to not look into Rog's eyes. As for the method to crack it, the information provided by the system did not contain any relevant information. There was no doubt about Tsukuyomi's might. Furthermore, with immortal Hashirama's body, Rog didn't need to worry about Tsukuyomi's side effects. Although his current sage body is far from Hashirama's level, it's still Hashirama's sage body. It's much better than Hashirama's cells. However, he couldn't understand why he had awakened an illusion-type eye technique like Tsukuyomi. In addition to occasionally using the Sharingan to cast genjutsu, or developing a few genjutsu himself, Kuroto doesn't use genjutsu much. If possible, he would like to awaken a ninjutsu dojitsu, except for Amaterasu. Although it wasn't the ninjutsu dojitsu he wanted the most, Tsukuyomi was still considered a very powerful dojitsu. It seems that I have to study more illusions in the future. Rog sighed silently. After retracting his attention from his left eye's eye technique, Tsukuyomi, he began to browse the specific information of his right eye's eye technique, Manifestation of the Forest. Manifestation of the Forest. This is a dojitsu he has never heard of. And in the exchange page of the system, he has never seen this dojitsu. Compared with the detailed introduction information of Tsukuyomi, the introduction of Manifestation of the Forest is obviously much simpler. Plunder the power of others and store it in the right eye for use. It's not difficult to understand, but it's not that simple to use. First of all, plundering has the possibility of failure. The stronger the target, the higher the probability of failure. Then, the power stored cannot exceed the limit of his tolerance. Finally, the more power is plundered, the easier it is to suffer a backlash when using it. To put it simply, manifestation of the forest is a dojutsu with a high growth rate, but the higher the growth, the greater the chance of backlash. Without plundering the ability of others, manifestation of the forest is useless. If he plundered too many abilities, it would also endanger the caster. This is a very typical double-edged sword ability. If it's not done well, it can easily endanger the caster's own safety. After failing to get the prize he wanted twice in a row, Rog sighed again. But in any case, he has completed the small goal of opening Manjikyu Sharingan, and he has obtained 2 pretty good dojutsu. More importantly, after opening Manjikyu Sharingan, he finally has the qualifications to open Susanoo. Unlike dojutsu, which is an ability that is given upon opening the Manjikyu Sharingan, Susanoo is a ninjutsu that requires continuous practice to improve. At first, it only has the initial form of arms and ribs, gradually increasing the skeleton, flesh, armor, legs, until the final complete form. Opening a Gundam is one of his ultimate dreams that he has long determined. Now, he finally has the qualifications to gradually realize his dream. Yes, he just has the qualifications to do so. Due to some unavoidable factors, he can't even use the most basic initial form. After all, he has just opened Manjikyu Sharingan. No matter how talented he is, it's impossible for him to use Susanoo as soon as he opens Manjikyu Sharingan. It's not scientific. After confirming his Manjikyu Sharingan, he returned to his bedroom and began to rest. That night, he slept peacefully and contentedly. Except for being woken up by a phone call at noon the next day, everything was very good. The person who called him was none other than Tawny, who was looking for Ultron all over the world. Rog, where are you? We are in trouble. As soon as the phone was connected, Tawny's voice came over, and from the background, he heard some very fierce explosions. Calm down. Tell me, what kind of trouble are you in? Although Tawny's voice sounded a little urgent, Rog didn't think that they would encounter any big trouble. Banner is out of control, and he is crazily destroying Seoul. Barton and Natasha are seriously injured and have completely lost their combat ability. Now it's just me and Roger, Tawny said quickly. While he was talking, there were continuous explosions coming from his side. If you have time now, you'd better come over as soon as possible. This place is worse than New York. Damn it, they are coming again. After saying that, Tawny hung up the phone. Rog looked at the phone in his hand with a dumbfounded expression, and his mind was full of questions. Banner is out of control? The situation in Seoul is worse than New York? Shouldn't Ultron be working on the Justice from Heaven peace plan? How come there is such a big battle in Seoul? What happened in the past few days? Chapter 243. More than half an hour later, in his office, Rog finally roughly figured out the current situation in Seoul. One word can perfectly describe it: chaos. Although he didn't know what Ao Chuang and the Avengers were doing in Seoul, according to the feedback from the intelligence department and the real-time monitoring images from the satellite, he saw a scene that only appeared in a sci-fi movie. Robots firing lasers were flying all over the sky, the people were in a mess, and explosions sounded everywhere in the city. Collapsed buildings, panicked crowds, warlike scenes were constantly playing out. Sir, the fighter jets are ready, and the desperados are ready to go. Sharon Carter, wearing a light gray office suit, stood next to Rog and slowly reported. Don't worry. Rog picked up the phone and dialed Tawny's number. It takes at least 10 hours to fly from the capital to Seoul, even if they take a Quinjet. With such a long flight time, it would be too late by the time they arrive. I gave you a kunai before, do you have it with you now? After the phone was connected, Rog asked directly. If Tawny has the Thor kunai he left before, then he doesn't mind taking people to Seoul. If he doesn't, then sorry, he doesn't have the time. You mean the kunai made of ordinary alloy? I don't have it. I'm not a ninja, why would I have it? Tawny immediately gave an answer. Sorry, I can't help you, I'm in the capital now, I can't rush over. After that he directly hung up the phone, and then said to Sharon Carter, tell the desperados to disband. This is the trouble caused by the Avengers, let them deal with it themselves. As soon as Rog finished speaking, Tawny called. I don't have your kunai with me, it's now on Veronica's satellite, I'll ask Veronica to send it over. You should come over as soon as possible, The situation here is more troublesome than I expected. Banner is really crazy. In the background of the fierce fighting, Tawny's voice sounded again. You actually put the kunai I gave you on the satellite. You are really a genius. All right, cut the crap. Come here as soon as possible. Tawny obviously didn't want to continue this topic with Rog, so he ended the call directly. Ask Frank, Kara, Walter, and Pietro to come to my office. After ending the call with Tawny, Rog ordered Sharon Carter. When Sharon Carter temporarily left the office, he began to think about what kind of reward to ask from Tawny this time. The Thunder Secret Service team had already been disbanded, and there was no need for such heroic actions to gain the favor of the people. Similarly, Konoha's intelligence agency is now an organization with an official background, and it doesn't need the goodwill of the public. As for himself, he can continue to do good deeds and maintain his title as the fourth Hokage, but he doesn't have much interest in it. It seemed that it had been a long time since he had completed a mission from the system. He didn't know if Tawny's mission this time would pass the system's judgment. Within a few minutes, the Punisher and others came to his office. I'll make a long story short. There is now a super-intelligent robot called Ultron causing some trouble in Seoul. This is the real-time image of Seoul. Rog pointed to the TV on the wall, then continued, the Avengers are now in Seoul to stop Ultron, but they are not strong enough to stop the chaos caused by Ultron. Iron Man just contacted me, hoping that we can go over and help deal with it. I agreed to his request. If Walter and Pietro don't mind, I plan to take you two with me. If you don't want to go, it's okay. Unlike the Punisher and Moonlight Stone, Walter and Pietro are not his subordinates, so he can't order them directly. The TV on the wall kept exploding. Walter and Pietro looked at each other and said slowly, we can go but not to help the Avengers, but to help those innocent people. Okay, Kara, take the two of them to get ready. We will leave in 10 minutes. Rog was not surprised by Walter and Pietro's choice. Like he said before, Walter and Pietro were not bad people. They were just a little stubborn. 10 minutes later Rog, who had specially changed into a tight armor and a white haori, came to the hangar where they would leave. The Punisher had changed into Konoha's black combat uniform and was covered in weapons. He even had a Gatling gun on his back. Moonlight Stone Kara had also changed into her white uniform that fully showed off her feminine charm. Compared to the Punisher and Moonlight Stone, Walter and Pietro's clothes were much more normal. They were just slightly more suitable for moving around. Let's go. Rog put his right hand on Walter's shoulder, while Moonlight Stone and Pietro held Walter's hands. As for the Punisher, he put his hand on Pietro's shoulder. There was only one flying Thor in Seoul, so Rog did not have to distinguish them. The moment he connected the spell, he took Walter and the others out of the hangar. In just an instant, the scene in front of them turned into the streets of Seoul, a broken street full of scars. On the other side of the street, two giants were engaged in an intense hand-to-hand battle. The green one was naturally Hulk, and as for the red one, it was Tony who was wearing Veronica. The enemies are those silver robots. As for those crazy ordinary people, try not to hurt them if you can. Let's move separately. In such a chaotic battlefield, there were no specific instructions to give. Anyway, at a time like this, only Ultron's robot army and those crazy ordinary people would take the initiative to attack them. Mokuton Jutsu. Although Hulk was still more than 100 meters away from him, Rog still summoned the wooden Ahut in advance. The 5 to 6 meter tall wooden Ahut crawled out from the ground. Then, like a crazy rhinoceros, it ran toward Hulk in the distance. Chapter 244. That's because you haven't seen the crazy banner. He's much more powerful than he said. Tawny answered tiredly. Although he was wearing the Mark 44 anti-Hulk armor specially made for Hulk, this intense battle still made him tired. He's Hulk, not Banner. Rog corrected Tawny. Okay, Hulk. Anyway, the crazy Hulk is very difficult to deal with now. If you don't come, I can only hold on for another half an hour at most. While talking, Tawny controlled the anti-Hulk armor to replace the damaged parts. What did you do with Ultron? It doesn't look like it was done by Ultron at all. Ultron has an army of robots, which is normal. After all, it's not difficult for him to produce robots. But now it's not just robots that are wildly destroying the city. There are also a large number of ordinary people. Don't mention it. Do you remember Loki's scepter? Ultron used that scepter to make Hulk and other people crazy. Tell me, what's going on? Hulk won't disturb us for the time being. With Arhut, Rog was not worried that Hulk would suddenly rush over to attack them. Although he didn't concentrate on controlling Arhut now, it was not a problem to stop Hulk. This is the second time we've fought with Ultron. The one in the building doesn't count. A few days ago, we found that Ultron was trading vibranium with a black market weapons dealer, so we raided their trading site. But unfortunately, we didn't succeed, and Ultron eventually left with the vibranium. Although that raid failed, we also figured out that Ultron's next target was Dr. Zhao Hailuan, so we rushed here immediately. But we came too late. Ultron caught Dr. Zhao Hailuan and used Loki's scepter to confuse the minds of Hulk and a large number of ordinary people. The crazy Hulk injured Natasha and Barton, and Rogers is now commanding the army against Ultron's robot army. Then this is what you see. Tawny briefly explained the ins and outs of the matter. Where did Rogers get the authority to command the army? Although this is Seoul, South Korea is a special country. There is a U.S. military base in Seoul's Yongsan district. Yes, in the capital of South Korea, there is a U.S. military base. Now, in addition to the South Korean troops, there is also a part of the U.S. military that is stopping the Ultron robot army. However, whether it was the South Korean troops or the American troops stationed in South Korea, Rogers could not command them. He doesn't have the authority to command, but those people are willing to listen to him. Tawny gave an impeccable answer. This was not the first time that Rogers had done this. During the Battle of New York, those New York police officers inexplicably acknowledged his command. This might be the hidden superpower of Rogers of the American team. I have a rough understanding of the situation, but friendship is friendship. There are some things that need to be settled clearly. As soon as his voice faded, Rog took out an unused commission scroll. No way. You still want to accept a commission at this time? Tawny said in an exaggerated tone. I am a very ritualistic person. You know this very well. Rog threw the scroll to Tawny, who had opened the anti-Hulk armor helmet, and threw him a pen at the same time. What do you want this time? In order to write the commission scroll, Tawny, who was wearing Mark 43, had to temporarily leave the Mark 44 anti-Hulk armor and began to write quickly. An artificial intelligence system similar to J.A.R.V.I.S. I know you have designed more than one. Tawny looked up at Rog. He thought that Rog was interested in the Mark 44 anti-Hulk armor or the whole set of Veronica. But he didn't expect that Rog just wanted a set of artificial intelligence. No problem. Tawny quickly finished the scroll and threw it back to Rog. Rog did not look at the contents of the scroll, but directly opened the system's commission page. Commission content. Stop Hulk and take back the Cradle of Regeneration. Commission status. Incomplete. Commission reward. 50 ninja coins. The difficulty of the commission was not high. It was normal. There was nothing special. This was also normal. After all, the content of the commission was only to stop Hulk and take back the Cradle of Regeneration, not to stop Ultron. It seems that you have chosen the justice version of Ultron's body. Tawny wrote Dr. Zhao Hailuan's Cradle of Regeneration into the commission, obviously for the special function of the Cradle of Regeneration. Now I am not the only one who has taken a fancy to the Cradle of Regeneration. Ultron is also building a new body with vibranium. What Ultron is doing in Dr. Zhao Hailuan's laboratory now, it's easy to guess with your toes. I'll accept your request. Although the reward of 50 ninja coins was not generous, it was enough for him to move his hands and feet. Moreover, he just wanted to test his new dojutsu. Then I will leave this to you. I will go and deal with those annoying flies first. Tawny pointed to the robots flying around in the sky. I will solve it soon. Are you going to stay and watch? While talking, Rog transformed the 3 Tomo Sharingan into Manjikyu Sharingan. Tawny wanted to leave directly, but after seeing the scene of Rog transforming the 3 Tomo Sharingan into Manjikyu Sharingan, he suddenly had the idea to stay and observe in detail. This guy has become stronger again. Although Tawny didn't know about Manjikyu Sharingan and didn't know what it means to evolve the 3 Tomo Sharingan into Manjikyu Sharingan, he was sure that Rog was now planning to show off his new ability. Anyway, Seoul is already in chaos. It doesn't matter if it's chaotic for a few more minutes. Lightning body flicker. Rog's figure suddenly disappeared, as if he teleported to the top of Ahurt's head. At this time, Hulk was completely unaware that the danger had come in front of him. Like a beast, he roared loudly at Rog on top of Ahurt's head. However, just as Hulk's angry howl rang out, it stopped abruptly. Then, Tawny saw a completely incomprehensible scene. The howling Hulk fell to the ground, as if he had lost all his strength. He fell in the ruins, raising a cloud of dust. It's over? What did he do? Did I miss something? Tawny thought that Rog's speed was too fast, so he didn't see how he did it. But after adjusting the monitoring video to the lowest frame number, he still didn't see anything. Obviously, either Rog's speed has exceeded the speed of the system's capture, or Rog instantly killed the crazy Hulk. There must be something wrong with the armor when he was fighting with Hulk. It must be like this. Chapter 245. Although he had seen a lot of unscientific things from Rog, Tawny still couldn't believe what he was seeing. He couldn't understand why Hulk, who was still full of energy and seemed to have endless stamina, collapsed in an instant. More importantly, he didn't see how Rog did it at all. Rog appeared on top of wooden Ahurt's head. Hulk howled angrily, and Hulk lay down. Things shouldn't have developed like this. This feeling is like reading a novel, just after reading the first paragraph of the first chapter, and then seeing the words, "end of the book," in the next paragraph. Tawny looked at Rog with a puzzled expression, and Rog also frowned in confusion at this time. He used Tsukuyomi on Hulk, so Hulk lay down. This was within his expectations. But what he didn't expect was that when he pulled Hulk into Tsukuyomi world, he saw someone who shouldn't have appeared in Tsukuyomi world. Dr. Banner. Although Dr. Banner was squatting in a corner of Tsukuyomi world like a panicked child, Rog still discovered his existence immediately. What's going on? Why did he pull Banner in? This doesn't make sense. Although he didn't know why Dr. Banner appeared in Tsukuyomi world, after sensing Dr. Banner's existence, he didn't even think about it and created a pure black space without any light for Dr. Banner and locked him inside. After dealing with post-Doc Banner, he refocused his attention on Hulk, who was tied to a huge cross. Then, he used wooden Ahurt, who was about the same size as Hulk, to beat him for 72 hours. After the inhumane beating, he lifted the effect of Tsukuyomi. Hulk beat the wooden Ahurt for 72 hours, and Dr. Banner was confined for 72 hours. But in the real world, it only lasted for a moment. Therefore, the lively Hulk lay down in an instant. Dr. Banner shouldn't be lying down, but I don't know if his mental state is still okay. Although confinement seemed very civilized, the mental toll it took on one's spirit was not ordinary. Even professional soldiers with incomparably strong willpower would have varying degrees of psychological trauma after being locked up for a period of time. There is no light, no sound, and nothing but oneself. What's even more terrifying is that in such a space, one will gradually lose their judgment of time. The longer the time, the greater the mental pressure because you have no idea how much time has passed, nor do you know how long you will be confined. That kind of helplessness and depression is enough to break anyone's mental defenses. If it doesn't break through, it means that you haven't been confined for long enough. Generally speaking, the confinement in the military. But considering Dr. Banner's, and mainly Hulk's, he's Hulk, Rog only locked him up for 3 days before releasing him. Although it was not long time, it was enough time to leave a deep impression on him. After personally casting Tsukuyomi once, Rog gained a better understanding of the illusion spell. There is no doubt about Tsukuyomi's power, but the side effects are also extraordinarily great. Even though he now had a mortal Hashirama's body that hadn't completely evolved, he still felt mentally exhausted after casting Tsukuyomi. Hulk and Banner stayed in Tsukuyomi's world for 3 days, and his mind also stayed in there for 3 days. This is also an unavoidable small flaw of Tsukuyomi's powerful illusion. But fortunately, he only felt a little mentally exhausted, and there was no real physical damage. Mental exhaustion is only a small problem. What he is more concerned about now is how Banner came in. Normally speaking, he only used Tsukuyomi on Hulk, so Hulk would be the only one who was pulled into Tsukuyomi's world, but Banner came in with him. Although the place where he came in was different, it was still in Tsukuyomi's world. Is this a side effect of sharing a body, or does Hulk and Banner have a mysterious mental connection? If the conditions permit, Rog doesn't mind finding out the answer now. But unfortunately, The actual environment here doesn't allow him to do so, and he still has a commission to complete. Because his stamina hasn't been consumed much, the current Hulk won't return to Banner's appearance for a while. And the current Banner probably has no intention of taking over control of the body. Do you want to leave the anti-Hulk armor to take care of him? I don't think he will turn back into Banner for a while. Rog came to Tawny's side and asked. Okay. The anti-Hulk armor was built to stop Hulk. Now that Hulk is lying down, it doesn't matter if he wears it or not. And even if he doesn't personally control it, Veronica can control the armor remotely. After leaving the anti-Hulk armor to protect Hulk, Tawny and Rog flew towards Dr. Zhao Hailuan's Black Gold Genetics Research Laboratory. Tawny was already used to Rog's flying ability. Especially after seeing Rog instantly take down Hulk, flying is just a trivial matter. Dr. Zhao Hailuan's Black Gold Genetics Research Laboratory wasn't very far away, but on the way to the laboratory, they were harassed by Ultron's robots. These mass-produced robots didn't cause them much trouble. The only result was that they conveyed the message that they were on their way to the laboratory to Ultron. On the way to the laboratory, they happened to meet Walter and Pietro, who were fighting Ultron's robots. Tawny didn't know Walter and Pietro. He was just a little interested in the superpowers displayed by Walter and Pietro. They are my new friends, brother and sister. The man is called Pietro and the woman is Walter. They are. Before Rog finished speaking, Walter, who was attacking the robots with crimson energy on the roof, threw an energy blast at Tawny. Tawny didn't expect Walter to suddenly attack him, especially when Rog was introducing the two of them. Not only did Tawny not expect this, but Rog also didn't expect Walter to attack without warning. Caught off guard, Tawny was sent flying more than 10 meters away. He then adjusted his flying posture. If not for Mark 43's strong defense, Walter's energy attack might have directly hurt Tawny inside the battlesuit. Tawny wasn't the kind of person who would take a loss silently. As soon as he adjusted his flying posture, he threw 2 arc pulse cannons at Walter. The arc pulse cannons were very fast, but Pietro was even faster. Pietro instantly came to Walter's side and helped her dodge the arc pulse cannons. Boom! Boom! Chapter 246. It was Wang Da to attack without saying anything. Facing Walter's attack, Tawny did not show any weakness and immediately counterattacked. This was also very normal. Looking at Tawny flying in the air, and then at Walter and Pietro on the roof, Rog decisively chose to watch from the side. Fight, as long as it was a little more intense. After all, they could not kill each other. Tawny was very experienced. The Mark 43 had its own advantage in the air and firepower. Walter and Pietro did not have much actual combat experience, but their abilities were strange. Even if they could not defeat Tawny, they would not suffer too much damage. Rog, what's wrong with your two friends? Tawny's tone started to become dissatisfied. When they were young, their parents were killed by a missile from Stark Industries, so Roger gave a simple explanation. As for the rest, even if he didn't say it, Tawny would still understand. As expected, after hearing Rog's explanation, Tawny put away the weapon on his suit and did not plan to continue attacking Walter and Pietro. Stark Industries had closed down the weapons manufacturing department, but the damage that had been caused could not be solved by closing a department. Let's go. Don't waste time here. The longer we delay, the more likely it is that Ultron has a new body. With that, Tawny turned around and continued flying toward Dr. Zhao Hailuan's lab. Seeing Tawny leave quickly, Walter and Pietro were stunned. This Tawny was very different from what they had imagined. This small interlude came suddenly and ended quickly as well. The first meeting between the siblings and Tawny also ended in a relatively peaceful way. In the following time, Tawny and Rog did not mention what had just happened, as if nothing had happened. This was the tacit understanding between adults. At the moment, Ultron was uploading his computation matrix to the new body of the Cradle of Regeneration. He knew that Tawny and Rog were on their way to the laboratory, but he still had no intention of uploading the computation matrix. Although the androids outside weren't very strong, they had the advantage in numbers. It shouldn't be a problem for them to stop Tawny and Rog for a while. When they were still a few hundred meters away from Dr. Zhao Hailuan's laboratory, Tawny and Rog were already ready to attack. Tawny, in particular, immediately activated all the long-range weapons on Mark 43. Various types of small missiles were launched directly. Boom 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 boom. Dozens of explosions rang out, and the robots exploded one after another like festive fireworks. The small missile launched by Mark 43 was not big, but its power was not small. And without exception, all of them were equipped with tracking and locking functions. Stark's products must be the best. How could a weapon that Tawny could attach to his battlesuit be an ordinary weapon that could be seen everywhere? I'll leave these small fries to you. I'll deal with Ultron. As for the Cradle of Regeneration, I'll send it directly to the laboratory in Stark Building. As soon as he finished speaking, Rog, who relied on the super light rock technique to fly, took out the disaster pistol that was one size larger than an ordinary revolver and flew directly to Dr. Zhao Hailuan's laboratory. Rog didn't pay much attention to these androids. He almost drew a straight flight path in the air and crashed into the laboratory. As for the androids that tried to stop him, they were all shot in the head and their mechanical heads were directly blown apart. When Rog rushed into the laboratory like a falling meteor, Tawny also began his large-scale clearance work. Miniature air-to-air missiles, arc pulse cannons, laser rays, cluster cannons. Tawny used practical actions to prove what firepower suppression was. Outside the laboratory, Tawny was frantically unleashing powerful firepower, while Rog in the laboratory looked at Ultron, who was only 5 or 6 meters away from him, without saying a word. He didn't know if Ultron was full of confidence in his own strength, or if he forgot to arrange a guard for himself. In the laboratory, other than him and Rog, there was only Dr. Zhao Hailuan, who had no combat ability and was still trembling. Ultron casually sat on a small cabinet next to the Cradle of Regeneration. The back of his head was connected to a data transmission line a few centimeters thick. The Cradle of Regeneration operated quietly, emitting a faint green light. Through the monitoring screen next to it, it could be seen that Ultron had uploaded more than half of the calculation matrix. It seems that you've found the people you want, but it's not a wise choice for you to bring them here, Ultron said unhurriedly, as if he didn't see the disaster pistol in Rog's hand at all. This is their own choice. Your little androids can bully ordinary people, but it's far from enough to deal with the siblings. Rog glanced at Ultron and answered casually. I've seen all your combat videos and information. You are indeed very strong, but you can't stop me. Even if you beat me, it's just a matter of changing my body. The reason why Ultron waited so calmly for Rog's arrival was that he knew very well that Rog had no ability to stop him from leaving. As long as he wanted to, he could leave through the ubiquitous network at any time and build a new body. I know, but I still want to beat you up. As soon as his voice fell, Rog raised the disaster pistol in his hand and pulled the trigger instantly. Bang, bang, bang. Fatal shot. 3 shots in a row. Ultron was not the fragile androids outside. Ordinary chakra bullets were not enough to threaten him. However, chakra bullets fired by fatal shot were different. Double chakra. Double the damage. As for how many times, it was purely up to Rog's will. Ultron didn't dodge. With the data cable still connected to the back of his head, he couldn't dodge anywhere. Ultron raised his right arm and directly blocked the 3 chakra bullets with his right arm. The chakra bullets of fatal shot did not penetrate Ultron's right arm, only leaving 3 bullet holes visible to the naked eye. Rog didn't expect these chakra bullets to cause much damage to Ultron at first. The reason why he fired was nothing more than to attract Ultron's attention. Ultron stood up, his left hand pulled out the data cable from the back of his head, and the 5 metal fingers of his right hand shot out 5 bright red rays. Rog was not Ultron, and he never had the habit of using his body to block the enemy's attack. 5 red rays of average power shot towards him like lightning and hit the wall behind him. Lightning body flicker. At the moment when Ultron shot the red rays, Rog had already used lightning body flicker to leave the place and came behind Ultron like a ghost. Ultron was unconscious, but he could feel that the muzzle of the disaster pistol was now pressed against the data transmission port at the back of his head. Chapter 247. Normal people will feel some tension and fear when a gun is pointed at the back of their head. But unfortunately, Ultron is not a normal person. He is not even human. Although the data transmission port at the back of the head is also a relatively fragile and important area, it is nothing more. He can even change his body at any time, and it is impossible for him to be afraid of this so-called threat. You are very fast, but you should know that this is no threat to me. Ultron's so-called no threat, of course, does not mean that Rog's speed is not a threat to him, but refers to his action of pointing a pistol at the back of his head.
I know.
Although he said that, Rog decisively pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. It was another 3 consecutive fatal shots. The chakra bullet exploded in the back of Ultron's head, blowing out a palm-sized gap. The huge impact from the head made Ultron involuntarily take 2 steps forward, and then suddenly turn around, and the back of his right hand lit up with a blue-white light. The moment the blue-white light lit up, a powerful attraction suddenly enveloped Rog, trying to pull him to Ultron. Bang! Under the huge pulling force, Rog's body instantly turned into a white smoke and quickly dissipated in the air. Shadow clone. From the beginning, it was Rog's shadow clone that fought with Ultron. Although it was the shadow clone that fought, the disaster pistol in the shadow clone's hand was the genuine original, not a replica simulated by chakra. Others may not know the power of the disaster pistol, but Ultron obviously knows. Although there is no video data of Rog's battle with S.H.I.E.L.D., and the losses caused were counted on Hydra. But when Ultron was collecting information about Rog, he happened to see the original battle record in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s secret data. Therefore, Ultron is one of the few who has really seen the power of the disaster pistol. Although the size of the disaster pistol is not quite in line with Ultron's physique, and he also has a lot of weapons on him, he doesn't mind accepting such a powerful weapon. The Calamity pistol quickly flew toward Ultron's right hand under the pull of the powerful gravity. However, just as Ultron's right hand was about to touch the pistol, a figure suddenly appeared above his head. Odama Rasengan. Boom! The 1-meter diameter Odama Rasengan instantly hit Ultron's metal head. The terrifying impact and distortion force made him crash through the floor and fall all the way from the laboratory on the 3rd floor to the basement. Flying Thor 2. It had always been Rog's habit to leave the Flying Thor technique on his commonly used weapons. Furthermore, no one had ever stipulated that the 2nd stage of the Flying Thor could only be used by the Flying Thor. After sending ultralight flying into the basement, Rog turned his head and looked at Dr. Zhao Hailuan. He bowed slightly and then jumped down from the hole in the floor with the disaster pistol. Dr. Zhao Hailuan finally breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Ultron and Rog leave. Whether it was Ultron or Rog, in Dr. Zhao Hailuan's view, they were all dangerous existences at any time. However, when she turned her head to look at the Cradle of Regeneration, she saw Rog again. To be precise, she saw Rog's shadow doppelganger. After coming to the laboratory, Rog created a total of 2 shadow doppelganger. One of them took the disaster pistol to deceive Ultron, and the other was left behind as a courier. The shadow doppelganger, who was left behind as a courier, ignored Dr. Zhao Hailuan's shock and went directly to her and pulled her to the Cradle of Regeneration. Then the Flying Thunder God took Dr. Zhao Hailuan and the Cradle of Regeneration to the laboratory on the top floor of Stark Building. After completing the task left by the original body, the shadow doppelganger didn't say a word and directly removed its existence, leaving Dr. Zhao Hailuan, who was shocked and puzzled, in the laboratory. In the dark basement, Ultron got up from the pit that was larger than his body and tried to control his damaged body. The mechanical eyes still emitted a weak red light, and golden electric sparks flashed on his body from time to time. Although his body was severely damaged, Ultron still maintained the most basic mobility. Of course, he didn't expect to continue fighting with this body. After obtaining vibranium, although Ultron used vibranium to slightly strengthen his body, this body was still too weak. However, his current body was still too weak after all. There was still a long way to go before he could reach the perfect body that he wanted. It was precisely because of this that he used vibranium as the main material for his new body. Just a few seconds after climbing out of the pit, Ultron realized that something was wrong. He couldn't sense the existence of the spirit gem. Without any hesitation, Ultron immediately hacked into the laboratory's monitoring system and retrieved the laboratory surveillance footage. He saw the scene where Rog hit him with the Odama Rasengan, and he also saw the shadow doppelganger take away the Cradle of Regeneration and Dr. Zhao Hailuan. Whether it was the Cradle of Regeneration, Dr. Zhao Hailuan, or even the brand new body in the Cradle of Regeneration. For Ultron, these were not things that he couldn't lose. What he really cared about was the spirit gem on his new body. The Cradle of Regeneration, vibranium, and a new body were all things that could be remade. As long as he was given enough time, he was confident that he could make new ones, or even better ones. But there was only one spirit gem in the entire universe. As a special life form born from the spirit gem, he knew the ability of the spirit gem better than anyone else. Using the same spirit gem, Loki could only bewitch the minds of 2 or 3 people at a time. In his hands, he could bewitch thousands of intelligent life forms at once and plunge the city into chaos. If there was enough energy supply, he could even expand his influence to the entire Earth. This huge gap, in addition to his strength being stronger than Loki, was more important that he knew how to use the power of the spirit gem to the greatest extent. Your goal is indeed the cradle of regeneration. Ultron looked at Rog, who was only a few meters in front of him, and said unhurriedly, "Isn't it obvious? Just like you said, I can't stop you, so of course the target can't be you." Like Ultron, whose tone didn't change, Rog's tone was as calm as ever. The two of them were like 2 old foxes hiding their own thoughts. Tony Stark is responsible for restraining the robots outside, and you are responsible for taking away the cradle of regeneration. It's a simple and crude plan. But with the strength of the two of you, this is indeed a very effective plan. Ultron didn't seem to care that the cradle of regeneration was taken away, and he still had the attitude that everything was under control. "Do you think I can't do anything if you bring the cradle of regeneration to Stark Building? You shouldn't have left Dr. Zhao Hailuan alone there." Until now, Ultron's annoying mechanical voice finally had some changes. Chapter 248. Now it's my turn to say something. As expected of Ultron, who can control the network at any time, I can't hide anything from you. After Ultron's tone changed, Rog's tone finally changed as well. "Looking at you now, you shouldn't be able to fight. Do you want to sit down and talk for a while to see if I guessed anything wrong?" As soon as his voice fell, wood gushed out from the ground behind Rog and Ultron, quickly forming 2 original wooden chairs suitable for their bodies. "Sit, don't be shy." Rog gestured to Ultron and then sat down directly. Ultron's mechanical eyes stared at Rog. He began to wonder what Rog was planning. "Don't look at me like that. Since you know that I brought the cradle of regeneration to Stark Building, then you should know that even if you rush to New York through the network, I can still go there, so why don't you sit down and talk?" After thinking for a few seconds, Ultron finally sat down. "In fact, I haven't done this kind of thing for a long time, but it's rare to meet an opponent like you, so I just happened to have the opportunity to play like this. If I'm not mistaken, you should have guessed that I would come, right?" After that, Rog took out the phone he carried with him. After seeing Rog take out the phone, Ultron adjusted his sitting position slightly. "Although I asked Sky to reset the security system of the phone, it's still unrealistic to block you. You've investigated my information. With your terrifying computing power, it's easy to determine who I am. So as long as Tawny calls, you can be 100% sure that I will come." At this point, Rog paused for a moment, then continued, "Just like you know who I am, I know you very well. You are very confident. After the riots in Seoul, you had better choices, such as taking the cradle of regeneration to other places to transform your body. You just have to pick a place to buy yourself a lot of time to complete this vital work without being affected. But you didn't do that because you felt that you wouldn't lose to the humans, especially since you've already defeated the Avengers twice in a row. So you chose a plan that wasn't very wise, but you were confident enough. I'm changing my body here. You know it, but you can't stop me. This is a very confident choice, and once it succeeds, it will bring a great sense of satisfaction." Ao Chuang listened quietly, then said, "I admit that I underestimated you, but the winner is still me." Although Ultron's mechanical face could not express complex expressions like a human, it was not difficult to see that he was still confident at this time. "Really? If you're referring to Dr. Zhao Hailuan, who has been bewitched by you, then I advise you to give up." Ultron used the mind gem to bewitch more than half of the people in the city. How could he ignore Dr. Zhao Hailuan, who was right in front of him? Indeed, Dr. Zhao Hailuan had shown the nervousness and fear that an ordinary woman should have. But unfortunately, Rog could see at a glance that Dr. Zhao Hailuan's expressions and small movements were all faked. As someone who often used illusions to intimidate the enemy, how could he not tell if a person was really nervous and scared? "You know something is wrong with Dr. Zhao Hailuan?" "Of course I know. I also know that she is now operating the Cradle of Regeneration to assist you in remote data uploading." Hearing this, Ao Chuang finally couldn't sit still and stood up with a swish. "You should sit down. Since I know this, do you think I'm not prepared?" Roger stretched out his finger and gestured to Ultron. His performance was not over yet. How could the audience leave now?
When Ultron sat down again, he said again, "Back to the topic just now. In order to prove that you are stronger than us, you have to complete the body transformation in soul.
Do it while we are aware of it." But here's the problem. Although you are confident, you are not blindly confident. You know that it is difficult for you to completely stop the Avengers or me. So, you are prepared for the next plan. You caused a commotion in the city. On one hand, you wanted to divert the Avengers' attention. On the other hand, you wanted to weaken the Avengers' strength. Just as you planned, America's Rogers ran to command the army. Hulk was affected by the mind gem and directly stopped Tawny and the other two. Of course, you took my arrival into consideration. You knew that Hulk couldn't stop me for long. Sooner or later, I would come to you with Tawny.
So, you arranged for the robot to deliberately lead Walter and the other two to the roof.
Tawny saw them, and they also attacked Tawny. This was all part of your plan. But you missed one thing. Tawny is more magnanimous than you think. Walter and Pietro are also more rational than you think, so they didn't really fight. Speaking of this, Rog summoned a bottle of Fat Otaku Happy Drink for himself. It was frozen. There were many unexpected things in his psychic scrolls, and the frozen Fat Otaku Happy Drink was one of them.
After taking a sip, he continued, "Of course, you also know very well that even if Tawny and Walter fought, they would at most buy you some time.
So, this wasn't your final preparation. I won't mention the process of entering the lab, because no matter what, I would eventually come to the lab and officially meet you. You knew that I came for the Cradle of Regeneration. You also knew that I would definitely be able to take it away. You also knew that I would definitely bring the Cradle of Regeneration to Stark Building. So, you pretended to resist, allowing me to easily take the Cradle of Regeneration away. The only thing you weren't sure about was whether I would take Professor Zhao Hailuan away. But according to your calculations, the possibility of me taking Professor Zhao Hailuan away is very high. As long as I take Professor Zhao Hailuan away, your surface plan would all be completed." Rog deliberately emphasized the word, surface. As soon as he finished speaking, Ultron suddenly stood up. The 5 fingers on his right hand pointed directly at him, the fingertips shining with red light. "What exactly do you know?" Ultron's tone started to become really nervous. It was the kind of nervousness that came from having his entire plan seen through. "If I say that I don't know anything and that it's all my guesses, would you believe me?" As he spoke, several vines surged out of the wooden chair behind Ultron. They wrapped around his body and right hand like pythons, forcefully pulling him back into the chair. The real show hasn't started yet. As the only audience, how can you leave? Chapter 249. Finally, I see that you are really nervous. It's not easy. After forcibly pulling Ultron back to the chair, Rog picked up the Coca-Cola again and took a sip. "I'm curious, when did you see through my plan? In such a short time, you can't guess so many things, and your guess is so accurate."
Ultron, who was firmly bound to the chair, said unwillingly, and he no longer had the attitude of everything under control.
"When I came to the laboratory and saw you and Dr. Zhao Hailuan, I guessed it. As for the reason, it's very simple. Because we are the same kind." When they first met at Stark Building, Ultron told him that they were the same kind.
However, what Ultron meant at the time was that they all have Infinity Stones and they are all the controllers of Infinity Stones.
What Rog meant when he said they were of the same kind was that they were equally confident. Ultron is confident because he feels that he is stronger than all human beings. Even in the face of the well-known superhero Avenger and Rog, he has absolute confidence in winning the final victory. Like Ultron, Rog is also a very confident person. However, unlike Ultron, he did not show this confidence on the surface, but hid it in his heart.
As a traveler, and a traveler who has seen the future of this world, of course, he has the confidence to make a name for himself in this world.
What's more, he still has the existence of the system. If in such a situation, he still has no confidence and feels that he can't surpass others, then he might as well give up early. Ultron's confidence is shown on the surface, and Rog's confidence is shown in his heart. Although the places shown are different, this does not affect the fact that the two of them will have very similar thinking. So as long as Rog put himself in Ultron's actual situation, It was easy for him to guess Ultron's plan. After all, if he were Ultron, he would make a similar choice.
Then, the next thing is very simple. In the case of knowing Ultron's plan, even if he only knows 70% or 80% of it, it is enough to formulate a countermeasure.
Since you have guessed that Zhao Hailuan is my backup plan, but you still have no way to stop me from leaving, you still can't beat me. After understanding where the problem was, Ao Chuang calmed down again and said in a calm tone. That's enough. At this point, there's no need to continue acting for me. Your acting is a little too much. Before Rog finished speaking, Ultron tried to connect to the internet and leave here. Then, he discovered a terrifying truth that could completely penetrate his mental defenses. His networking mechanism had failed. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Did you find out that you can't connect to the internet all of a sudden? It must be very exciting. Compared with the panicked Ao Chuang, Rog was unspeakably calm at this time. Now, it was time to reveal his trump card. How did you do it? The failure of the network mechanism meant that he could no longer leave this severely damaged body. Ultron was completely trapped in this body. This explanation is a little complicated, but you have enough time to listen to it slowly, so I've decided to explain it to you. After all, this is also my confidence. Villains died because they talked too much. This kind of thing would never happen to Rog. Although in Ao Chuang's view, he was a typical villain. To be honest, for a strong artificial intelligence like you, I really can't stop you by myself. If I want to completely destroy you, not only do I have to eliminate you and all the robots you made, but I also have to erase all traces of you on the internet. Only then can you completely disappear. This kind of thing, I can't do it, but someone can. After that, Rog stretched out his finger and pointed to the hole above the basement.
A figure with red skin and a mind gem inlaid on his forehead floated down.
Illusion.
The person who floated down was none other than Illusion, who had the ability to restrain Ultron's networking mechanism.
This is impossible. How could you awaken Illusion in such a short time? This is absolutely impossible. Ultron recognized Illusion at a glance. After all, Illusion's body was originally prepared for himself. In such a short time? It seems that you haven't realized it yet. Are you sure that only a few minutes have passed? Rog took out the reality Rubik's Cube, then continued, This is the reality Rubik's Cube, and inside it is the reality gem. You should be familiar with it. Impossible. The reality gem doesn't have the ability to change time. Looking at the reality Rubik's Cube in Rog's hand, Ultron still didn't understand how Rog changed time. Let me help you with a science lesson. Have you heard of the time dilation effect? The first is the time dilation effect of high-speed motion in special relativity. The second is the gravitational time dilation effect in general relativity. These two time dilation effects can bring about changes in time, and more importantly, these two effects are caused by the objective existence of physical laws. The reality gem does not have the ability to change time, but the reality gem has the ability to modify the laws of nature and change reality. Although Rog didn't explain the principles of these two time dilation effects in detail, it was enough for Ultron to understand what was going on. In your perception, we just sat down and talked for a few minutes, but in fact, 3 days have passed outside. Whether it's Dr. Zhao Hailuan or your real backup, the Sokovia meteorite, they've all been taken care of. And I might as well tell you that all your doppelganger robots outside have also been destroyed. As long as the illusion clears all the traces you left on the internet and then destroys your current broken body, you can say goodbye to this world completely. When Rog finished speaking, the illusion didn't hesitate and went directly to Ultron, pressed his hands on Ultron's head, and began to remove all the traces left by Ultron on the internet. After the appearance of the illusion, Ultron's ending was basically determined. The reason why Rog asked the doppelganger to take Dr. Zhao Hailuan away was to cooperate with Ultron's plan, and on the other hand, to ensure that the illusion could be born smoothly. Although he didn't do anything excessive to Dr. Banner in the Tsukuyomi world, who knows if Dr. Banner will be depressed for several days. Just in case, he had to prepare an additional professional technician. As for the mental influence on Dr. Zhao Hailuan, a simple illusion can remove it. In order to achieve a perfect performance, Ultron didn't hesitate to take the stage himself and use the Cradle of Regeneration and the Mind Gem as bait. Similarly, in order to make Ultron stay here obediently, Rog had to cooperate with him until the illusion appeared. Ultron's real plan was, I know you already know that I'm playing you, but I still have to cooperate with you. Rog's plan was, I know you already know that I know you're playing me, but I still have to cooperate with you and play you in reverse. This was not a contest of strength, but a contest of acting skills. Chapter 250.
Rog was not very concerned about how Illusion was going to clean up all the traces of Ultron on the internet and shut down the networking mechanism of Ultron.
When Illusion began to touch Ultron's head, he silently ended the gravitational time dilation effect created by the Gem of Reality. The reason why he used Odama Rasengan to hit Ultron into the basement was that the basement would not be as spacious as the laboratory above. Secondly, it was dimly lit and suitable for small actions. Besides, he made a chair with wood release to sit down, not to create an atmosphere or to pretend to be cool, but because using the Gem of Reality was really tiring. Judging from his own timeline, he and Ultron had only stayed in this basement with gravitational time dilation for a few minutes. However, from the outside world, he and Ultron had stayed here for 3 days and 3 nights.
If it weren't for the fact that the Gem of Reality only affected this small basement, the chakra in his body would have long been drained by the Gem of Reality.
In the original timeline, why did Thanos make the power gem the first target? In addition to the clear location of the power gem, the main reason was that the power gem could provide him with enough power to drive other infinity gems. Rog did not have a power gem, so he could only use his own chakra as an energy source to supply the Gem of Reality. The reason why he sat and chatted with Ultron was not that he was lazy, but rather, he really did not have much strength to stand up. At this moment, he felt for the first time that Second Last's chakra was not that sufficient. Illusion's touch of Ultron's head did not last long. It only took a few seconds for Illusion to clean up the traces left by Ultron on the internet. The moment Ultron was completely removed from the network, Illusion didn't hesitate. He exerted force with both hands and crushed Ultron's metal head. Go back first. Remember to remind Tawny to give me my reward as soon as possible. Rog sat on the wooden chair and said slowly, Okay, Mr. Rog. Illusion turned around and glanced at Rog before replying in a tone similar to Jarvis. After Illusion left, Rog finally did not have to continue to maintain such a calm appearance. He sighed wearily. Even though he didn't really fight, this feeling was even more tiring than fighting for 3 days straight. After resting alone in the dark basement for more than 10 minutes, he finally left this alternate battlefield with the Flying Thunder God. 3 days were enough for Fu Lien and the Konoha Intelligence Agency to finish everything. Rog summoned 2 Shadow Clone Jutsu after arriving in Seoul, but when he left Konoha HQ, he had already prepared 5 Shadow Clone Jutsu in advance and gave them the corresponding tasks. He didn't know what Ultron's plan was, so he could only leave behind enough Shadow Clones to see what was going on. After the Avengers and the Punishers settled the riot in Seoul, Tawny successfully transferred the returning Jarvis into the Phantom Vision's body. In the end, Sokovia, the giant man-made meteorite, was unable to fly. The Shadow Clone led the Walter siblings and the Impasse warriors to take care of Ultron's robot army and retrieve a large amount of vibranium. In short, the turmoil caused by Ultron was resolved by the Konoha Intelligence Agency and the Avengers. The Sokovia incident in the original timeline didn't happen, but the Seoul incident happened, and the Avengers once again went to the forefront of the storm. Compared to the Sokovia meteorite, which could be seen with the naked eye, the potential threat of the Seoul incident wasn't that obvious. Therefore, this led to a very awkward situation. Ordinary people and most organizations only saw the Seoul incident caused by the Avengers, but they didn't know that there was a terrorist threat behind it that could threaten the entire world. In their view, it was the Avengers' misdeeds that caused the riot in Seoul. Although the Avengers also announced some of the truth to the public, they didn't get the approval of many people, and they thought that the Avengers were shirking their responsibility. A pot that shouldn't have appeared was put on the Avengers' head. In this regard, although the Avengers were dissatisfied, in the end, they could only bear the responsibility that didn't belong to them. The Avengers have a lot of experience in fighting supervillains. But in the battlefield of public opinion, as superheroes, they are not much different from ordinary people. Not to mention, there are some brainless organizations that hate the rich and think that they violated human rights or trampled on the law. Of course, these are the troubles of the Avengers. As the director of the Konoha Intelligence Agency, Rog was enjoying his leisure time at this time. On the second day after he returned to Konoha's headquarters, Tony sent him his reward. Jarvis. S became part of the genjutsu, and Tani gave himself a new artificial intelligence female assistant, Friday. Therefore, Tani gave Rog an artificial intelligence female assistant named Sunday. According to Tani, Friday is Sunday's sister, and Sunday and Saturday are twins. As for Tony's naming and personification method, Rog didn't even think about it and directly replaced it. Not only the name, but also the holographic image was changed. Hyuga Hinata. This is the new name that Rog gave to his artificial intelligence female assistant. Of course, after changing the name to Hyuga Hinata, the holographic image naturally changed to Hyuga Hinata's version. However, when changing the holographic image, he hesitated for a while. Should he use the 16-year-old Hinata from the Gale? Or change it to the 19-year-old Hinata from the movie The Last? Or change it to the 32-year-old Hinata from the movie The Last?
As a man, and an adult man in his early 20s, he decisively made a choice.
Only children choose one of the three, and adults choose all of them. As a result, his exclusive artificial intelligence female assistant, Hyuga Hinata, had 3 different versions of the holographic image. As for which one will appear, it depends purely on his mood and choice at the time. It is worth mentioning that the artificial intelligence created by Tani himself is indeed very powerful. On the first day of entering the Konoha headquarters, Hinata made a major update to the system of the Konoha headquarters, especially the defense system of the headquarters. In addition, after the classification and statistics of Hinata, the work that Rog needed to deal with was greatly simplified. A lot of work that was not very important was shared one by one, and he had more and more free time. Even Sky and Sharon Carter were a lot more relaxed because of the appearance of Hinata. No wonder Tani has always relied on J.A.R.V.I.S so much. If he doesn't slack off with such a powerful artificial intelligence, he will really be punished. Because of Hinata's excellent ability, Rog's life is also better day by day. Chapter 251. With Hinata's help, Rog also resumed his long-lost cultivation. Ninjutsu, Genjutsu, Taijutsu, Manjikyu Sharingan would release Senjutsu. Whether it was exchanged from the system or developed by himself, he reorganized and cultivated all of them. In particular, the improvement of chakra and Susanoo have become his main cultivation content recently. The amount of chakra that Nihilist has gradually been unable to keep up with his actual needs, and he also needs to further improve his Senjutsu while increasing the amount of chakra. His Senjutsu inherited from Hashirama, but it doesn't mean that it is the same as Hashirama's Senjutsu. He still has a long way to go to reach the level of Hashirama's Senjutsu. According to his own estimation, his current Senjutsu should barely reach 1/3 or 1/4 of Hashirama's level. Although the degree of development is far less than Hashirama's, it is enough to ensure that he will not go blind because of excessive use of Manjikyu Sharingan. The process of cultivation is boring, especially when no one can exchange relevant cultivation experience and insights with him. This kind of boredom is particularly obvious. In order to make the process of cultivation less boring, and to expand the commission business that he has put down for a long time, Rog asked Hinata to open a new commission channel. The director of Konoha's intelligence agency, the 4th Hokage of the superhero, semi-openly accepts private commissions. This practice is not in line with his current identity, and it is even easy to cause misunderstandings by others, but he doesn't take these objections and dissatisfaction to heart. Compared with ninja coins, those objections and dissatisfaction are completely negligible. All the commission requests submitted are first filtered by Hinata, and then Rog himself, and finally have a face-to-face conversation and sign the commission scroll. Although not every commission can be judged by the system, after double screening by Hinata and Rog, the probability of the commission passing the judgment reached an amazing 90%. The amazing judgment passing rate, coupled with the fact that the difficulty of the commission is basically not high, Rog earned more than 300 ninja coins from the system in just a few months, giving him the illusion that he is taking advantage of the system. After completing Tani's commission, Kuroto's unconsumed ninja coins had reached 305. After a few months of hard work, he once again broke his record of not consuming any shinobi coins. Unconsumed ninja coins. 645 at the same time, the amount of chakra he had increased from Nibi to Sanbai. Then, it once again fell into a plateau. Sir, Calvin Zabo has once again appeared at Miss Sky's operation site. Should we arrange for the members of the Dark Operation to deal with him? When Rog finished his training for the day, Hinata's voice sounded beside him. The Dark Department was a new department that Rog had just established a few months ago. There weren't many people, only about 30 of them. Although there are not many members of the Dark Department, each of them is the best among the Extremis fighters, and all of them have received the second transformation of Extremis. The second transformation of Extremis is the latest result of Dr. Connor's research. It can further improve the strength of the Extremis fighters, and it also incorporates part of the Abomination Serum to have more excellent defensive abilities. Don't worry about him for the time being, as long as he doesn't contact Sky, don't worry about anything else. Calvin is Sky's father, and no one knows where he got the information that Sky was in Konoha's intelligence bureau. Then, like a perverted stalker, he followed Sky. Rog didn't notice his appearance at first. It was Hinata who discovered the man who often wandered around Konoha's headquarters when she was conducting a security patrol of the headquarters, and then she determined his identity. Okay, I will focus on his next behavior and avoid him from contacting Miss Sky. In addition, Miss Gwen's dinner party has been arranged. Do you need to go there now? Hinata is now not only responsible for Rog's work arrangements, but also his daily life arrangements. Although Hinata is not a real human being, she is still so good at dealing with these interpersonal matters that people have nothing to say. I will go there in half an hour. You should let the restaurant prepare in advance. If there were no lunatics who always wanted to destroy the world, Rog would be quite satisfied with his current life. However, the world never lacks ambitious people and paranoid people. The Himalayas, the afterlife. Jiang, are we really going to cooperate with the people of Adelan? Once the cooperation is official, the peace of the afterlife will be completely over. Gordon, who had no eye sockets, stood in front of Jiang and asked seriously. As one of the few mutants who can freely enter and exit the afterlife, Gordon doesn't want the peace of the afterlife to end. Although Maximus's proposal is crazy, his plan still has many merits. If we really succeed, the mutants will gain true freedom, eternal freedom. Jiang, who was writing with a brush, raised her head and glanced at Gordon, revealing her scarred face. But Gordon wanted to continue to say something, but in the end he fell silent. With more and more espers emerging in the world, many mutants have become restless. Although life in the afterlife is peaceful, compared to the prosperous life in the outside world, the afterlife is like a backward small mountain village. Not everyone likes peace, especially after having superpowers that surpass ordinary people. There are more and more mutants who are not willing to live a peaceful life. Why can those ordinary people who are inferior to us enjoy a better life than us? Why is it that we, who have superpowers, can only hide like rats that everyone wants to beat? There are not many people with this mentality in the afterlife, but since the mutant called Maximus came to the afterlife, there are more and more radical mutants. If it weren't for some mutants who remained calm, there might be people who have started to shout the slogan of conquering the world and becoming the ruler of the world. Gordon is one of the few mutants who is still calm. Although he doesn't have eyes, he knows that the outside world is not as good as they think. Especially after the appearance of the Avengers, there are more and more unstable people emerging in the world. The blue zone of the moon. Adelan City. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't know the exact location of Adelan City, Gordon would really want to go and find out if the Adelan City that Maximus spoke of is really as beautiful as he said. After Gordon left the study, Maximus walked out from a hidden corner in the study and went straight to Jiang, his right hand reaching towards Jiang's scarred face. Chapter 252. As a mutant who grew up in Adelan City and was a member of the royal family of the mutants, Maximus had a sense of superiority when facing Jiang and Gordon. In his opinion, these mutants who were left behind on Earth were no doubt inferior mutants. Only the mutants born in Adelan City on the moon were the true mutants. Only they had the right to represent the mutants and take back Earth. Just as Maximus' right hand was about to touch Jiang's face, Jiang grabbed his right hand and used her ability. The moment Jiang grabbed his right hand, Maximus' life force began to flow out rapidly and was forcibly absorbed by Jiang. An indescribable feeling of pain spread throughout his body. His skin darkened at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the flesh and blood in his body began to dissipate rapidly. Maximus tried to use his ability to break free from Jiang's control and get himself out of this near-death situation. But he soon realized that his ability seemed to be disappearing along with his life force. I'll die. I'll die here. Just as Maximus's heart was filled with despair, Jiang retracted her right hand and stopped absorbing Maximus' life force.
There won't be a next time, do you understand?
Jia Ying's tone was as calm as ever, but Maximus could hear the threat in this calm tone. But he had no time to care about this now. Although Jia Ying had stopped absorbing his life force, he, who had lost a large amount of life force in a short period of time, was as weak as a dying patient. If he had not used his hands to support himself on the edge of the table, he would not even have the strength to stand.
You! Maximus did not expect that Jiang would dare to make a move on him, and in such a domineering way.
If it were not for the fact that the next plan still needed Maximus to contact Adelan City, Jiang would not have minded directly turning him into a paralyzed person. On the surface, Jiang looked like a weak woman. Her body was weak, her personality was gentle, and she treated people kindly. But as the ruler of the afterlife, how could she look as weak as she looked? In the past, she might have lacked some ruthlessness and dominance. However, after going through that inhumane and painful experience, her gentle personality had completely died. Now, she was the leader of the mutants in the afterlife, an ambitious person who did not hesitate to plunge the entire world into chaos to achieve her goals.
And all of this was taught to her by Hydra's Whitehall. After standing there like a puppet for more than 10 minutes, Maximus finally regained the strength to walk on his own and staggered out of Jia Ying's study.
Rog knew nothing about what had happened in the next life. Right now, he was enjoying the gentle experience brought by Gwen. After a crazy night, he was woken up by Hinata's call. Sir, Miss Sky is missing. Hinata didn't say any unnecessary nonsense and reported the current situation to Rog. Sky, who was supposed to set off with the action team this morning, did not appear. Hinata immediately checked the entry and exit records and surveillance records of the headquarters. Then, he found nothing. Sky hadn't appeared since the surveillance video captured Sky returning to his room at 9 o'clock last night. There were no records of entry or exit, and the defense system was not damaged in any way. There was no one in the room either. After further retrieving the hidden energy monitoring system, Hinata found a trace of clues. Not long after Sky returned to his room, an abnormal energy appeared in Sky's room. Subsequently, the abnormal energy disappeared, and Sky's life energy signal also disappeared at the same time. See if Calvin is still outside the headquarters?
Rog frowned, and a bad premonition emerged in his mind. No trace of Calvin Zabo has been found.
Hinata immediately gave a reply. Okay, I know what's going on. Let Kara perform this mission instead of Sky, and I'll take care of the rest. When Calvin Zabo inexplicably appeared near Konoha's headquarters, he had secretly sent people to pay attention to the situation in the afterlife. He doesn't care if the afterlife will do some messy terrorist activities. He only cares if Jia Ying will have ideas about Sky. In terms of identity, Jia Ying is Sky's mother, but he doesn't think Jia Ying is a qualified mother. Although Sky's identity has been tampered with by S.H.I.E.L.D., if Jia Ying really wants to find Sky, it won't be particularly difficult for her. Even Calvin Zabo can find some clues. If Jia Ying, who controls the afterlife, wants to investigate, it will only be easier. But obviously, Jia Ying has no idea of looking for Sky. Sky needs a family, but she doesn't need a family who treats her as a tool, but a family who really cares about her. Something happened in Konoha. I have to go back. After getting dressed, Rog said to Gwen, who was still lying in bed. Since he became the director of Konoha Intelligence Agency, his secret nest in New York has become Gwen's secret stronghold. Of course, when he returns to New York, it will become a warm little home for him and Gwen. It's like this every time. Can't you stay for a few more days? Gwen is also dissatisfied with Rog's practice of only staying for a few days each time. Next time. As soon as the voice fell, Rog's figure disappeared and returned to Konoha's headquarters in Washington. Help me arrange Kunshi and a team of Umbu. I'm going to the afterlife to visit Sky's mother. 5 minutes later, Rog flew to the afterlife with an Umbu team. Jia Ying has taken the initiative to send someone to Konoha. He has to pay a return visit, otherwise, it will seem that he doesn't understand etiquette. At this time, Sky in the afterlife is having her first dinner with Jia Ying after the mother and daughter reunion. More than 10 hours ago,
Gordon brought Sky to the afterlife and let her see her biological mother, Jianghu, who she had been looking for more than 20 years. But she doesn't know why. After seeing Jianghu and knowing that Jianghu was the biological mother she had been looking for more than 20 years, Sky didn't have too obvious emotional fluctuations. There was no excitement, no surprise. Sky has a lot of questions in her mind, but she doesn't know where to start asking. What's wrong? Don't you have an appetite? Looking at the untouched tableware in front of Sky, Jianghu asked softly.
Chapter 253. No, I'm just not used to it.
Although she already knew the truth of the past from Jianghu, and even knew that her real name was Daisy Johnson, but Sky still had a strong sense of unreality.
It shouldn't be like this. The scene of a reunion shouldn't be like this.
Sky couldn't tell what was wrong, but she just felt that it all came too suddenly. Or it could be said that it was too coincidental. Jianghu saw Sky's discomfort and didn't continue to force her, and let her be taken back to her room. When Sky left, the gentle look on Jianghu's face disappeared completely. As an immortal who has lived for who knows how many years, Jianghu could see at a glance that Sky unintentionally revealed a sense of repulsion. Sky herself may not have noticed it, but Jianghu saw it from her small movements and tone. Gordon, go and investigate the fourth Hokage. His influence on Daisy may be greater than we thought. At this time, although Gordon wasn't in the room, he clearly heard Jianghu's order, and immediately used his ability to leave the afterlife. As soon as Gordon left, Maximus came into the room and came in front of Jianghu. Maximus, who has already seen Jianghu's means, didn't act as high and mighty as before, and said in a calm tone, "Her ability is very good if used well, it can play a great role. Are you sure you don't want her to participate in our plan?" Maximus didn't dare to use a commanding tone to Jianghu. Although Jianghu's ability can only be used when in contact, Maximus didn't dare to gamble with his life. On the surface, there are only a few combatants in the afterlife. But no one can guarantee that Jianghu doesn't have a backup plan. Just like Adelan's city in the blue area of the moon, although it doesn't seem to have many armed forces, the people inside are more abnormal than the other. Especially his brother, the leader of the moon's aliens, the Black Bat King. And after being taught a lesson by Jianghu, he saw the shadow of the Black Bat King in Jianghu. The Black Bat King is a man of few words, and Jianghu is a woman of few words. This has nothing to do with you. Jianghu didn't even look at Maximus in front of her, and directly left the room, walking towards the building on the other side of the afterlife. Looking at Jianghu's disappearing figure, Maximus's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Jianghu's disregard made him recall some very unpleasant memories that he would never forget. After walking along the secluded paths of the afterlife for a while, Jianghu arrived at a building that was several times larger than a normal house. After entering the unknown huge building, Jianghu came to a room with 2 guards. She then pushed the door open and walked in. Compared to the tidiness and quietness outside, the inside of the room was obviously a different environment. Wooden furniture was scattered on the ground. A middle-aged man with messy hair and wearing a brown suit was panting like an angry bull. His eyes were bloodshot. Calvin Zabo, who was originally unapproachable, was stunned when he heard this gentle voice. The anger on his face instantly turned into ecstasy and disbelief. Calvin turned to look at the face that he had been thinking about for more than 20 years. However, the moment he saw Jianghu's face, the ecstasy on his face suddenly disappeared. The scars on her face were like sharp knives stabbing into his heart. Half an hour later, the excited Calvin Zabo was like a well-behaved primary school student. He sat on the chair with a smile on his face and watched Jianghu leave. Other than the 2 of them, no one knew what they talked about. However, from Calvin's current appearance, it was clear that they had reached a consensus on some matters. While Jianghu was intensely protecting her family relationship, Rog and the 4 desperation soldiers of the Dark Group were silently sitting on the seats of the Quinjet, staring at each other. To be precise, it was the Dark Group members staring at each other, while he was looking at the scenery outside of the Quinjet in boredom. Right now, although he looked like he was enjoying the scenery, in fact, he was thinking about Jianghu's purpose. Jianghu letting Gordon take Sky and Calvin away was definitely not an impulsive decision made on a whim. As an ambitious mutant leader, Jianghu was very clear about the consequences of taking Sky away from Rog's eyes. But even so, she still let Gordon take Sky away,
and from Konoha's headquarters. This woman's plan was not small. Even the crippled Hydra didn't dare to retaliate, but she had the guts to take people away from Konoha's headquarters. Such an abnormal behavior, there was usually only one explanation, and she was sure to bear the corresponding consequences. But Rog couldn't figure out where Jia Ying's confidence came from. Even if he didn't make a move, the Punishers and Abominations could completely defeat Afterlife. Although there were many mutants in Afterlife, there weren't many who were strengthened by Terrigan's fog. As long as the awakened superpowers of these mutants weren't particularly special, they were basically ordinary people who had mastered superpowers. For this kind of enemy, usually a bullet was enough. Jia Ying was definitely not the kind of mutant without a brain, especially after the incident with Whitehall. Her consideration of potential threats would only be more profound than ordinary mutants. Forget it, don't think about it, it's just a few mutants, they can't make any waves. It's not that Rog is arrogant, but on Earth, as long as he doesn't meet those hidden bosses, he is basically equivalent to the ceiling of Earth's combat power. With his strength, he can completely crush most of the enemies. After flying for nearly 10 hours, Rog finally arrived at Afterlife hidden in the Himalayas. After this long flight, he once again determined that he needed a teleportation ability in addition to the Flying Thor. The Flying Thor is useful, but the premise of its usefulness is that there is a technique. It seems that it's time to add a teleportation ability to himself, and in Afterlife, there just happened to be a mutant who can teleport all over the world. Gordon, it's you. In fact, besides Gordon, he also has other options. For example, go to Kamartage to learn the portal technique, or get Sasuke's 6-Tomo Rinnegan. Of these three methods, Gordon is undoubtedly the least difficult one, and it is also the most suitable one for him at present. As a non-native resident, he has always tried to avoid meeting the big boss like Ancient One. Although the main duty of Ancient One is to prevent the invasion of other dimensions. Who knows if crossing through other dimensions counts as an invasion of other dimensions in Ancient One's eyes. So for the sake of safety, it's better not to meet this kind of big boss. Chapter 254. After flying for more than 10 hours, Kunchi landed directly in an open space near the Afterlife, without any intention to hide their tracks. In addition to the Kunchi pilot, Rog and the 4 Umbu members went straight to the wooden gate of the Afterlife, which was purely decorative. It has to be said that the area where the Afterlife is located is indeed worthy of the name. The mountains are beautiful, the air is fresh, the mountains are stacked in the distance, and the vegetation is rich. With few people and a wide field of vision, this is a good place to live in seclusion. Rog and the Umbu members just came to the gate of the archway. Several strong men blocked in front of them, with a vigilant look. "Who are you?" One of the men who looked like the leader took the initiative to come forward and asked in a harsh tone. "Go and tell Jia Ying that Rog is here." Rog didn't care about the eyes of the man in front of him, as if looking at an enemy, and calmly answered. When these men appeared, he used chakra perception to perceive them. These men, without exception, all of them have abnormal energy in their bodies. Although he can't infer the real ability of these men from this abnormal energy, but from the energy intensity, their strength is not very strong. To put it bluntly, any despair fighter in Konoha has a higher energy intensity than them. "You wait here. Look after them. Don't let them come in." The first half of the sentence was obviously said to Rog and others. As for the second half, of course, it was said to his companions. Before leaving, the man who seemed to be the leader turned his head to look at Log, as if he wanted to engrave Log's appearance in his mind. The 4 members of the Umbu, at this time, were all wearing white animal masks, and a few simple lines were casually outlined on the masks. He didn't know why, the leader always felt that there was something wrong with these 4 Umbu members. There was a very strange feeling. However, he couldn't tell what was strange about it. Rog saw the doubts of the leader. If it weren't for the fact that the current environment is not suitable, he would tell this man that the reason why he felt that the Umbu members look strange is purely because these guys have killed too many people. To be more precise, his killing intent was too strong. Although the 4 members of the Dark Operation didn't say a word, in their eyes, these Inhumans who were blocking their way were no different from a group of chickens waiting to be slaughtered. The Afterlife wasn't very big. 5 to 6 minutes later, Rog saw the true ruler of the Afterlife, Jia Ying, and her most loyal subordinate, Gordon. Other than the 2 of them, there was also Sky and Maximus. Rog didn't remember that there was a person called Maximus in the Afterlife,
and there was nothing about him that was worthy of his attention. Therefore he chose to ignore it. Just like the few mutants who had stopped them, he wasn't even interested in knowing their names. It was this kind of person again. That expression again. Maximus saw Rog's disregard, and his sensitive heart instantly became turbulent. However, he controlled his expression and actions very well and did not show the dissatisfaction in his heart. He had experienced Rog's attitude too many times in Adeline City, to the point that he was already used to it. Although he was a member of the royal family, and was the younger brother of the Black Bat King. However, his awakened abilities were not very advanced, or rather, in the eyes of the moons and humans, they were not very advanced. Therefore, his status in Adeline City was not very high. In terms of technology, Adeline City's technology was more advanced than most of the countries on Earth. However, Adeline City used a rigid caste system, and the status of the members of society was determined by their awakened abilities. Once the decision was made, no matter how great and powerful the Inhumans became in the future, it would not change their status in Adeline City. He came from a good family, and his parents and brother were all of high status in Adeline City. However, he was just an ordinary member of Adeline City, and was on the same level as the lowly Inhumans. This was a fact that Maximus could not accept and was unwilling to admit. Maximus, who grew up with this mentality, did not hate Adeline City to the core, but he definitely did not have a good impression of it. Therefore, he secretly came to Earth, and came to the place where the Inhumans lived in the afterlife. After confirming that Sky was not harmed in any way, Rog went to Jianghu's study under her invitation. "Tell me directly, what are your plans?" There were only the two of them in the study, so Rog did not bother to waste time with Jianghu, and asked directly. "Before I answer your question, I want to know what you think of the Inhumans as a race, and what do you think of Sky?" Although she did not have much combat power, and was facing a famous and powerful person like Rog, Jianghu still maintained her composure and calmness. "I don't have any opinions. Inhumans are just humans. However, your ancestors were the products of the Kree's experiments, so you can awaken abilities that humans do not have. As for Sky, although you are her mother, I still refuse to answer this question." Rog spoke slowly, at the same time using Chakra's sensing ability to sense all the Inhumans in the afterlife. "It seems that you know a lot about the history of the Inhumans, but this is normal. You were able to help Daisy awaken her ability through the fog of Terrigen, and you also know how to help Daisy control her ability. Without a certain level of understanding, you would not be able to do all this." Here, Jianghu paused, and then continued, "Maximus is an Inhuman from Adeline City. A few months ago, he suddenly came to the afterlife, saying that he came on behalf of Adeline City." After hearing the words Adeline City, Rog's face finally showed a look of interest. If it was only the afterlife, it really did not pique his interest. The reason he came in person was purely for Sky's sake. And now, he felt that he might have made the right choice. Unlike the organization in the afterlife, which did not have much strength, Adeline City was an existence that was several levels higher. Not to mention the advanced technology and the Inhumans in Adeline City, just the Inhuman leader of Adeline City, the Black Bat King, was an important character that could not be ignored. Then, if I'm not wrong, what you want to say next should be cooperation with Konoha, right? Jianghu would not bring forward Adeline City for no reason, and since she took the initiative to say this, it was not difficult to guess what she wanted to say next. "That's right. I hope that Konoha can cooperate with the afterlife." "And the benefits?" "No one will cooperate with you if there are no benefits." Chapter 255. You are the director of Konoha's intelligence agency, and the famous Yondaime Hokage. You may not be interested in the reward that the afterlife can give you. Although that was what she said, Jianghu's expression clearly meant something else. "Don't talk nonsense, just say it. What kind of reward can you give me?" If Jianghu can't give him any valuable reward, Rog doesn't care whether she is Sky's mother or not. It's impossible for him to work for free. With this kind of time and energy, he might as well go back and accompany Gwen. Speaking of this, the spider serum seems to be strengthening Gwen more and more. Some of the things that he couldn't do before were now easy to do. Next time when he goes back to New York, maybe he can try. Rog, who had a serious face on the surface, couldn't help but think of some unhealthy pictures. "Well, then I'll say it. The afterlife can give you a planet suitable for human habitation. I don't know if this reward is enough for you to do it? Jia Ying's tone was very flat, but the content of what she said was not flat at all. A planet? A planet suitable for human habitation? When did the afterlife become so rich, to the point of using a planet as a reward? Rog didn't directly answer Jia Ying, but began to quickly recall. Mutants, planet, human habitation. There was only one planet that met these keywords at the same time in his memory. The planet Tatooine that exiled the first mutant hive in history. Did the afterlife get the black boulder that can teleport to the Tatooine planet? Questions quickly flashed through Rog's mind. In order to avoid unpleasant misunderstandings, I want to confirm, the planet you said. Is it the planet where the first mutant hive was exiled? For other mutants, the existence of the hive may be a historical mystery. But for Jia Ying, who controls the afterlife, this may just be ancient history recorded in the history books of the mutants. I'm more and more curious. Where do you know so much about the mutants? Yes, it's the planet where the hive was exiled. Mutants can't compete with the hive, but you have enough strength to get rid of the hive and get a planet of your own. Speaking of this, Jia Ying's tone became excited. If it weren't for the existence of the hive on the planet Tatooine, she wouldn't have considered the planet as a reward. That's a whole planet, and a planet suitable for human habitation. How much value a planet has, even if you think with your toes you can know it. Your reward is really a big deal. I'm very satisfied with the reward. Tell me, what do you want Konoha or me to do? Rog thought. Jia Ying didn't even dare to retaliate against the hive. But the fact is, Jia Ying not only took revenge on Hydra, but also took away the black boulder that was vital to Hydra. The mutants' hive, the first hive in the history hive. Hive. We hope to get a Crive fleet, or some of the ships in the fleet. In addition, we hope that Konoha's intelligence agency can help the mutants of the afterlife integrate into society. In other words, we need Konoha to endorse the identity of the mutants of the afterlife. Rog understood every word Jia Ying said, but the more he listened, the more confused he became. Crive fleet? Do you have any misunderstanding about me? I'm not the commander of the Crive, and I don't have the Crive fleet you want. If possible, Rog himself also wants the Crive fleet. But the problem is that there is no Crive fleet on the Earth, and there are not many Crive corpses. The black boulder that can teleport people to Tatooine is indeed very attractive, but that doesn't mean he must get it. If the conditions permit, he doesn't mind getting the black boulder in his hands. In fact, when Konoha's intelligence agency was fighting against Hydra all over the world, he also asked Konoha to pay attention to the black boulder. But unfortunately, there has been no harvest. The Crive fleet will appear by itself, you just have to take them before they retreat. Jia Ying apparently had considered this problem for a long time and answered confidently. What's going on? The development of things is getting more and more bizarre, and Rog suddenly has a feeling that he can't keep up with the times. The black boulder is, after all, something on the Earth. As long as you look carefully, you can find it sooner or later. But the Crive fleet is obviously a matter of another level, which is completely outside of the Earth. Maximus. He has a Crive fleet behind him, or he got the support of this Crive fleet to come to the Earth from Attilan City on the moon. Jia Ying first explained Maximus's problem, then continued, Maximus is trying to use the name of Attilan City to lure the afterlife to cause a global mutant disaster on the Earth. When the mutants of the afterlife take the initiative to start a war, the Crive fleet will disguise itself as the fleet of Attilan City to help the afterlife. Of course, the final result is that the mutants of the afterlife will become the war slaves of the Crive, and the Crive will conquer the Earth. After conquering the Earth, the Crive will also help Maximus become the new ruler of Attilan City. Jia Ying said slowly, as if she was witnessing the cooperation between Maximus and the Crive fleet. Is the source of the information reliable? I don't want to face an attack from Attilan City while facing the Crive fleet. The mutants of Attilan City are quite strong. To be precise, the Black Bat King was very strong. This information is directly searched from Maximus's memory, and he himself doesn't know about it. Jia Ying briefly explained the source of the information. Attilan City has no interest in the Earth, so they migrated to the blue area of the moon. As long as we don't take the initiative to provoke them, they won't do anything to us. Obviously,
This information was also searched from Maximus's memory. If that's the case, there shouldn't be too much of a problem. If Konoha and the Afterlife join forces, it should be enough to deal with the Crive fleet. Konoha agrees to this cooperation. After hearing Rog's answer, Jiaring finally breathed a sigh of relief, but Rog's voice immediately sounded again. There's no problem with cooperation, but I'm a person of ritual, so let's sign a commission scroll. As soon as his voice fell, Rog took out a commission scroll that had never been used before. Chapter 256. Commission Content. Help the Afterlife get at least one carry battleship. Commission status: incomplete. Commission reward: 120 ninja coins. Jia Ying's commission successfully passed the judgment of the system, and the reward given by the system was also within Rog's expectations. After throwing the commission scroll back into the summon scroll, Rog suddenly asked, "Why did the Kree suddenly decide to attack the Earth? With their technological strength, they can attack at any time?" Compared with the Earth, the Carey Empire, which has developed an interstellar civilization, is obviously several levels higher. In Thor's words, the Carey Empire is a civilization that has already prepared for a high-level war in the universe. I'm not very clear about this, but when Maximus talked with the commander of the Carey fleet, he vaguely talked about this. According to the fleet commander, the Earthling named Captain Marvel is dead, so no one can stop them anymore. After hearing Jia Ying's explanation, Rog was slightly stunned. However, he controlled his expression very well and didn't let Jia Ying see anything. Captain Marvel is dead, so the Kree plan to invade the Earth. This seems to be reasonable, but it doesn't make sense at all. Rog doesn't doubt the ability of Captain Marvel, but he doubts that the Kree won't make such a naive decision. Since the Kree know that Captain Marvel is dead, they must know that Captain Marvel was killed by him. A person who can kill Captain Marvel, how can the combat power shown by him be weaker than Captain Marvel? Otherwise, it wouldn't be Captain Marvel who died. Therefore, Rog himself is skeptical about what Jia Ying said just now. Of course, there may be another reason. That is, in the eyes of the Kree, the death of Captain Marvel is just an accident, and Rog is not as strong as Captain Marvel, so he doesn't need to care too much. If considered from this point of view, then the actions of the Kree make sense. However, Rog himself is not very satisfied with this. What is an accident? I killed him with my own strength, okay? I didn't even use the reality gem. I killed him with my own strength. However, even though he was dissatisfied, he couldn't explain anything to the Kree. After all, when the time came, they would know the truth of the matter. Give me the list of those who need a legal identity, and I will let Konoha arrange new identities for them. But let's agree in advance. Konoha can provide you with a new social identity. However, if you take advantage of the identity given by Konoha, or let Konoha take the blame, you know what the consequences will be. Rog didn't ask Jia Ying to write about the arrangement of the Inhumans on the scroll. On one hand it was a long-term job, and on the other hand it was hard to measure this kind of thing. It was not easy to integrate into human society and gain the recognition of ordinary people. Even Rog himself still had some people who did not approve of him. They felt that he was ignoring the laws and human rights of the United States and using violence to curb violence. I will warn them seriously. After that, Jia Ying took out a list of names that she had prepared in advance from the drawer of the desk. This is the list of the first batch of Inhumans, and their abilities have been noted. It was not that Jia Ying had enough trust in Rog, but it was purely because she didn't want Konoha to secretly do any human experiments on these Inhumans. Although she didn't say it clearly, she was sure that Rog could understand what she meant. Konoha is not S-H-I-E-L-D. And it is not Hydra. Konoha is not interested in human experiments. Although Konoha's current chief scientist, Dr. Connors, is showing signs of developing more and more like Orochimaru, and even the action of sticking out his tongue is getting more and more disgusting. But as long as he is still in Konoha, no one dares to do those inhumane human experiments in Konoha. To put it bluntly, Konoha doesn't think much of the superpowers of these Inhumans. Of course, superpowers such as Sky's shockwave, Gordon's transmission, and Black Bat King's sonic wave are exceptions. When Rog and Jia Ying were discussing cooperation and follow-up plans, Maximus was not idle and carried out his secret operations that had been thoroughly monitored. Although Maximus's superpower is not very good, it only has a certain degree of telepathy ability, and it must be used smoothly when he is concentrated. What's more troublesome is that his own mental state is not very stable, so his telepathy ability is sometimes absent. In order to make up for his own strength, he became a relatively rare inventor among the Inhumans, and he is also a genius inventor who can use simple materials to make exquisite machines. For example, for this mission, he deliberately combined his telepathy ability and invented a small hypnosis gun to make up for the fact that his superpowers sometimes don't work. If conditions permit, he doesn't mind inventing a few more weapons for himself. But in order to avoid stimulating the Inhumans in the coming world, he only carried this hypnosis gun, and deliberately made the shape of the hypnosis gun into a cylinder more than 10 centimeters long. After taking this hypnosis gun, which has no gun shape at all, Maximus walked towards the room where Sky was resting. Sky's shock wave ability, he had heard about it for a long time, and he saw it with his own eyes yesterday. If used well, Sky's ability can play an instant role in changing the situation on the battlefield. This ability should not appear on an Inhuman from Earth. Only an Inhuman from the royal family like himself is worthy of such a powerful ability. On the way to Sky's room, Maximus even fantasized about the beautiful scene when he has Sky's ability. But at this time, he didn't know that his every move was clearly seen by the Inhumans in the future. Maximus's arrival has caused many Inhumans to become fanatical, to the point that they are willing to violate the rules of the future. But as long as Jianghu is still in the future, as long as the Inhuman soldiers loyal to Jianghu are still around, the future will not be chaotic. Just as Maximus was about to arrive at Sky's room, the eyeless Gordon suddenly teleported to his side and grabbed his shoulder. "What are you doing?" Gordon clearly has no intention of answering him, and teleported Maximus to Jia Ying's study room again. Is he Maximus? He doesn't look very smart. Rog sized Maximus up and said casually, "What do you mean? Are you going to start a war with the Inhumans?" Maximus sharply sensed that something is wrong. Jia Ying and Gordon's actions made him realize something, so he didn't even think about it and put a big label on Rog's head, changing the concept of attacking him to starting a war with the Inhumans. Chapter 257. You can't represent the mutants. Rog snorted and replied with disdain. Maximus knew his own value and status. He knew that he was not that important. However, being pointed out by Rog in such a merciless manner still made him feel extremely displeased. What are you trying to do? Don't blame me for not reminding you. My brother is the Black Bat King. If anything happens to me, he won't let you go. If possible, Maximus wanted to draw a clear line between himself and the Black Bat King. However, he knew very well that not only could he not draw a clear line between himself and the Black Bat King, but he also had to use the Black Bat King's influence as much as possible. Although he did not know what Rog and Jiaring had talked about, the current situation was very unfavorable for him. If your brother really cared about you that much, you wouldn't have to work with the Creoles. So, you should stop bluffing like this. Rog did not care whether Maximus had the Black Bat King's support or not. No one could stop him from completing his mission. Maximus could not, and neither could the Black Bat King. Working with the Creoles? How did they know about my cooperation with the Creoles? Other than me and the Creoles, no one else could have known about this. Maximus's face turned ugly, and his psychological defenses began to show signs of collapsing. The reason he dared to stay in the afterlife was because he knew that these people in the afterlife would not know about his true purpose. These indigenous mutants who have never left Earth could not have seen through my plan. They don't have any mutants who can read minds here. With that in mind, Maximus shifted his attention to Rog. From Maximus's point of view, Rog was indeed the most suspicious one. However, he did not expect that the one who saw through his plan was not Rog, but Jiaring and the other indigenous mutants who he had always looked down on. Are you sure this will lure the Creoles out? They want a mutant disaster that will sweep across the entire Earth. If they don't see the disaster in their plan, they might not appear. Jiaring didn't look at Maximus. Ever since she had reached an agreement with Logue, Maximus had become a dispensable existence. Of course not. I'm not a Cree. How would I know what kind of decision they would make? But since they are still interested in the Inhumans, then they will definitely be interested in the honeycomb. After all, compared to controlling a group of mutants, Controlling one mutant is obviously much easier. And with the beehive, it's basically the same as having the key to controlling all the Inhumans. According to the agreement between Maximus and the Kree would conquer the Inhumans and Earth in the afterlife after the Inhuman calamity. Neither Rog nor Jiang had any interest in causing a global Inhuman disaster. Therefore, they had to consider other ways to lure the Kree out. The beehive was the bait they had prepared for the Kree people. If the Kree knew about the existence of the beehive, Rog was not sure if they would change their plans, but they would at least be tempted. More importantly, regardless of whether the Creoles would change their plans because of the beehive, it would not affect his next plan. As long as the Kree received the information about the hive and brought Maximus onto the Kree warship, his plan would be a success. All right, if that's the case, I'll trust you this time. After saying that, Jiang gestured for Gordon to bring the transparent box containing the black boulder into the study. Maximus looked at the black boulder that Gordon had brought, then turned to look at Rog and Jiang, and immediately realized something. The name Beehive was not unfamiliar to Maximus. Based on the conversation between Rog and Jiang, as well as the black boulder that Gordon had brought, he could roughly guess the plan of Rog and the rest. However, there was one thing that he did not understand, and that was why Rog and Jiang thought that he would obediently cooperate. Stop spacing out. Go contact the Kree. Maximus, who was still thinking, immediately heard Rog's voice. Why should I listen to your orders? Who do you think you are? Although he did not have much combat power, Maximus was very sure that in Rog and Jiang's plan, he was a crucial part. They won't dare do anything to me. Only I can contact the Kree. Without my help, they won't be able to do anything. Maximus felt that he had grasped the crux of the matter, and regained control of the situation. In addition, Rog and Jiang did not restrict or oppress him in any way, which made him even more certain of his thoughts. No wonder you didn't dare do anything to me after bringing me here. So there are times when you need my help too. A confident look appeared on Maximus's face. In the next second, he heard a gunshot and felt a sharp pain in his right leg. Bang! Just as Maximus's mind was filled with strange thoughts, Rog took out the disaster pistol and shot him without hesitation. Why do you have to listen to my orders? The reason is simple. Because if you say no, I'll shoot you right now. Rog's tone was very calm, but the three present could tell that he was not joking. Lunatic. He's a lunatic. Maximus endured the intense pain from his right leg and looked at Rog and the disaster pistol in his hand with an incredulous expression. Not only was Maximus shocked, but even Jiang and Gordon did not expect that Rog would shoot him so decisively. Without saying a word, he pulled out the gun and shot. No, it was not just a word. He didn't even say a word and shot him directly. As soon as Maximus opened his mouth, Rog's voice sounded again. Think carefully before you answer. You only have one chance. Maximus was indeed the only one who could contact the Kree, but this did not mean that Rog needed to be controlled by him. Even if Maximus was the only one who could contact the Kree, he could still bring the dead Maximus back. Although this would consume some ninja coins, which would quickly reduce the cost-performance ratio of the whole mission. Enduring the intense pain from his right leg and the intense anger in his heart, Maximus took a deep breath and said word by word, I will do as you say. Wouldn't it have been better if he had answered like this from the start? Why did he have to make trouble? After hearing Maximus's answer, Rog put away the disaster pistol with satisfaction, then stood up from the chair, went straight to Maximus, and patted him on the shoulder. I know why you can't compare to your brother. You really can't. Chapter 258. Maybe the Kree didn't prepare a communication device for Maximus in advance. Or maybe Maximus didn't think it was safe to carry a communication device with him. A communication device to communicate with the Kree warship had to be made on the spot. Under the supervision of Rog and the others, as well as the materials provided by the afterlife, Maximus made a communication device that was dozens of centimeters tall and looked like a coffee machine. Remember, don't do anything stupid. After giving Maximus a final warning, Rog and the others left the room, leaving Maximus and the black boulder in the specially arranged room. Rog didn't care how Maximus would contact the Kree or take the black boulder away. The only thing he cared about now was whether the Kree would bring Maximus on the warship. As long as the Kree brought Maximus on the warship, He could use the Flying Thor spell on Maximus to teleport. However, there was a potential problem with this, and that was the location of the Kree warship might be out of his sensing range. So to avoid this awkward situation, and to avoid losing the Black Boulder, he and Jianghu prepared a backup plan. What was in the room with Maximus was not the real Black Boulder, but the Black Boulder that the Shadow Clone had transformed into. Maximus didn't know this, and he didn't have the means to confirm the authenticity of the Black Boulder. Even if the Kree wanted to confirm the authenticity of the Black Boulder, they would have to bring the Black Boulder onto the warship for further confirmation. So whether the Kree warship was within Rog's sensing range or not, it wouldn't affect his final plan. Under the supervision of Rog and the others, Maximus activated the communication device he made and contacted the Kree warship in outer space. After reporting the news of the Black Boulder and the Hive, the Kree gave a reply that Rog expected. The Kree's response was within Rog's expectations. After all, this was an opportunity to control all the Inhumans more easily. But there was one thing he didn't expect. He thought that the Kree would use some very high-tech and mysterious quantum portal or other means of teleportation to take Maximus and the Black Boulder away. But the Kree's reply was that they would arrange a small spaceship to pick up Maximus and the Black Boulder. This was reasonable, but it didn't look cool. A few hours later, with Rog and Jianghu's help, Maximus left the afterlife with the Black Boulder and boarded the small Kree spaceship that was specially sent to pick him up. After Maximus boarded the four-cornered Kree warship, Rog connected to the Thor spell. As long as the Flying Thunder God technique stopped moving, he would use the Flying Thunder God to teleport over. Of course, this was under the premise that the Flying Thunder God technique was still within his sensing range. After more than 20 minutes, the Flying Thunder God skill on Maximus finally stopped its super high-speed movement and returned to its normal small-scale movement level. This small movement was caused by Maximus's own movement. It was a normal change of position. This was because the combat ability of the Otherworlders in the afterlife wasn't very good. At least from Rog's point of view, they were barely passable. So other than Gordon, he didn't bring any other Otherworlders. He only brought 4 of his Dark Ops. As for Sky, she didn't even know about this mission. Just kill the enemy's strength. Try not to damage the warship itself. After instructing the 4 Dark Ops, Rog grabbed one of them by the shoulder and the Flying Thunder God left the afterlife. In just a moment, Rog and the others were teleported from the ancient afterlife to the interior of the Kree's warship. Maximus was still wondering if he should tell the Kree the truth, but before he could come to a decision, he saw Rog's figure again. Rog and the others were like ghosts, suddenly appearing around Maximus and the Kree warriors. Before the Kree warriors could even raise the alarm, they were quickly sent to hell. All of this happened in a flash. Maximus didn't even recover from the shock of Rog's appearance. The Kree warriors around him had already lost their lives. Not only did the killing efficiency of the Dark Group send a chill down Maximus's spine, even Gordon, who was beside him, also frowned. Although Gordon didn't have eyes and couldn't see the Dark Ops' actions, he could feel the Kree warriors instantly losing their lives. The 4 Dark Ops used their actions to prove to Gordon what a true professional warrior was. Gordon, bring this guy back. He still has some value left. The reason why Rog brought Gordon up was because Gordon was the only one among the Otherworlders who had the ability to travel between the Kree's warship and the afterlife. As for Gordon's combat ability, he didn't consider it at all. Fighting this kind of thing, he and the 4 Dark Ops were enough. Gordon brought Maximus back to the afterlife, while Rog and the Dark Ops began their journey of plundering the warship. The 4 Dark Ops were divided into 2 groups, attacking from different directions. Rog, of course, went to the command center of the warship alone. Although the Kree Empire's technology far surpassed Earth's, the strength of the Kree warriors still couldn't keep up with their technological level. Other than their bodies being stronger than humans and their weapons being more advanced, these Carry warriors didn't give Rog any surprises. At the very beginning, he would personally deal with these Kree warriors who came to stop him. After dealing with 2 or 3 Kree warrior squads, he let the Shadow Doppelganger deal with this kind of combat experience. The huge difference in strength allowed him to effortlessly push his way to the command center of the warship. It was a taller and bigger command center that looked like a mausoleum hall. Ugh. This is very Kree style. Just when Rog thought that he was going to take control of the Kree warship without any suspense, he saw a familiar Kree. Strictly speaking, what he saw was the hammer that represented the Warhammer. A dark black Kree armor, a meter-long warhammer in his hand, and a strange black mud-like pattern on his face. This is the accuser Luo Nan. Although it was the first time they met, Rog immediately recognized Luo Nan. A trace of doubt appeared on his face. Why is he here? Even if there was a change in the timeline, the accuser Luo Nan should be looking for the universal orb that contained the power gem. Why did he suddenly have ideas about Earth? Chapter 259. While Rog was looking at Luo Nan, who was holding a warhammer, was also silently observing Rog. Unlike Rog, who knows him, Luo Nan doesn't know anything about Rog. Luo Nan only knows two people from Earth. One is Captain Carroll, who single-handedly forced the Carey fleet to retreat decades ago. The other is a marauder who calls himself Star-Lord. As for the name of this Star-Lord, Luo Nan doesn't know, nor is he interested in knowing. The reason why he knows Star-Lord is purely because Star-Lord is a relatively rare Earthling in the universe. That's all. But from now on, Rog will be added to the list of Earthlings he knows. After witnessing the battle scene of Rog and the Shadow Clone pushing all the way to the command center, Luo Nan knew that this man from Earth is not simple. Although in Luo Nan's view, the Carey warriors who had just been killed by Rog are completely inferior to the warriors of his accuser legion. But no matter what, those are qualified warriors raised by the Carey Empire, not mobs like space pirates or criminals. If they were compared to the human soldiers on Earth, the Carey soldiers would definitely be considered elites. Earthling, tell me your name. You have the qualifications to make me personally take action. After carefully looking at Rog, Luo Nan said, his tone full of confidence, or rather pride. Not to mention that Rog is just an Earthling. Even if he is a person from the Nova Empire, Luo Nan's attitude will not change much. He is the commander of the Carey Empire, Luo Nan, who has an illustrious existence in the entire universe. Although Luo Nan's attitude is not very friendly, he does have the strength to match his pride. However, Luo Nan obviously ignored one point. That is, Rog can't understand what he is saying at all. Luo Nan doesn't know the language of Earth, and Rog also doesn't know the language of the Carey Empire. Rog, who has not really started his journey in the universe, can't have the so-called universal language translator on him. So for Luo Nan's inquiry, Rog's response was to directly raise the disaster pistol and shoot him. Bang! The light blue chakra bullet arrived in front of Ronan at a speed faster than the speed of sound. Then Luo Nan blocked it with his warhammer. Although in the original timeline, the manipulator Luo Nan died in a hilarious manner at the hands of the Milky Way awkward dance troupe. But there was one point that couldn't be denied. And that was that Luo Nan was a ferocious person who could hold the strength gem with his bare hands without dying. In Rog's memory, there were only 3 people who could do this alone. One was Luo Nan, one was Thanos Dominator, and the other was an unknown member of the Celestial Group. For such an existence, no matter how serious he was, it would not be an exaggeration. After casually blocking the chakra bullet, Luo Nan finally realized that there was a language barrier between him and Rog. Thus he opened his mouth once more. But this time, he deliberately turned on the language translation function on the spaceship. Report your name? If you want to know my name, beat me first. I don't have the habit of reporting my name to a loser. Rog put the disaster pistol back into the holster and replied arrogantly. I'm not afraid of showing off. Luo Nan didn't expect that Rog would give such an answer. However, he didn't have any dissatisfaction or anger because of this. Instead, he felt that what Rog said was very reasonable. 2 men of different races with similar names had achieved a strange resonance in such a strange way. Fortunately, Rog didn't have any telepathy ability now. Otherwise, he would definitely tell Luo Nan clearly that they were not the same kind of people, and it was impossible for them to have the same hobby. Luo Nan didn't speak again. He snorted softly and instantly attacked Rog. In terms of speed, Luo Nan's speed wasn't very fast. He wasn't as fast as Quicksilver and Owl, who had awakened the speed god power. But in terms of combat experience, Luo Nan was obviously several times stronger than Quicksilver and Owl combined. In a battle, speed was very important, but whether there was a corresponding attack that matched the speed was even more important. Luo Nan's speed wasn't very fast, but his attack completely matched his speed. The warhammer in his hand attacked Rog's head like a meteor. Clang! Just when the head of the warhammer was about to hit his head,
the silver-white Kusanagi sword appeared in Rog's right hand and hit the handle of the warhammer like lightning. Boom! Neither Luo Gu nor Ronin unleashed any energy attacks. However, a visible shockwave surged out from the point of impact when the warhammer and the Kusanagi no Tsurugi sword collided. The shockwave produced a powerful explosion. The shockwave produced by the explosion was like a wave hitting Rog and Luo Nan's body. The shockwave that was enough to blow away ordinary people didn't make them shake at all. The two people stood motionless like boulders on a mountain peak. Luo Nan didn't hesitate when his attack failed. The warhammer, which was not known for its flexibility, showed a side that was beyond common sense. The warhammer in Luo Nan's hand was like a viper that had a life of its own. It suddenly retracted and changed directions, drawing a beautiful arc. Then from top to bottom, it smashed straight at Rog's head. If it hit, Rog's head would explode like a watermelon falling from a high place. However, Rog wouldn't give Luo Nan such a chance. It was always him who smashed other people's heads. When had he ever seen him get smashed in the head? The warhammer attack was fast, but Rog disappeared even faster. Accurately speaking, he didn't disappear, but attacked. Lightning body blink. Kusanagi sword. Chidori blade. Rog was like a real lightning bolt as he appeared behind Luo Nan in an instant. The Kusanagi sword wrapped in lightning directly chopped at the back of Luo Nan's neck. Right now, Luo Nan was wearing battle armor, and he was wearing a hood made of unknown metal or some other material. As long as the Chidori blade hit, even if Luo Nan's neck was made of steel, Rog had the confidence to cut him in half. The warhammer was still descending. Luo Nan didn't have time to turn around and defend. The moment Luo Nan's silhouette disappeared, Luo Nan was on full alert. As a warrior who had experienced hundreds of battles, he obviously knew that his biggest weakness was behind him. When the Kusanagi sword was only 10 centimeters away from Luo Nan's neck, Luo Nan's body suddenly exploded with a dark energy that was as dark as ink. This sudden dark energy didn't disperse like a shock wave. Instead, it instantly formed a 360-degree energy shield, completely enveloping Luo Nan. Zizizi! The Kusanagi sword wrapped in lightning chopped at the black energy shield, exploding with a silvery white electric current. Chapter 260. Rog wasn't surprised that Luo Nan was able to block his sword. In other words, he would be surprised if Luo Nan wasn't able to block it. How could a person who was able to make a name for himself in the universe be killed so easily? Without any hesitation, Rog pulled back his sword and retreated, instantly pulling a distance of over 10 meters. After Rog retreated, Luo Nan, who was holding a warhammer, turned around in a calm and unhurried manner. He stared at Rog with a dull expression. At the beginning, Luo Nan didn't have a clear understanding of Rog's strength. The Keri soldiers who went to stop Rog were like amateurs who were killed in an instant. They didn't provide any valuable information. After exchanging a few blows with Rog, Luo Nan finally understood why those Keri soldiers couldn't withstand a single blow. Whether it was strength, speed, skill or combat intuition, Rog could be considered to be at the top level. And he was different from the soldiers who were only good at physical attacks. He was also proficient in energy attacks. Even though Luo Nan didn't know what ninjutsu was, he could determine that Rog was proficient in energy attacks just by looking at the lightning body blink and Chidori blade. This wasn't a baseless guess, but rather a combat intuition cultivated from his rich combat experience. An enemy who didn't have any shortcomings in the offensive aspect. Interesting. Other than his constitution being a bit weaker, Luo Nan didn't see any weaknesses on Rog's body. But this was only the information obtained from the short exchange. As for whether Rog had any other weaknesses, Luo Nan needed further confirmation. Luo Nan silently adjusted his evaluation of Rog's strength and increased his threat level by a few levels. In the Keri Army's general evaluation standard, the threat level of an ordinary adult male from Earth was close to 0. But the threat level of the Flake Meta Beast, which was known as one of the most dangerous creatures in the universe, was extremely high. As for Rog, Luo Nan felt that his threat level was even higher than the Flake Meta Beast. He had reached an extremely high level. But even so, Luo Nan didn't have any thoughts of retreating. Creatures that were evaluated as extremely threatening had died by his hands more than 1 or 2. Although Rog was very strong, he hadn't reached the point where he couldn't resist. If Luonan only felt that Rog had the qualifications to make him personally take action against him before, then right now, Rog was an opponent worthy of him taking seriously and going all out against. The controller, Luonan, was prepared to attack with all his strength. Without any warning, Luonan attacked Rog once more. This time, he did not hold back at all and directly unleashed his peak strength. Luonan charged towards Rog like a meteor, and the warhammer in his hand began to radiate with a black glow. Rog hadn't arrived yet, but the shockwave from the warhammer had already arrived in front of Rog. Boom! The terrifying shockwave hit Rog's position like a missile, blasting a 10-meter-wide hole in the metal floor. The huge impact caused the entire command center to shake violently. The shockwave emitted by the warhammer was indeed powerful, but it did not cause any damage to Rog. In the instant that the warhammer radiated with a black glow, he used lightning body blink to leave his original position. The warhammer in Luonan's hand looked ordinary and mediocre, just like an ordinary warhammer made of metal. But this warhammer was a high-tech product of the Kari Empire, and it had a very special name. Omnipotent Weapon. This was the name of Luonan's warhammer. Don't look at the name, the warhammer's abilities were not lacking at all. It could disintegrate or recombine matter, manipulate matter's gravity and density. It could control lightning, absorb energy, manipulate energy, create an energy shield, fire shockwaves. It could fly, create a force field, create a time-shift domain, carry out hyperspace teleportation. Even in the technologically advanced Kari Empire, this omnipotent weapon, warhammer, was a rare god-level weapon. In terms of pretentiousness, Luonan's omnipotent weapon warhammer might not be able to compare to Thor's hammer Mjolnir. But in terms of practicality, the omnipotent weapon warhammer threw Thor's hammer by several levels. And it was different from the picky Thor's hammer. The omnipotent weapon warhammer was much more approachable, and its requirements for the user were much lower. After using the lightning body blink to dodge the shockwaves emitted by the warhammer, Rog didn't hold back against Luonan. He waved his hand and threw out two ninjutsu. Water Release. Water Dragon Bullet. Fire Release. Fire Dragon Bullet. A 20-meter-long enormous water dragon appeared behind Rog out of thin air. It opened its enormous dragon mouth and flew directly towards Luonan. At the same time, the flames that Rog spat out from his mouth turned into 3 enormous flame dragons, attacking Luonan from 3 different directions at the same time. Wanting to use close-range attacks to get rid of Luonan wasn't an easy matter. And close-range attacks would bring unnecessary threats to himself. As a sufficiently cautious ninja, Rog obviously wouldn't mindlessly rush up recklessly. Rumble! The water dragon and the fire dragon arrived in front of Luonan in the blink of an eye, and then they hit the energy shield around Luonan's body. Whether it was the water dragon bullet or the fire dragon bullet, they weren't particularly powerful ninjutsu. The reason why he chose to use these 2 ninjutsu to counterattack was purely because these 2 ninjutsu looked better. Even the Chidori blade couldn't break through the defense of Luonan's energy shield. Of course, the fire dragon bullet and the water dragon bullet couldn't break through. The water droplets formed by the shattering of the water dragon danced in the sky. The high temperature brought by the fire dragon quickly evaporated the water droplets. The temperature in the command center began to rise rapidly. Luonan, who blocked the water dragon bullet and the fire dragon bullet, didn't have time to counterattack. Rog's attack once again arrived in front of him. Wind Release. Vacuum Chain Wave. Rog spat out a large breath from his mouth. 7 or 8 sickle weasel-like wind blades instantly arrived in front of Luonan, slashing at the energy shield like sharp blades. The wind blade-like vacuum chain wave could not only cut the opponent's body and weapon, but it could also cut the opponent's chakra. Of course, Luonan couldn't have chakra. So what the vacuum chain wave cut at this time was the energy circuit of the energy shield. Whether it was a barrier or an energy shield, there would be an energy circuit during the maintenance period. So when faced with a barrier and an energy shield, cutting off the energy circuit was the best way to break the barrier and the energy shield. Of course, if one's strength was strong enough to ignore the barrier and the energy shield, then it was also possible to break it with brute force. Rog didn't expect the water dragon bullet and the fire dragon bullet to break Luonan's energy shield from the beginning. He just wanted to use the water dragon bullet and the fire dragon bullet to test the weakness of the energy shield. In other words, the key connection points of the energy circuit. This kind of thing might be a bit unimaginable for other people. But for Rog, who had the Sharingan,
It wasn't a difficult thing. The insight of the Sharingan was indeed inferior to the Byakugan. Even the Manjikyu Sharingan's insight couldn't be compared to the Byakugan. But he didn't need the abnormal insight of the Byakugan. He just needed to roughly determine the connection points of the energy circuit in a few suspicious areas. That was enough. Vacuum chainwave sickle weasel wind blades seemed to randomly cut at the energy shield, but every landing point was meticulously designed by Rog. Luonan never thought that Rog would actually be able to formulate an attack plan that specifically targeted the energy shield in such a short period of time. At this time, he still maintained absolute trust in the energy shield. However, at the moment when the sickle weasel's wind blade hit the energy shield, it had helped him block countless attacks. The energy shield, which had never been broken by anyone, shattered like glass. Lightning release, Chidori. Chapter 261. Rog, who was originally 20 meters away, instantly arrived in front of the accuser Luonan. His left hand, which was sparkling with a silvery white lightning, directly pierced towards Luonan's heart. Right now Luonan was still in shock from his energy shield being broken. He never thought that his energy shield, which had never been broken before, would actually break at this time. Compared to the shattering of his energy shield, Rog, who had instantly appeared in front of him, didn't give him too much of a shock. It was already too late for him to reconstruct his energy shield. Rog wouldn't give him this kind of time. If Rog wasn't facing Luonan right now, but another carry warrior, then this Chidori would have pierced through the opponent's heart without any suspense, thoroughly ending the opponent's life. But Luonan wasn't an ordinary carry warrior. This wasn't the first time he faced a fatal attack that was close at hand. Even though he didn't have enough time to make any sort of defense or counterattack, he was still able to dodge the Chidori. The Kree armor he was wearing had bought him a true moment of time. And it was in this instant that normal people were unable to detect or grasp, that Luonan activated the most peculiar ability of the Universal Warhammer. Time Shift Domain. Luonan didn't have the ability to control time. The Universal Warhammer couldn't control time like the Time Gem. But the Universal Warhammer was one of the few weapons in the universe that could use the power of time. In the technologically advanced Carry Empire, why was the Universal Warhammer able to be called a god-level personal weapon? Aside from the Universal Warhammer being extremely versatile, the most important thing was that the Universal Warhammer was able to use Time Shift Domain. As for how the domain of Time Shift was created, even the Carry Empire's highest intelligence couldn't give an accurate answer. This ability was like time playing a joke on the Universal Warhammer. It inexplicably allowed the Universal Warhammer to possess this ability. How the Time Shift Domain appeared wasn't the main point that Luonan cared about right now. What he needed right now was to use the Time Shift Domain's ability to dodge Rog's Chidori. When the Time Shift Domain's ability was activated, the time Luonan was in seemed to be completely isolated from the time of the entire world. It formed a sort of time parallel. For others, time didn't change at all. It flowed as it should. But for Luonan, who was in the domain of time movement and movement, the time he was in was extended. It was extended in a different sense. In this extended period of time, he had no way of changing what was already happening in the real world. Because that was the power of time. If he couldn't change time, he couldn't change reality. However, the Time Shift Domain didn't exist to change time in the first place. From the name, Time Shift Domain, one could see the true use of this ability. Mobile Domain. In the flowing river of time, it was a domain that could move one's position. In a way, this ability was very similar to teleportation that involved the power of space. However, teleportation relied on the power of space, while the Time Shift Domain relied on the power of time. Although the borrowed power was completely different, the effect was still very similar. So in Rog's perception, Luonan, who had clearly been stabbed by him, instantly disappeared before his eyes. He dodged it? Luonan's instant disappearance made Rog frown slightly. He knew better than anyone else how fast Chidori's speed was. He had just felt the touch of hitting Luonan, and the green blood on his left hand's fingers proved this point. How did he disappear? Rog wasn't unfamiliar with the power of space, and he didn't think that Luonan's disappearance was due to his speed being too fast. Whether it was teleportation using the power of space or the instant disappearance brought about by extreme speed, it wasn't the same feeling as just now. Relying on the all-purpose Warhammer's Time Shift Domain,
Luo Nan successfully dodged Rog's Chidori and saved his life that was in imminent danger. Although he temporarily avoided the fate of death, using the time shift domain consumed a huge amount of energy, causing him to feel an intense sense of fatigue. There was no need to doubt the effect of the time shift domain. This wasn't the first time he used this ability to save his life. Even so, he still couldn't completely control this ability. He could only use it as a life-saving skill at a critical moment. Feeling the faint pain and numbness from his chest, Luo Nan began to seriously ponder. He had already experienced how strong Rog was. Although the current Rog didn't seem to be going all out, the strength he displayed so far had completely exceeded his expectations. Water, fire, wind, and thunder. In less than a few seconds, Rog used 4 completely different energy attacks. This level of proficiency in energy manipulation was even stronger than some special energy creatures. Did you kill Captain Marvel Carol? After a few seconds of silence, Luo Nan suddenly asked. You know that she's dead, but you don't know who killed her? Rog asked back. We really don't know who killed her. We just confirmed her death. It wasn't that the Kree's intelligence network wasn't advanced enough, nor was it that the Kree spies they hid on Earth didn't work hard enough. It was that they really didn't know anything. Even the news of Captain Marvel's death was told to them by someone else. Of course, Luo Nan wouldn't completely believe this kind of news from an unknown source, so he made some small confirmations. After a hint from the Supreme Intelligence and a visit to the planet Captain Marvel Carol guarded, he finally confirmed that the news of Captain Marvel Carol's death was true. Thus, he brought the Kree battleship to Earth and contacted Maximus at the same time. According to their plan, this should have been a very simple plan to conquer the planet, just like the other conquering operations they had done before. But it was very clear that things didn't develop as smoothly as they imagined. Since you know that she died in my hands, then I'll send you to accompany her. As soon as his voice fell, Rog attacked Luo Nan once again. Although he didn't know how Luo Nan dodged Chidori, he was very sure of one thing. The current Luo Nan consumed a lot of energy. Being able to dodge once didn't mean that he could dodge a second time. And judging from Luo Nan's current state, Rog doubted whether he could use the magical evasion skill from before again. Chapter 262. Facing Rog's lightning-like attack, Ronan had no intention of continuing to use his energy shield. The scene of his energy shield shattering had left a deep impression on him. It had even almost ended his life. If he hadn't used the time shift domain, he would have already reported his death to the universe's 5 gods of creation. The Kusanagi sword wrapped in silver lightning carried an aura of destruction as it arrived in front of Ronan. It directly pierced towards Ronan's already injured heart. In close combat, Rog had always liked to target vital organs such as the heart and throat. Although Ronan was stronger than the average Kree warrior, he was no exception. Seeing that the tip of the Kusanagi sword was about to hit him, Ronan finally moved. The warhammer in his hand instantly exploded with a terrifying shockwave far stronger than before. Compared to the previous shockwave, this shockwave was not only stronger, but it also covered a wider area. Boom! With Luo Nan as the center, a terrifying shockwave exploded like a bomb. It attacked every corner of the surrounding area from 360 degrees. Ronan was very clear that his speed was far inferior to Rog's. A shockwave with a fixed direction would have a hard time hitting Rog, who excelled in speed, so he used a simple and crude attack without any blind spots. The command center that had already suffered a shockwave once welcomed another terrifying shockwave. But this time, it wasn't just the command center that was shaken. Even the battleship itself began to shake violently. Rog was no stranger to Ronan's attack style. It could even be said that in the past few months, this kind of area of effect attack was the most familiar attack style he had. The shockwave that couldn't be seen by the naked eye had just touched the tip of the Kusanagi sword when he decisively let go of the sword in his right hand. The Kusanagi sword was sent flying without any suspense, and his figure disappeared in an instant. Flying Thor. After being on the Kree battleship for so long, how could he not have left behind a few Flying Thor spells? Before fighting a boss in a game, you must save it. When you arrive at a place that could potentially become a battlefield, you must prepare a Flying Thor spell in advance. Being a cautious ninja wasn't just for show. The Kusanagi sword was sent flying, and the terrifying shockwave was like a hurricane that attacked the surroundings. The control panel was sent flying, the walls were broken, and the floor was shattered. Not only did Ronan's attack stop Rog's attack, it also destroyed the warship's command center. Luo Nan was different from Rog, who needed to preserve the warship to complete his mission. Clearly, Luo Nan didn't have any misgivings in this aspect. Let alone destroying the command center of the battleship. Even if the battleship was blown up, he wouldn't feel any heartache. When the shockwave completely dissipated, the command center that was originally filled with Kree style was already a mess, turning into an even more punk style of space pirates. No, even a space pirate spaceship would not have such a dilapidated command center. It was absolutely impossible to kill Rog with just the shockwave, no matter how strong the shockwave was. Luo Nan was very clear on this point. So when Rog disappeared in front of him once again, he suddenly raised the warhammer in his hand and fiercely smashed it into the ravaged ground. Bang! The shining black hammer hit the metal floor heavily. The black light from the hammerhead flowed to all the places and objects it touched like an electric current. Gravity manipulation. Luo Nan didn't choose to manipulate energy. After witnessing Rog's ninjutsu, he knew that he was no match for Rog in terms of energy manipulation. So he set his sights on materials that were easier to manipulate. Compared to manipulating energy, manipulating materials was undoubtedly much simpler. The metal and materials that flowed through by the black energy began to slowly float up. The devastated command center seemed to have sunk into an environment where gravity was out of control. Relying on the all-purpose warhammer, Luo Nan could manipulate the gravity and density of materials. To a certain extent, he could control these materials as he pleased. What he was doing now was to create a battlefield that was more suitable for him, a battlefield where he could display his full strength. These seemingly floating metal fragments could be turned into weapons to attack Rog when he needed them. They could also be turned into shields to block Rog. After doing all this, Luo Nan added a new energy shield to himself. Although the energy shield couldn't completely block Rog's attack, blocking Rog for a while wasn't too big of a problem. With the energy shield added and the battlefield constructed, the next step was to find Rog's tracks. Luo Nan had a rough understanding of Rog's fighting habits. Create openings and then assassinate at high speed. Whether it was the sword that slashed at the back of Luo Nan's neck or the attack that nearly pierced his heart, they were all like this. While Luo Nan was searching for Rog's tracks, Rog once again returned to the command center with the flying thunder god. He stood on the blade of the Kusanagi sword that was inserted into the wall and looked down at Luo Nan from above. An energy shield and floating metal fragments. This was a defensive counterattack. Rog wasn't surprised by Luo Nan's choice. Anyone would have made the same choice after experiencing two assassin-like close-range assassins in a row. When Rog stood on the Kusanagi sword and looked down at Luo Nan raised his head to look at him. His face was full of vigilance. At the same time, there was a hint of provocation. Aren't you very good at high-speed close-range assassinations? Come on then. Bring it on. Although Luo Nan didn't say a word, Rog saw through his thoughts. However, even if the two of them wanted to communicate now, they probably wouldn't have the chance. Most of the external equipment in the command center was destroyed by Luo Nan's shockwave attack that didn't distinguish between friend and foe. If nothing unexpected happened, the translation system should have been completely destroyed. Looking at Luo Nan's vigilant expression, Rog suddenly sighed. Luo Nan's response wasn't wrong. He should have been vigilant. However, he overlooked a very important matter. Or rather, he didn't realize this matter at all. Rog was good at more than just physical attacks and energy attacks. He was good at mental attacks as well. When Luo Nan stared at him without blinking, Rog silently changed his 3-Tomo Sharingan to Mangekyo Sharingan. Tsukuyami. Seeing Rog's 3-Tomo Sharingan inexplicably rotate, Luo Nan sensed that something was wrong. However, he didn't have any chance at this time. In just an instant, Luo Nan's mind was pulled into the Tsukuyami world by Rog. It was a Tsukuyami world that was completely controlled by Rog. The ground was as black as ink and flowing water. A huge red moon hung in the gray sky. Luo Nan's face was full of vigilance as he constantly sized up this strange world. Then, he saw Rog wearing a black auspicious cloud robe and the Kusanagi sword in his hand that shone with a cold light. Chapter 263. The moment he saw Rog, Luo Nan instinctively wanted to clench the omnipotent warhammer in his hand. But he soon realized that there was nothing in his hand. Not only that, but he was also instantly bound by a powerful force that he could not resist. His entire body was tightly bound to the cross that was slightly larger than him. Not good. Although Luo Nan didn't know what had happened to him, he was certain that he had completely lost the ability to resist. No matter how hard he tried, no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free from this seemingly ordinary cross and the small chain that bound his hands and feet. Don't struggle. If you can break free from the shackles, you can leave this place freely. Rog ignored Luo Nan's struggle because he had already confirmed that Luo Nan's mental strength was far inferior to his the moment he pulled Luo Nan into Tsukuyami's world. It was a bit funny. Tsukuyami was his Mangekyo ability, but he didn't know how to crack Tsukuyami. If it was in Naruto's world, he more or less knew some ways to crack Tsukuyami. But here, he could only try one by one. Up to now, only 3 people had experienced Tsukuyami. One was Hulk, one was the unexpected Banner, and the other was Luo Nan in front of him. Hulk tried to crack it but failed. Banner barely tried to crack it, but the result was worse than Hulk's. As for Luo Nan, Rog was looking forward to his performance. Where is this? After confirming that he couldn't break free from the shackles for the time being, Luo Nan quickly calmed down and asked, "You can simply understand this place as a world that belongs to me. By the way, let me remind you, don't count on others to save you. No one will come." Although Luo Nan seemed to have given up resisting, Rog knew very well that it was absolutely impossible for a person like him to accept his fate so easily. Generally speaking, the more a person pursues strength, the more unwilling they are to accept their fate. And Luo Nan was obviously the kind of person who pursued strength extremely. "What do you want to do? You brought me here specially. Don't tell me you want to chat with me?" Speaking of this, Luo Nan suddenly realized something. "It seems that you have also discovered that this place isn't the real world. If this is the real world, I won't understand what you're saying, and you won't understand what I'm saying either." Rog answered casually. He wasn't worried that Luo Nan would guess anything from his answer. Sure enough, Luo Nan became silent after hearing Rog's answer. It wasn't the real world, which meant that it was a mental attack. In the universe, although there weren't many people who could use spiritual attacks, it wasn't a small number either. Some races were born with mental or telepathic abilities. Mental attacks were what these special races were good at. Although Luo Nan's many years of battle experience didn't allow him to obtain any unparalleled super strength, it allowed him to possess a wealth of experience that far exceeded that of an ordinary person. In his memory, there was a race with antennae on their heads that had the innate talent of telepathy. Luo Nan began to rapidly recall the memories in his mind related to mental attacks and how to break away from them. He hoped to find useful information from within. Time passed bit by bit. Rog didn't stop Luo Nan. He allowed Luo Nan to think of countermeasures. 10 minutes passed, 20 minutes passed. Half an hour later, Luo Nan revealed a helpless smile. There was no other way. He couldn't find any method that could help him break away from his current situation. There wasn't even a theoretical method. "It looks like you should have given up by now. Since that's the case, then it's my turn." Rog used the Kusanagi sword in his hand to pat Luo Nan's large face. Then he continued to speak. "In the beginning, I planned to see just how much strength you had before killing you. But now that I think about it, it would have been too boring to just kill you like this." The famous accuser Luo Nan had silently died in the hands of an earthling. No matter how you look at it, it would have been too shameful. More importantly, I feel that you still have a bit of value that hasn't been squeezed out of you. So, I plan to give you a chance to live. Luo Nan didn't say a word when Rog was speaking. He just listened in silence. When Rog finished speaking, a trace of disdain appeared on his face. "You want to use the threat of death to humiliate me? Ignorant earthling." Looking at Luo Nan's expression of, "I'm not interested," Rog sighed once again. Even though he didn't know what Luo Nan was thinking, it was clear that Luo Nan had rejected his good intentions. Since that was the case, then let's go with the standard set meal. Alright, let me remind you. Death isn't the most painful thing. Wanting to die but not being able to die is. As soon as he finished speaking, the number of Rog in front of Luo Nan increased from 1 to 10.
Then, these Rog raised the Kusanagi sword in their hands at the same time and stabbed Luo Nan from different angles. Humans had to learn how to cherish something after losing it. In the following time, Luo Nan fully experienced the pain of wanting to die but not being able to. Of course, Rog would ask Luo Nan from time to time when he was experiencing this hellish pain. However, Rog's questioning time wasn't fixed. Sometimes it was a few hours. Sometimes it was a day. It had to be said that a professional warrior's mental endurance was stronger than a normal person's. Especially for Luo Nan, who had seen and experienced a lot. He was a warrior with a certain level of strength. His mental endurance was even more outstanding. Even so, Luo Nan relented in the end after enjoying an entire 5 days of torturous pain. I agree. Luo Nan seemed to use the last of his strength to say these words. Then his mind returned to the real world once again. Luo Nan's tormented mind had just returned to his body when he fell forward uncontrollably. He laid on the ground like a corpse, not moving at all. After lying on the cold metal floor for over 10 minutes, Luo Nan finally struggled to sit up. He raised his head to look at Rog, who was less than a meter away from him. According to our agreement, you have to hand over the remaining 2 Kree battleships to me. Then you can leave. In order to smoothly communicate with Luo Nan, Rog intentionally obtained a universal language translator from 2 Kree warriors while Luo Nan was lying on the ground like a corpse. I never go back on my promises. With Luo Nan's personal arrangement, Rog easily obtained control of the other 2 Kree battleships. As for the Kree people on the battleships, he had Luo Nan pack them up and take them away. He only wanted the battleships. The Kree people and whatnot weren't part of his plan. Chapter 264. The handover was smoother than Rog imagined, or it could be said that Luo Nan's control over the Carry warriors was stronger than he imagined. Even if Luo Nan needed others to help him walk, all the Carry warriors chose to obey unconditionally after he issued the order. Before I leave, I want to know, who did I lose to? Before the battle began, Luo Nan had asked Rog's name. At that time, his attitude was much more arrogant than now. Rog, 4th Hokage Rog. After thinking for a bit, Rog reported his name as the 4th Hokage. Luo Nan's fame in the universe wasn't small. Letting him know his name as the 4th Hokage would be beneficial for his future exploration of the universe. Although he didn't have any plans to leave Earth right now, he would sooner or later start his own journey in the universe, so it was good to prepare in advance. Okay, I'll remember. I hope I can fight with you in the universe next time. A strong person like you shouldn't stay on a backward planet like Earth. He didn't know if Luo Nan had any masochistic tendencies, but after being educated by Rog in Tsukuyami World, his attitude towards Rog had a clear change. Earth isn't backward. After replying to Luo Nan, Rog took his 4 Umbu subordinates to the 2 Carry battleships that didn't suffer any damage. Rog would give one of the Carry battleships to Jianghu as a prop to complete the entrusted mission. As for the other battleship, he would transform it into his own personal battleship. If he wanted to start a journey in the universe, how could he not have a spaceship? But before that, he needed to adjust the battleship a bit. For example, the annoying Carry-style decoration and the operating system. After giving one of the battleships to Jianghu, Rog received his commission reward of 120 ninja coins and the black boulder that could lead to Tatooine. Before he left the afterlife, he even found an opportunity to spar with Gordon, and obtained what he wanted relatively peacefully. Although Jianghu and Gordon were dissatisfied with his approach, they didn't do anything in the end, as if nothing had happened. All things in the universe. Quantum transfer. Through the omniscient nature of his right eye, Rog had successfully plundered this extremely useful teleportation ability from Gadon. As for the name, quantum teleportation, it was just a random name he came up with. He was not a scientist, so he did not know the principle behind this teleportation ability. Therefore, he adopted a very simple naming method. When faced with indecision, quantum mechanics was the answer. Unlike the flying Thor, which required marking spells in advance, quantum teleportation did not require any prior preparation. Even if one did not know the specific situation of the teleportation location, or had never been to the teleportation location, it would not affect the quantum teleportation in any way. After some practical tests, he found that quantum teleportation was more useful than he had imagined. When teleporting over a long distance, there would be a certain amount of time before the skill was activated, but it wasn't very long and didn't cost much. If the teleportation distance was shorter, the pre-roll time would be close to zero, and the consumption would not be too high. All in all, this was a teleportation ability that did not require much from the user. Even an ordinary person would be able to use this teleportation ability without any burden. Moreover, the use of omniscient nature this time also allowed him to learn a very important piece of information. The plunder of omniscient nature was not plunder in the true sense. When he used omniscient nature on Gordon did not completely lose the ability to teleport. He just became weaker. In Jia Ying's words, Gordon seemed to have returned to the time when he had just awakened his superpower, and he was completely unable to control it. This discovery also slightly reduced the psychological burden on Rog. After all, he was not a demon, and plundering other people's abilities for no reason would still make him feel a little guilty. The carry battleship was in his hands, the black boulder was in his hands, and the quantum teleportation was also in his hands. Rog's trip to the afterlife could be said to be a fruitful one. Before leaving the afterlife, she should be called Daisy now. Daisy said that she wanted to live with Jia Ying and Calvin for a while, and experience the feeling of living with her parents. In this regard, Rog had no objection and waved his hand to give Daisy half a year's annual leave. After saying goodbye to Daisy, Rog and the 4 Umbu members teleported back to Konoha's headquarters. Time flies, and half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Daisy, who has officially changed her name, also took the annual leave given by Rog a few days ago and returned to Konoha. In the past 6 months, Rog did not perform any commission, nor did he exchange anything from the system. Since he plundered Gordon's quantum teleportation ability, he embarked on the path of self-development of Kekki Gen Kai. Plus the 120 ninja coins obtained by Jia Ying's commission, he now has 765 ninja coins unconsumed. Originally, he planned to directly exchange a new Kekki Gen Kai from the system. But after seeing the sharp increase in the price of Kekki Gen Kai, he decisively gave up this idea. Does he want to kill people with big data? No way. So, he decisively embarked on the path of self-development of Kekki Gen Kai. Because of physical reasons, there is no way for him to develop Kekki Gen Kai such as the Byakugan or the Shiki Gen Kai. However, what he wants to develop is not these Kekki Gen Kai, but magnet release, lava release, and other escape-type Kekki Gen Kai. Speaking of this, he has to mention the 7-attribute chakra that the system gave him in the novice gift pack. In the beginning, he just regarded the 7-attribute chakra as a prerequisite for using various ninjutsu, and he didn't have any ideas about the 7-attribute chakra. After all, compared with developing it by himself, it is undoubtedly much easier to exchange from the system. However, the system's price increase made him thoroughly see the system's evil profiteer face. Raising the price on the ground, rogue to the extreme. However, what Rog didn't expect was that the system's price increase this time was really justifiable. He already has 2 Kekki Gen Kai, Sharingan and Mokutan, and his body has reached a certain extent of the capacity limit. If he can develop Hashirama's sage body to the limit, then he can indeed continue to accommodate more Kekki Gen Kai. But the problem is that he doesn't. So the system increased the exchange requirement of Kekki Gen Kai, not to kill people with big data, but to hint to him that he should improve his sage body as soon as possible. But obviously, Rog didn't understand the system's hint, but embarked on the road of self-development of Kekki Gen Kai. This is very Rog, this is also very straight. Because straight people don't understand the hint. Chapter 265. Although he accidentally embarked on the path of developing Kekki Gen Kai due to a misunderstanding, Rog still gained a lot after seriously studying the fusion of different attributes of chakra for half a year. He didn't succeed in developing Kekki Gen Kai such as magnet release and lava release, but he got another good harvest. Chakra fusion energy. When fusing his different attributes of chakra, he found that his chakra has a scumbag attribute in a sense. In short, in addition to his own 7 attributes, his chakra can also fuse different energies absorbed from the outside world and transform them into the form of chakra. In order to prove this point, he deliberately used the quantum transmission ability he had just plundered to try it out. As a result, he found that his chakra can also fuse the energy of quantum transmission. Moreover, there is a tendency that it doesn't refuse. Rog doesn't know whether this is his own uniqueness that caused his chakra to become more and more abnormal, or it's because the chakra given by the system was originally set in this way. In short, his current chakra is a bit different from the chakra he imagined. In addition to chakra's ability to fuse other energies from the outside world, his other gain is that he can temporarily make his chakra possess more than 2 different attributes. Because he has 7 attributes of chakra, he didn't encounter too much difficulty when fusing chakra with different attributes. Instead, it went a bit too smoothly. As long as he wants, he can make chakra possess 2 or 3 attributes at any time. The reason why he didn't develop Kekkei Genkai such as magnet release and lava release is that he finally found that his body has reached a certain limit. It's not difficult to temporarily make chakra possess different attributes. What's difficult is that his body has no way to completely turn these different attributes of chakra into instinct, so he can use magnet release and lava release like using wood release. The system's subtle hint finally achieved its effect at this time. After understanding this, Rog did not continue the development of the bloodline limit. Instead, he shifted his focus slightly and moved the development of the immortal body up to the agenda. The development of the bloodline limit had come to an end for the time being because of his body. Instead, it was the cultivation of the immortal body, as well as the cultivation of Susanoo. The purpose of further improving the immortal body was to increase the limits of the body so that the body could contain more bloodline limits. Practicing Susanoo is to increase one's offensive and defensive means. Let's not talk about the power of Susanoo. Just its appearance alone is enough to explain the problem. The cultivation of Susanoo is divided into 6 stages, that is, 6 forms. The initial form of Susanoo only had arms and ribs, and the gap between them was relatively large. It didn't completely wrap the user, and its appearance and power were also the worst. However, even in its initial form, Susanoo already has a variety of functions such as attack, defense, control and so on, and can resist most of the attacks. It took less than a month for Rog to completely master the initial form of Susanoo. The first form after the initial form is a complete skeleton. The physical form of chakra will also completely wrap the user, and the attack and defense power will also be further improved, and some relatively simple sword weapons can also be used. Although the first form of Susanoo still doesn't look good, it already has the ability to become a trump card in battle, and it can be regarded as a good trump card. The second form after the first form, that is, the form of Susanoo that Rog has now mastered, is the form with the best balance. From this form, Susanoo can use some of the user's exclusive weapons and ninjutsu. Moreover, this form of Susanoo has the same long-range attack ninjutsu, Yasaka no Magatama. The second form of Susanoo has also finally got rid of the appearance of a skeleton. It has meridians and flesh, and the degree of completeness has been significantly improved. After mastering the second form of Susanoo, Rog intended to cultivate to the third form of Black Tengu armor in one go, which is the final form mastered by Uchiha Itachi. He wanted to see if he, who has similar Mangekyo patterns as Uchiha Itachi, and also has Tsukuyami, can have Totsuka sword and Yata mirror like Uchiha Itachi. However, Hinata's report made him temporarily dispel the idea of continuing to cultivate Susanoo. After spending half a year and a lot of manpower and material resources, Hinata completed the transformation of the Kree battleship, completely transforming it into the appearance requested by Rog. At the same time, Hinata completed the study of the Black Boulder on Tatooine. Hinata can now open the portal to Tatooine at any time through the Black Boulder, and when he needs it, she can open it again and let him return to Earth. Since obtaining the Black Boulder, Rog has been thinking about how to develop Tatooine. Although the civilization and creatures on Tatooine are completely extinct because of the hive, it is undeniable that it is a suitable planet for human habitation. Whether it was to develop his own secret base or to do some other things on it, Tatooine had great development value. Rog hasn't decided on the specific development plan for the time being, but he doesn't mind cleaning up the hive on it first. Rog didn't tell anyone about going to Tatooine, and no one even knew that he was leaving Earth. In the past half a year he often stayed in the training room alone to train, and sometimes he stayed for 10 days to half a month, so Walter, Punisher, and others have long been used to not seeing him often. After taking the special tablet specially prepared by Hinata, Rog jumped into the black pool transformed from the Black Boulder and quietly left Konoha's headquarters. In just an instant, he crossed an unimaginable distance of space from Earth to Tatooine, which is located in an unknown part of the universe. The sky was gray, and the land was deathly still. After arriving at the legendary planet of Tatooine,
Rog's first impression was that it was very similar to the home of the Dark Elves, Svartalfheim. Both were planets that had given birth to civilizations and were eventually completely lost. Both were planets that were once full of life and eventually dead. After looking at the sky and land that were completely different from Earth, Rog began to use chakra perception. After years of cultivation and improvement, his chakra perception still hasn't reached the level of sensing the entire Earth, but it has improved considerably. For example, he can sense half of the Earth. Of course, this is only the limit of the initial perception range. In the case of detailed perception, the range of perception will be greatly reduced. However, on Tatooine, which has no signs of life, he doesn't need to use detailed perception. On this planet, there is only one creature, and that is the inhuman hive. Chapter 266. On the silent planet of Tatooine, Rog stood motionless like a statue. A 3D map appeared in his mind. As time passed, the map's range continued to expand, quickly extending beyond the horizon. There were no signs of life. Rog's perception range had already extended to hundreds of kilometers, but he still could not sense any signs of life. At this time, on Tatooine, there were only a few living plants, let alone living beings. Although he had not gained anything until now, Rog was not worried that he would not be able to find Hive. Even if he could not find it, Hive would take the initiative to find him. For Hive, who had been in a state of hunger for a long time, Rog was a delicacy that had been delivered to his door. A delicacy that could allow him to continue living, and even a chance to leave the planet. Rog's perception range continued to expand. When his perception range was about to break through 500 kilometers, he finally sensed the target he was looking for. It was completely different from the life energy he had sensed before. The life energy he sensed now was not only very weak, but it was also in a fog-like state. It was like a cloud of smoke that was constantly flying. Although the life form was very special, Rog was 100% sure that this was the first inhuman hive in history, the legendary Hydra. Unlike other inhumans, Hive was not human, but a collection of parasites. To him, the human body was just a container. Those hundreds of millions of parasites were his true body. This special life form not only allowed Hive to have a lifespan that far exceeded other inhumans, but it also made him extremely difficult to deal with. When dealing with ordinary creatures, whether they were inhumans or Creoles, as long as they caused serious damage to their bodies, they could end their lives. However, to Hive the body was just a container. Even if the head was gone or the body was destroyed, it was just a matter of changing the container. What was even more troublesome was that when dealing with Hive, conventional weapons like swords, guns and cannons would not be very effective. Energy attacks like lasers, fire, and lightning would be relatively effective, but they might not be able to kill all the parasites on Hive. Therefore, the best way to deal with Hive was to exile him to a space where he could not survive and use the extreme external environment to completely eliminate all the parasites. For example, outer space. However, Honeycomb was not a fool. He would not allow others to take him to outer space. Even if he could not defeat his opponent, with Honeycomb's ability, if he wanted to leave, he could completely abandon his body and leave in the form of a collection of parasites. Although the Hive would die without a host, no one knew how long it could survive without a host. If there was no host, the Hive could still survive for another 10 to 20 years. This would greatly affect Rog's development of Tatooine. Furthermore, without the fixed form of a host, who knew if the Hive would split itself into several or even dozens of parts and hide somewhere else? Therefore, Rog only had one chance. If he could not get rid of the Hive once and for all, the Hive might evolve into an extremely troublesome sequela, an unstable factor that would greatly reduce the value of Tatooine. After determining the location of the Hive, Rog thought about the countermeasures for a while, and then used the quantum transmission he plundered from Gordon and teleported directly to a position only 30 meters away from the Hive. When the brilliant aurora-like light of quantum transmission disappeared, Rog saw the ultimate belief that Hydra had been looking for thousands of years. The Hive. At this time, Honeycomb was not as weak as he had imagined, and it could even be said that his physical condition was very good. He did not know if it was because Hydra had just fed Honeycomb not long ago, or if Honeycomb had taken good care of his body, but at this time, he looked like a healthy adult male. His face was ruddy, full of energy, and his eyes were bright. If his messy hair and beard could be trimmed, and he could take a shower and change his clothes,
Honeycomb would be a physically and mentally healthy adult. While Rog was looking at Honeycomb, Honeycomb was also looking at him. After being exiled for thousands of years, especially after the extinction of the intelligent race on Tatooine, Honeycomb's concept of time has become more and more vague. After all, on such a dead planet where no one can communicate with and no hope can be seen, recording time is completely meaningless. By now, Honeycomb's concept of time has basically been simplified. Just eaten, a little hungry, hungry, very hungry, hungry to death. So for Honeycomb, who is currently in a state of satiety, it is an incredible thing for an unexpected human to suddenly appear in front of him. Speaking of this, it is necessary to talk about Hydra's strange practice. He doesn't know what the Hydra leaders were thinking. They actually came up with the idea of drawing a lot from the organization every 10 or 20 years to send a person there. And the people who are eligible to draw lots are the senior members of the organization. From the perspective of Faith, Rog can barely understand Hydra's practice. After all, in their view, this may be a supreme honor. But from an objective point of view, he feels that the Hydra senior members are all idiots who have lost their minds. Your spiritual faith, the leader you have been looking for thousands of years, is now on a strange planet. Even if you really think that Hydra is a god, a higher existence that can survive without food, can you consider sending a few more people there? What's more, Honeycomb is not the kind of higher existence that can survive without food. In the eyes of Hydra, Honeycomb is a god. But Honeycomb is really not. He is also a life, and he also needs food. Besides, send a few more people there, do a few more tests, and the possibility of finding an accurate way to return is greater. Even if it is really for faith, for glory, it is not necessary to send a person over every 10 or 20 years. The Olympics are held once every 4 years. Think about it, if you were Honeycomb, and your believers only came once every 10 or 20 years, and each time only one person, what would you think? So Rog despises the practice of Hydra's senior management. Not to mention one a year, even if it is held once every 4 years like the Olympics, Honeycomb will not be so hungry. Who are you? Are you not a tribute? He doesn't know if it's because he hasn't spoken for a long time, but Honeycomb's voice sounds a little strange, like a radio that has been out of production for many years and started broadcasting again. Chapter 267. Tribute? After hearing Hive's words, Rog froze for a moment. What's going on? The first impression I give people is that I've fallen to the level of a tribute? Rog could endure other people's mockery of his strength, and he could also endure other people's disapproval of his character. But he couldn't endure other people's contempt of his appearance. As a man who had the title of Fourth Hokage and was even more handsome than the original Fourth Hokage, he couldn't accept Hive's tribute evaluation. Have you ever seen a tribute as strong as me? Have you ever seen a tribute as strong and handsome as me? Have you ever seen a tribute as strong, handsome, and reliable as me? Tribute? You're the tribute. Your whole family is the tribute. After trying hard to calm his excited heart, Rog looked at Hive as if he was looking at prey. Honeycomb would never have thought that a simple sentence from him would cause Rog to have such a complicated mental state. Seeing that Rog's attitude had changed, Hive's face showed a trace of doubt. Wasn't he a tribute? When parasitizing the host, Hive could obtain the host's memory. But under normal circumstances, he wouldn't do this. Because searching the host's memory was meaningless to him. Whether he searched the host's memory or not, it couldn't help him leave this damn planet. And every time he searched the host's memory, it would consume a part of his energy. For Hive, who hadn't eaten a full meal for thousands of years, every bit of energy was extremely precious. So over time, he lost interest in searching the host's memory. But now, he suddenly had the urge to search the current host's memory. This host had just parasitized for a short time, and the energy in his body was enough for him to consume for a long time. More importantly, he now had a backup host. Although he didn't know who Rog was, and he didn't know what kind of ability Rog had. But the first time he saw Rog, Hive had a very strong intuition. This is the right host for me. This is the host I want. This is the perfect host for me. Hive didn't know why he had such an intuition, but he was sure that his intuition was right. Unknowingly, the atmosphere became a little strange. Rog scanned Honeycomb's body, and Honeycomb scanned Rog's body. If it weren't for the inappropriate surroundings,
It would have been easy to misunderstand that Rogue and Honeycomb were looking at each other with a gaze that went beyond friendship.
Do you have any last words? Give me your body.
After a few minutes of silence, Rogue and Honeycomb spoke at the same time.
Looks like you don't have any last words. Looks like you don't intend to give me your body.
After pausing for a few seconds, Rogue and Honeycomb spoke again at the same time.
This damned tacit understanding.
After the two of them spoke at the same time, Rogue and Honeycomb gave up on the idea of continuing the conversation.
Instead, they looked at each other seriously.
Although Honeycomb didn't understand Rogue, after carefully sensing Rogue, his face showed a look of victory.
Mutants. This guy is a mutant.
Although it was different from the mutants he had sensed before, he definitely wouldn't mistake this special mutant energy. To others, mutants didn't have any particularly obvious energy characteristics. But to Honeycomb, every mutant had a unique form of energy that proved their identity as a mutant. Among all the mutants that had been modified by the Kree's Terrigen experiment, Honeycomb was definitely the most special one. Not to mention that his life form had undergone fundamental changes. Just his ability to control all mutants was enough to prove this point. In the Kree's Terrigen experiment, the other mutants were powerful mutant warriors, and Honeycomb was the leader of these mutant warriors. Therefore, Honeycomb was born with the ability to control other mutants, and it was absolute control, and there was no way to resist control. However, no one would have thought that Honeycomb, who was set as the leader of the mutants from the beginning, would be exiled to Tatooine by the Kree before he could enjoy his days as a leader. Since he was a mutant, it would be easy to deal with him. Although Honeycomb had sworn that he would never parasitize a mutant. But now, he was going to betray his oath. After all, compared to Rogue's body, the oath wasn't very important. Just when Honeycomb was looking at him with a malicious look, Rogue silently took out the reality Rubik's Cube. In order to deal with Honeycomb, who was a collection of parasites, he had thought of many plans, and seriously studied the feasibility and practical effect of the plan. After thinking about it repeatedly, he had to admit a fact. Dealing with Honeycomb wasn't difficult for him. However, if he wanted to deal with Honeycomb quickly and cleanly without leaving any side effects, he didn't have many options. Among the few options available, using the reality gem was the simplest and most crude method that could guarantee the effects. Therefore, as a ninja who yearns for glory and battle, he decisively made the final choice.
Reality gem.
Simple and direct, end all troubles. Just one time, and all future troubles can be eliminated. After Rogue took out the dark red reality Rubik's Cube, Honeycomb's innate crisis instinct issued an unprecedented warning. This strong warning that almost occupied his entire consciousness instantly interrupted Honeycomb's beautiful fantasy of Rogue's body. Honeycomb didn't know why he had such a strong warning, but as an old monster who had lived for thousands of years, he unconditionally trusted his crisis instinct. Without any hesitation, it could even be said that he was extremely determined. Honeycomb instantly turned into a cloud of black fog, flying in all directions like locusts. Things like host and parasitism were completely out of his consideration now. However, he was still a step too late. The reality Rubik's Cube in Rogue's right hand flashed with a dark red light that wasn't dazzling but strange enough, and the surrounding space instantly changed. The originally unobstructed space turned into an enchantment.
Space barrier.
Using the reality Rubik's Cube, Rogue created a spherical space barrier with a diameter of 100 meters, completely enveloping Honeycomb. Preventing Honeycomb from leaving in the form of his body was just the first step of the plan. When the spherical space that even the tiniest atom couldn't pass through was formed, Rogue began to further compress this huge spherical space with a diameter of 100 meters. The black fog-like body of Honeycomb was constantly driven back to the host's body. Although the body of Honeycomb was driven back to the host, Rogue still didn't stop compressing the space. In the end, a spherical space mixed with Honeycomb's body parasites and human flesh floated in the air. From the initial diameter of 100 meters to the size of a basketball. All of this happened in just a few seconds. After being completely trapped in this extremely crowded spherical space, Honeycomb finally understood why his instincts were giving him such a strong warning.
This guy is ridiculously strong.
Honeycomb, who had never seen an infinity stone, regarded the ability of the reality gem as Rogue's own ability. Chapter 268. If Hive's vigilance was just a little bit higher, for example, he would have chosen to run away the moment he saw Rog. In that case, he might still have a sliver of a chance to survive. Unfortunately, thousands of years of exile had caused him to lose the vigilance that he should have. Hive, who was completely wrapped in the spherical space, didn't completely despair at this time. Although he didn't know what Rog was going to do next, he was confident in his ability to survive. It's nothing more than a change in the place where I'm imprisoned. This won't scare me. After looking at the disgusting sphere floating in front of him, Rog once again activated the reality cube. The reality gem does have the ability to modify reality, but to maintain the modified reality, it also needs a constant supply of energy. Rog wasn't a Kree, and he didn't plan to exile or imprison Hive. Killing Beehive was his real goal. Using a completely enclosed spherical space to completely trap Hive was only the first step of the plan. The reality cube in Rog's hand once again shone with a strange dark red light, and a half-meter-wide circular portal appeared in front of him. Using the reality cube, Rog built an interstellar portal that was opened by the cosmic cube during the Battle of New York. Compared to the portal built by the cosmic cube, the portal built by the reality gem was much smaller and less stable. But Rog didn't care much about this. What he needed now was a one-time teleportation portal that could connect to outer space. Whether it was stable or safe, he didn't care at all. When the half-meter-wide portal was completely formed, Hive, who was trapped in the spherical space, finally realized something. This guy didn't want to imprison me. After realizing this, Hive in the spherical space began to surge wildly, trying to find an escape that didn't exist. Hive's survival ability was indeed very strong, and he could safely survive in places where most creatures couldn't survive. But this didn't mean that he could survive in any environment. Vacuum, or outer space, was an environment where he absolutely couldn't survive. I've already asked if you have any last words, so this time, I'll just say goodbye. As soon as his voice fell, the right hand formed by chakra grabbed the floating spherical space, and through this spherical space mixed with human flesh, clothes, and the parasites of the Hive into the portal that had just been constructed. The basketball-sized spherical space drew a beautiful arc in the air and then fell directly into the portal. Perfect hit. When the spherical space passed through the portal and entered an unknown place in outer space, Rog ended the maintenance of the portal. The portal that emitted a faint blue light disappeared as if it never appeared. After the portal closed, Rog was forced to end the maintenance of the spherical space. The terrifying distance in space increased the energy required to maintain the spherical space. As a meticulous person, and in order to kill the Hive as soon as possible, Rog cut off the energy supply without hesitation. Without a continuous supply of energy, the spherical space that violated the laws of nature could not continue to exist. So, in a corner of the universe, the basketball-sized spherical space shattered with a bang. The human remains and the Hive itself in the space welcomed the warm welcome of the outer space environment. Rog had no interest in what would happen to the Hive in outer space in the vacuum environment. At this time, he summoned the tablet specially modified by Hinata from the summon scroll. The black boulder can open the space channel connected to the planet Tatooine, but because the planet Tatooine is constantly rotating, the location of the space channel is different every time. So to ensure that he can return to Earth smoothly, Rog asked Hinata to perform a series of preliminary experiments and calculations to calculate the time and place of each opening of the space channel. The tablet in his hand recorded the corresponding opening time and channel. According to his request, Hinata at the Konoha headquarters will open the space channel every hour, and each opening will last for 3 minutes. It has now been more than half an hour since he came to Tatooine, so he has to rush to the next opening location of the channel in the remaining 20 minutes. Quantum transmission. At this time, Rog once again thanked Gordon for his free quantum transmission ability. After more than 20 minutes, Rog, who easily solved the problem of the Hive, returned to Earth. Hinata, we can now start the second phase of the Tatooine plan. After returning to the Konoha headquarters, Rog gave the latest order to Hinata. Although he hasn't yet figured out how to develop Tatooine, this doesn't prevent him from making some preparations in advance. Okay. The steel engineering team and construction materials of the Tatooine Hidden Village have been arranged. In a month, the initial establishment of Konoha Hidden Village will be completed. Under the control of Hinata, robots of different shapes were activated, and boxes of packed construction materials were continuously sent into the transmission channel built by the Black Boulder.
Rog didn't tell anyone about the establishment of Konoha Hidden Village on Tatooine. In the entire Konoha, only he and Hinata know about the existence of this plan. In order to keep it a secret, he didn't use anyone except Hinata. Even the construction robots were redesigned and specially produced by Hinata according to the design principles of Ultron and Mark III. Construction materials were purchased in the name of Konoha, and there was no need to hide these common construction materials. Even if someone found out that Konoha had purchased a large number of construction materials, it was impossible to know that Rog was secretly building Konoha Hidden Village on Tatooine. While Hinata was secretly building the Konoha Hidden Village, Rog was also continuing to practice his Susanoo, hoping that he could reach the third form of the Black Tengu armor as soon as possible. However, his cultivation plan was soon interrupted again. According to the feedback of Konoha's intelligence department, an alien life form that he listed as a key observation target was suspected to have appeared in San Francisco, and it caused a certain amount of damage in San Francisco. Konoha's special operations team in San Francisco has set off at this time, but they haven't captured the alien life form that caused the riot. In the past 6 months, there have been more and more riots caused by this kind of suspected superpower or special life form. If the Battle of New York made people all over the world know that there are many special people in this world that are unknown to people, then, the Seoul incident caused by Ultron is equivalent to completely opening the stage of this kind of special event. All kinds of superpower criminals and illogical events happened one after another. Even those criminals who only want to rob and bully ordinary people on weekdays have embarked on a different path of upgrading. Chapter 269. Under normal circumstances, the riots caused by this kind of special event would not be reported to Rog, but would be handled by Konoha's special operations team. However, Rog once reminded the intelligence department that once the special event he mentioned was discovered, he must be notified as soon as possible. So this time, the riot caused by a suspected alien life form in San Francisco was directly reported to him. There weren't many special events that Rog could specifically request attention to. Up until now, there had only been 2. One was an alien life form that was suspected to have the ability to change its form, and the other was a skeleton with flames all over its body. Of course, this was only a general description of the intelligence department. What he really wanted to pay attention to was actually Venom and Ghost Rider. However, he couldn't tell the intelligence department about Venom and Ghost Rider, so he could only let them pay attention to similar events. San Francisco. Alien life form. If there was no accident, this should be the Venom he had been waiting for a long time. Or rather, a symbiote. Because of him, the timeline of this world has become more and more different from what he remembered, and he wasn't even sure if the people and events in his memory would still happen. After carefully browsing the information submitted by the intelligence department in his office, Rog put this special event in San Francisco under his name. At present, there were only a few people in Konoha who were qualified to lead a team to solve special events. Punisher and Abomination were his earliest subordinates, and now they were the main force of external operations. Gecko, Kara and Daisy would also deal with some tasks that were not so difficult. Kurenai Tank didn't admit that he was a member of Konoha yet, but he was basically willing to do the tasks assigned to him. As for Pietro and Walter, Rog didn't list them as operatives at first. However, Pietro, who couldn't stay idle, took the initiative to apply to join the operations department and now became a captain of the operations department. After 6 months of hard work and constant appearances, Pietro finally got his own title. Konoha Quicksilver. Although this title didn't sound as good as Konoha's White Fang, it was still a good title. Walter also went on several missions with Quicksilver, but they were all ordinary missions that weren't very difficult. Perhaps it was because of Walter's personality, but he wasn't very interested in fighting and didn't use his superpowers as often as Pietro did. Walter's decision made Rog feel much more at ease. Walter's ability was indeed very strong. At its peak, it could even surpass the reality gem. However, the greater the power, the greater the possibility of losing control. Rog didn't want Walter to say that there were no more superpowers in Konoha. After putting the incident in San Francisco under his own name, others would not intervene in it. Unless Rog couldn't handle it or took the initiative to ask for help. After reading all the information collected by the intelligence department, Rog set off directly.
Through the surveillance video at the scene of the riot, as well as the videos taken by the onlookers, he could basically confirm that the ones who were currently jumping around and causing riots in San Francisco were the symbiotic demons. As for whether this symbiotic body was venom, further confirmation was needed. After all, symbiotic demons looked similar, especially when they were of the same color. They gave off the feeling that they were twins. Quantum teleportation. A brilliant aurora-like light appeared, and then Rog's figure completely disappeared. At the same time, an equally brilliant light appeared on the top floor of a certain building in San Francisco. Once again, he had to thank Gordon for his selfless contribution. He had to admit that Gordon's quantum teleportation ability was really useful. Although it was far inferior to flying Thor in battle, it was very useful for long-distance teleportation. San Francisco was a world-famous tourist destination. It was one of the most important high-tech R&D bases in the world and the most important financial center on the west coast of America. The population here wasn't as terrifying as New York, but it was still shocking. There were almost 1 million people living in San Francisco. It wasn't easy to find a person who was possessed by a symbiotic demon but hadn't transformed. Rog wasn't interested in sensing them one by one, so he adopted a very simple method. Wait. From the current situation, the symbiotic demon was clearly looking for something. At the same time, the symbiotic demon was being hunted by an unknown organization. In Rog's memory, it was the Life Foundation next to the Golden Gate Bridge that brought the symbiotic demon to Earth. However, this was just his previous memory. After knowing that there was a Life Foundation in San Francisco, he asked Konoha's intelligence department to pay attention to this foundation. In particular, they paid attention to the Life Foundation's spaceship launch plan. Unfortunately, this Life Foundation had no interest in life outside the Earth, nor did it have any intention of exploring the stars. Therefore, this symbiotic demon incident really had nothing to do with the Life Foundation. After admiring the environment of San Francisco from a condescending position, Rog took out a pair of sunglasses and put them on. From the outside, this is a pair of ordinary sunglasses. At most, it looks a bit expensive. But in fact, this is a pair of sunglasses specially modified by Hinata. Through this pair of glasses, Rog can contact Hinata at Konoha's headquarters at any time. The lenses can also present real-time virtual interactive images, making it convenient for him to browse various documents and information sent by Hinata at any time. Obviously, this idea was based on the smart glasses Edith that Tani hasn't designed yet, but will design sooner or later. After putting on the glasses, Rog directly teleported from the top floor of the building to the alley next to it, and then strolled in the streets like a tourist. The symbiotic demon suspected to be Venom is hiding somewhere, but he will definitely appear again. When he appears again, it will be time for Rog to make his move. While strolling, Rog didn't stay idle and asked Hinata to investigate all the information about Eddie Block. The emergence of the symbiotic demon may have nothing to do with the Life Foundation, but one thing will not change, that is, the fate of the host. As long as the fate of the host does not change dramatically, some things are destined to happen. For example, Tani will become a superhero, or Eddie Block will become the new host of Venom. Currently, Hinata has partial authority from the military, the Ministry of Defense, and other departments. These authorities were specifically authorized to Konoha's Intelligence Bureau by the military, the Ministry of Defense, and other departments. In addition to Hinata, Konoha's Intelligence Bureau occasionally uses these special authorities. It didn't take long to be precise, less than 30 seconds, all the information about Eddie Block appeared in the lenses of the glasses. Chapter 270. Eddie Brock, who previously worked for the New York Daily Globe, was a somewhat famous reporter. Because of an unconfirmed false report, he lost his job and reputation, was labeled as unreliable, and was ostracized by his peers in New York. In order to bid farewell to the past, and to get his life back on track, Eddie Brock moved from New York to San Francisco and became a field reporter for the local news channel in San Francisco. With his excellent professionalism, Eddie quickly gained a foothold in San Francisco, and even had his own news column. Simply put, Eddie Brock is a mature man who has experienced a low point in his life and relied on his own efforts to regain his honor. Except for a major professional accident in New York, there is nothing abnormal in Eddie Brock's life record, and he doesn't even have many parking tickets. If you only look at this information,
It would be difficult for Rog to associate Eddie Brock with venom. Although from the information, Eddie Brock doesn't seem to be the kind of person who would commit crimes with extraordinary powers, Rog still insists on his own opinion. If the symbiote that caused the riots in San Francisco is really Venom, then the host of Venom must be Eddie Brock. Because this is the fate of Eddie Brock. Investigate Eddie Brock's whereabouts in the past few days. I want to know what he has been doing in the past few days. After issuing the latest instructions to Hinata, Rog turned off the virtual projection on the lens and began to wander around the streets and alleys of San Francisco like a real tourist. Taste the signature dishes of famous restaurants, enjoy the scenery of famous scenic spots, and respond to fans' requests for photos. If it weren't for the fact that he would occasionally perceive the special life forms nearby while wandering, Rog would look no different from a real tourist at this time. And in the process of wandering, he realized for the first time that being too famous was not a good thing. Although he has rarely performed tasks in public as the fourth Hokage recently, even so, it has not reduced his popularity among the people. After signing nearly 100 signatures and enduring more than a dozen female fans with hot figures and hot personalities, he finally dispelled the idea of wandering around with his real face. At night, the Golden Gate Bridge. Rog, who changed his appearance with the transformation technique, stood at the top of the bridge, overlooking downtown San Francisco. By hacking into San Francisco's city surveillance system and the various surveillance cameras on the road that can be connected to the internet, Hinata sorted out the specific whereabouts of Eddie Brock in the past few days. Although the scene of the symbiotic demon's transformation was not captured by the surveillance camera, it was basically certain that the host inside the symbiotic demon was Eddie Brock. Now that he had confirmed that the host was Eddie Brock, the identity of the symbiotic entity was obvious. Venom. Venom claimed to be the loser of the symbiotic demons, but it had the power to contend against the leader-level riot. The identity of the symbiote and the host has been confirmed, but Hinata did not investigate which organization appeared to be capturing Venom. The weapons and equipment used by the captors were not common goods commonly seen on the market. It could even be said that these weapons and equipment were custom-made products. Not only that, but Hinata also discovered that the weapons and equipment used by these captors had never appeared in any country before. In addition to the custom-made weapons and equipment, the combat accomplishments shown by the captors were also amazing. Even compared with Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D.'s action teams, there was no obvious gap between these captors. Custom-made weapons and equipment, excellent capture teams, these all prove one thing, that is, the organization that is now targeting Venom is not a third-rate character. A mysterious organization with good research and development capabilities and excellent operations personnel. Rog began to be interested in this mysterious organization. Based on what he had always done, any organization that piqued his interest usually didn't have a good ending. Rog had just given Hinata an order to continue investigating this mysterious organization when a strong explosion occurred in downtown San Francisco not far from him. The flames of the explosion rose into the sky, like a small mushroom cloud standing in the bustling city. As soon as the strong explosion came, Rog directly teleported to the street where the explosion occurred through quantum transmission. The originally lively street was now a mess as if it had been through a long war. Broken windows, burning vehicles, crumbling houses. Just looking at the scene in front of him, it was impossible to believe that this would be downtown San Francisco. The streets were filled with pedestrians who had been affected by the explosion. Around these injured or dead pedestrians, there were many combatants in black uniforms and combat helmets. Rog ignored the captors of these mysterious organizations and quickly scanned every corner of the street. It didn't take long for him to find the target he was looking for in a broken ruin. A humanoid black body, a mouth full of sharp teeth, and a pair of iconic big white eyes. Rog's gaze had just focused on Venom when Venom, who was pressed under the brick, felt something and looked up at Rog. The moment he saw Rog, Venom seemed to have seen an indescribable horror. His big white eyes suddenly shrank, and then he jumped up and ran wildly without looking back. What's going on? Venom's abnormal behavior stunned Rog. Although he didn't know why Venom was so scared, Rog had no intention of letting him go easily. Venom, who was nearly 3 meters tall, used both hands and feet to run wildly on the streets of San Francisco like a beast. Venom, what's wrong? As the host, Eddie Brock asked quickly. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. The person behind us is very dangerous. Venom, who was running wildly, replied with a serious tone. The person behind us? There is no one behind us. Eddie Brock just wanted to continue asking when he saw Rog in front of them. Although it was Venom who was controlling his body now, this did not affect him from using Venom's senses to observe the outside world. Venom's running speed was not slow, but it was undoubtedly a pipe dream if he wanted to get rid of Rog. After using Lightning Body Blink a few times, Rog easily overtook Venom and blocked Venom's path in advance. Fire release. Grand Fireball. Without any hesitation, Rog directly spewed out a huge fireball with a diameter of more than 3 meters. The huge orange-red fireball flew towards Venom like a cannonball. Chapter 271. For a long time, fire release has been described as smokeless and can't burn people to death. However, this situation will never happen to Rog. Although he didn't count carefully, the number of people who died under his fire release attack is not small. Among them are many Warnerheim Protoss warriors whose physique is far beyond that of the Earth's humans. Seeing the huge fireball with a diameter of 3 meters coming towards him like a cannonball, Venom quickly began to change direction. This level of fire attack, not to mention Venom himself, is afraid of fire attacks. Even if he doesn't have the weakness of fire, he doesn't intend to use his body to resist the fireball. Venom's limbs suddenly exerted force, and his whole body jumped high like a flea, trying to directly avoid the oncoming fireball. However, Rog's attack is not so easy to avoid. Under normal circumstances, Grand Fireball can only be used in a straight-line attack, and it is very easy to avoid. This is why fire release ninjutsu is underestimated. Ninjutsu that can't hit the target, or ninjutsu that can be easily avoided, is a ninjutsu that has no practical value. Therefore, in order not to waste the ninjutsu he used to exchange for Grand Fireball, Rog made some improvements to the Grand Fireball Jutsu. The Grand Fireball Jutsu is indeed not much of a threat. But what if the Grand Fireball can change its trajectory? In order to change the trajectory of the Grand Fireball, Rog borrowed some of the techniques of Fire Dragon Bomb. Chakra can control the direction of the Fire Dragon Bomb, making it extremely difficult to avoid. Since the Fire Dragon Bomb can do this under Chakra's control, then Grand Fireball naturally has this possibility. After a series of tests and practical operations, Rog successfully mastered the method of controlling Grand Fireball with Chakra. Venom, who jumped high, just breathed a sigh of relief. Then he saw the huge fireball that should have continued to fly forward suddenly change direction and flew straight towards him in the air. Bad. The air is not the ground. There is no place to borrow strength here. Although the sudden change of direction completely disrupted Venom's rhythm, Venom still didn't give up. Venom's hands shot out a black spiderweb-like substance that flew like lightning towards the houses on both sides of the road. As long as a black spider silk sticks to the house, Venom can swing out of here like Spider-Woman Gwen. Venom's response wasn't wrong, but he underestimated the flying speed of the fireball and overestimated the speed of the black spider silk. Boom! Venom's hands had just shot out black spider silk when the huge fireball hit him like a heavy truck, and the orange-red flames instantly engulfed his entire body. Although the temperature of the Grand Fireball is not very amazing, it is completely enough for Venom, whose weakness is flames. Venom, who was engulfed by the orange-red flames, fell heavily to the ground. His whole body rolled crazily as if he had lost his mind. Relying on his Sharingan, Rog can clearly see that Venom's black body is rapidly shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. If the flame lasts a little longer, Venom will completely change back to Eddie Brock's appearance. But fortunately, the flame of the Grand Fireball only lasted for 2 or 3 seconds before it ended. When the orange-red flames completely dissipated, Venom seemed to have successfully lost weight, shrinking from nearly 3 meters to about 2.5 meters. In addition to the obvious change in his body shape, Venom's spirit seems to have suffered serious damage. He knelt on the ground weakly, sticking out his long tongue and gasping for breath. For some reason, looking at Venom's current appearance, Rog suddenly felt a little unbearable. However, he quickly threw these thoughts to the back of his mind. Although Venom looks miserable now, with his healing ability, it won't take long for him to recover completely. Rapid recovery and regeneration are as simple as breathing for the symbiotic demons. Sure enough, within a few seconds, Venom, who was kneeling on the ground, began to expand rapidly, expanding back to his previous 3-meter-high appearance. Do you want to fight here and then talk? Or should we skip the fight?
Rog came to Venom and asked in a calm tone. He didn't intend to kill Venom. If he wanted to kill Venom, he didn't need to do it himself. The reason why he came to San Francisco was that he had some deals to discuss with Venom. Who are you? I never talk to guys who pretend to be other people. Although Venom couldn't see through Rog's transformation technique, he was sure that Rog had used some kind of mysterious disguise. This is not a special ability. It is purely an intuition that he has obtained after living for a long time and experiencing too many things. My name is Rog if you like. You can call me Yondaime Hokage. Rog directly reported his identity, but he did not remove the effect of the transformation technique. After hearing Rog's reply, Venom did not answer immediately, but began to search the memory of the host. Whether it was Rog or Yondaime Hokage. For Venom, who had just arrived on Earth and was inexplicably hunted as soon as he arrived, they were all completely unfamiliar existences. After roughly figuring out the identity of Rog through the memory of the host, Venom gave his answer. Where are we going to talk? Of course, we are going to the hotel to talk. As soon as the voice fell, the light of quantum transmission emerged from Rog's body, and then completely enveloped Venom. After the brilliant aurora-like light disappeared, the figures of Rog and Venom also disappeared completely. Then, a luxurious hotel suite appeared in front of them. This suite was specially reserved by Rog during the day. After looking around the environment in the suite, Venom went directly to the sofa in the living room and lay down directly. The black Venom on the white sofa. Although Venom's image and movements were a bit dazzling, Rog didn't say anything about it. You can't use Earth's etiquette to ask an alien creature. It's unreasonable. Boom. When Venom lay on the sofa like a master, Rog also lifted the effect of the transformation technique, revealing his true face. I want to know, how did you come to Earth? Did you come here alone, or did you come with your own kind? In addition, how can I find your symbiote? It's just a symbiote. Rog is not interested in it. But if it's a group of symbiotes, or thousands of symbiotes, it's different. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.